Chapter 57, Force Field Armor. Akira continued keeping watch around the HQ and there was no problem in particular. Thanks to Yasubayashi's treatment, the pain from his wounds slowly subsided and he was recovering from his fatigue. He was able to fight normally now. Akira lightly moved his arm to check his body. It seems that treatment actually works, huh? Well, he did say that he made the liquid by analyzing old-world medicine. Your arms seem to be properly healed, and not to mention that we got old-world medicine too. All in all, that was a good decision. Akira replied optimistically as he heard Alpha, who sounded a bit surprised. So basically it was good luck, huh? Well, after all of that bad luck, I guess this will reset the score back to 0. He thought that he had already gone through the last bad luck for the day. Not too far from where Akira was, there was an HQ staff who was talking with his subordinates. He sounded a bit irritated. We still can't contact the temporary base. We're still trying to contact them, but we can't get any connections at all. We won't be able to contact the temporary base until the colorless mist weakens. It might be a better idea to send some hunters from the underground to the surface. Most of the hunters here are contracted to work underground. We might need to change the details of the request if we have to send them to the surface, but we don't have the right to do so. Sending them to fight those relics thieves is already barely outside their job description, you know? So we can't do that. The HQ was having a huge headache in deciding how to deal with the rest of Yajima's friends. Although the HQ successfully flushed them out from the underground, the HQ sacrificed a lot of hunters to do so. It was possible for them to request hunters to go down there due to the lack of information. But now they knew there were a group of at least 2 people in the surface equipped with powered suits and powerful weaponry. So they did not have the authority to send the hunters, who came for the Urata Scorpion Nest's extermination request, to hunt for that group. Not to mention, there was a good chance they already ran far away from the ruin with all the relics that they stole. The HQ did not think that they would be able to find that group even if they searched around the area. It can't be helped then. We have no other choice but to send someone to the temporary base and directly convey the message. I'm sure they're also thinking of sending someone this way. Find a hunter suitable for the job and dispatch him immediately. Yes, sir. His men immediately operated their terminal to look for a suitable hunter for the job. They could not pick hunters who were already deep inside the underground city since it would take some time for that hunter to return to the HQ. They also could not pick someone from Drankum. If they assigned someone affiliated with a particular organization to a job outside their contract, the HQ would need to negotiate with the manager of that organization, which would take some time. They needed an individual hunter with no affiliation and who was already near the HQ, someone who would not cause any problem if they were sent away from that place. The staff were looking for a hunter who fulfilled all of those conditions. Fortunately enough, they immediately found one. And that hunter was Akira. So in short, I just need to carry this terminal to the temporary base, right? That's right. To be more precise, you just need to go close enough to get a connection with the temporary base and the terminal will automatically send the message. So please, can you do that for us? You may finish your shift and immediately return back home right after that. You just got yourself treated, right? So you must be injured. You can just go, quickly finish it, return back home and then take a good rest. I'm sure you also want to go back home as soon as possible, you just need to visit the temporary base on your way back home. Akira thought for a while. It sounded too good to be true for him. Welp, it seems that I really exhausted all of my bad luck for today. I guess I should quickly go back home, take a good bath, sleep well and get myself ready for my tomorrow's share of bad luck. Since he was told that he was allowed to finish his shift and return back immediately after doing that, it made him really want to go back home as soon as possible. So Akira accepted that request and got himself ready to return back home. Akira actually still had a lot of time left until he finished his shift. So he was happy that he could leave the underground city sooner than expected. He went to pick up his bike that he parked not too far away from the building connected to the underground city. He was smiling happily as he said to Alpha. My job for today will be finished after I visit the temporary base. Let's finish this, quickly return back to the inn, and take a good rest. Yep, let's do that. Your augmented suit is also damaged, so you might want to send it for repair as soon as possible. It would be great if we can get it temporarily fixed in Shizuka's shop though. Well, in that case, I guess I have to visit Shizuka-san's shop on my way back. Akira got on his bike and headed to the temporary base. Most of the rubbles and wreckages were already cleaned out from the road connecting to the temporary base. If nothing bad happened, he would be able to reach the temporary base in no time. Alpha looked relaxed as she said to Akira. Akira, it seems that the colorless mist around the temporary base is getting thicker. Just to be safe, I'll lower the speed. Roger that. How about this area? Your detection ability falls off inside a thick colorless mist, right? It's alright. Although we're in a thick colorless mist, my detection ability is still better in this open place compared to when we were in the underground. Ha, that only makes me not want to go back to the underground even more. I wonder if we can come up with some kind of excuses so that the city would reduce the length of my contract. Your only chance is if you pay someone with good negotiating skill. I have neither the connection nor the money to do that. Akira just gave up as he rode his bike through the wasteland. He paced his bike to the temporary base. But in all actuality, it was Alpha who was controlling the bike. He was just gripping on the handle and sitting on the seat. But since Alpha was also controlling his augmented suit, it could be said that it was her who was gripping the handle too. So in short, he was actually doing nothing, it was all done by Alpha. Thus Akira was caught off guard when Alpha suddenly made a 90 degrees turn. He turned to Alpha in reflex and asked her why she did that so suddenly. Alpha. Why did you do that? Akira's face froze the moment he saw what was coming at him. He was leaning so low that his shoulder almost touched the ground as he turned his head away from the ground. Far away from him, he could see a tall building crumbling down against the backdrop of the blue sky together with hundreds of small missiles that were pouring down in his direction. The countless small missiles cut through the colorless mist and left traces in the sky as they rained down on the area around him. Some of them hit the ground while some of them hit the walls of the buildings scattered around the area, followed by loud explosions that echoed through the area. They wrapped the area with explosions and smokes as they destroyed buildings and the paved road, leaving the area filled with new rubbles. Kane and Nelia were standing not too far from the area where the missiles rained down. Since the surface was wide open compared to the cramped underground, they could freely use the new heavy weapons that they installed on their powered suits. Especially Kane, he was carrying nothing but heavy weaponry. He was even carrying missile pods that were normally only installed on a special type of tank or vehicle. Kane was the one who unleashed those small missiles toward Akira. He detached the empty missile pod from his powered suit. The missile pod made a loud banging sound as it fell to the ground. He sounded delighted as he said, "And here I was at loss on how we are going to kill that boy, but to think that he would come out to the surface by himself. We're really lucky, aren't we? There won't be much trouble now to remove the lock from the truck's control device." Kane was in high spirits. He was savoring the feeling of satisfaction from killing his target by pouring down countless missiles at him. But that was not all, it was also because he thought he was finally able to remove the person who was preventing him from carrying all the old world relics that he had gathered. Nelia sounded completely normal as she replied back. "Although I've prepared so many different plans to go back to the underground, I guess they're all for naught now, huh? Well, it doesn't really matter, it's a good thing that he reduced the work for us." Kane and Nelia were gazing towards the Kuzusuhara ruin, which was blanketed in smoke, through the camera of their powered suits. Kane emptied one whole missile pod at Akira, so he thought that Akira would be dead for sure. "Nelia, is the lock on the truck removed yet?" Nelia sent the image captured from her powered suit's camera to the truck's control device. If the control device could confirm Akira's death from that image, it should be able to remove the lock on the control device. Nelia checked the control unit. Nope. It's still locked. Huh. But how? That should kill him, right? How would I know? Either it can't confirm the kill because of the smokes, or that boy is still alive and kicking. I'm sure it would be able to confirm the kill if we show the corpse up close, or at least the head of that boy. I don't mind if you use big explosives to kill him, but if the program can't confirm the kill because of that, it would be all on you, okay? I know. I just need to look for his corpse, right? I'll go. Kane went to look for Akira's corpse. The powerful reverse joint of his powered suit crushed the wreckages under him as he walked towards the ruin. Suddenly, a building close to him crumbled right onto his head, but it did not even damage Kane's powered suit. When he arrived at where Akira was, he used his head camera to look for Akira's body. But he could not find anything, not even a trace of flesh or blood. Nope, nothing at all. Nelia could hear Kane's mumbling, so she snapped at him. Don't give me that. He might be buried under the rubbles. Just dig through the rubbles and check the area using your information gathering device. It should be an easy job for your powered suit, right? Yeah. Give me a few minutes. Kane grabbed the wreckages using his huge hand and threw them out of the road. The huge wreckage made a loud banging sound as they landed on the ground. It simply showed the strength of his powered suit. But even then, he could not find Akira's body under the rubbles. But instead, he found a destroyed bike. It was the bike that Akira was riding. The completely destroyed bike was a testament to Kane's overwhelming firepower. I found his bike, he should be near. There's nothing we can do with the bike, find the body. I'm searching for it right now. Kane had vented his irritation by using his overwhelming firepower. He regretted his choice now as he thought that he should have used something that would have caused less damage to the area. He thought that Akira's body should be around, so he pulled out his information gathering device to scan the area. With its current setting, it should be able to find any corpse buried under the rubbles. Kane was looking for Akira's body while removing the rubbles that were reducing the accuracy of his information gathering device. But he still could not find anything. Still nothing. Did his body get thrown away because of the explosion? He thought so and increased the scan range of his information gathering device. But he still could not find any signal that looked like Akira's dead body. So he slowly increased the scan range. Even then, he still could not find anything. Kane started to get impatient and set the scan range to the max. He got a signal right after he did it. Over there, huh? He sounded happy as he turned the camera of his powered suit towards the direction of that signal. But the moment he did that, he could see Akira's CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle staring straight at him. When the missiles rained down on Akira, Alpha moved his body and tried her best to avoid the missiles. The moment her calculations showed that it was impossible to evade all of the small missiles, she quickly decided to move Akira to the safest place possible near him. She increased the output of the augmented suit to the maximum and intentionally let the bike fall to the ground. Using the inertia, Akira slid on his leg under the bike and used the bike as a shield from the missiles. Akira was able to defend himself from the missiles by using his bike as a shield. He also did not fight the explosions as he let the shockwave throw his body and quickly fixed his body position before landing to soften the blow. Everything happened in a short span of time with unbelievable accuracy. Even the slightest error would have spelt doom for Akira. Alpha controlled his augmented suit and moved his body with absolute accuracy. But even so, the damage was not small. The impact from the shockwave of the missiles, the stress that the augmented suit put on his body to pull those crazy maneuvers, plus the countless impacts that his body absorbed when he was slammed to the ground, all of them drained Akira's consciousness bit by bit. In the midst of that dangerous situation, Akira even lost consciousness for a few seconds. It was a complete coincidence that he was not dead. It could even be said that it was also thanks to his good luck. The good luck that he had the moment he met Alpha continued until now as it let him survive this attack. Akira, who just regained his consciousness, was still in a daze as he tried to confirm the situation around him. Although he had his cheek touching the ground, he did not realize that he was lying on the ground. What? What just happened? Did I just fall asleep? Since when I fell asleep? Where am I? Is this my room? Did I get back to my room? Am I already in my room? Or am I still on my way back? Akira kept asking himself those questions in confusion. He slowly got his senses back and eventually noticed Alpha, who was calling him. Akira! Wake up! Akira! If you don't want to die here, get up! Alpha was yelling at him. In the past, no matter how bad the situation was, in contrast to Akira, who was panicking, she would always smile. But that Alpha was yelling at him right now. The moment he noticed it, he quickly snapped back to his senses. Akira tried to push his body up. But he could feel stinging pain run through his whole body from Kane's missile barrage. It made him grimace in pain and dull his movements. But then Alpha forced his body to move by controlling his augmented suit. Shoot back at the enemy. Right now. Quickly. Akira quickly extended his hand to the CWH anti-material rifle that was lying on the ground. He gritted his teeth enduring the pain while trying to follow Alpha's orders. He understood very well from his experience that if he did not do what Alpha told him as fast as he could, his survival chance would take a dive. He followed the movement of his augmented suit to grab his CWH anti-material rifle and took an aim. He did not even question whether the person, who he was aiming, was really an enemy or not. Kane could not move quick enough as Akira pulled the trigger faster than he could evade. The CWH special ammo hit Kane's powered suit and made a loud banging sound that echoed through the wasteland. A portion of the impact energy was converted into a blinding flash. Although the impact was still enough to throw him off, the automatic balance adjustment function of his powered suit saved Kane from falling to the ground. Kane used all the weapons that his 4 arms were carrying to shoot back at Akira even before he could regain his balance. The heavy weapons that were handled using his strength-focused powered suit released countless bullets towards Akira. The bullets were able to pierce, destroy, and crush any rubbles and wreckage along their way. The moment he saw Kane's arms move, Akira quickly took evasive action. Thanks to that, he was able to avoid the bullets' barrage. Nelia called Kane. Kane? What just happened? Did you find a monster or something? Kane answered back in panic. It's that boy. He's still alive. Is that so? Was he on the verge of death? You adjusted the missiles to at least leave a corpse behind, right? So then, did you just shoot him to make sure that he's dead? Did you properly kill him this time? That's not it. That boy evaded the missile's barrage. Moreover, he got a shot at me. And he also evaded my shot just now. He even depleted a huge chunk of my force field energy with his shot. Was that CWH special ammo? That's the ammo you usually use for hunting tanks or mechanical monsters, right? Isn't there only Urata scorpions in the underground? So why the heck he's using that ammo? This is just too strange. The level of firepower that was normally used to fight Urata scorpions would not be able to breach Kane's force field armor. But it was a completely different story if it was CWH special ammo. Kane could not help but get panicked. After all, he thought that it would be an easy job, a one-way fight thanks to his superior equipment, but instead, he found himself fighting for his life now. Judging from the flash of light that the force field made, his shot packed a powerful punch. Nelia. You sent me first since you knew that this would happen, didn't you? Like hell if I knew. But I did expect him to be someone pretty strong since he killed Yajima. You should at least know that much, right? You're right, but still. Nelia made a guess about the situation and said to Kane. Before he died, Yajima did say that it might be an agent sent by the city, remember? So that might be him. Yajima might have made a mistake during the planning and got the whole plan leaked out. Or at least, something leaked out and the city somehow got suspicious that he would be stealing the relics. So that boy might be an agent who was sent by the city to blend in with the hunters in the underground. It won't be strange for him to be using CWH special ammo if he was expecting to fight against relics burglars. Although Nelia was absolutely wrong, her explanation fit the current situation. Kane was getting more and more panicked now. What should we do then? If that's true, then in the worst-case scenario, the city might even have sent its army this way, you know? There's no way we can deal with that. If the city was seriously expecting this to happen, there's no way they would send him alone like this. So in short, he was sent just for caution's sake. There should be no problem if we kill him quickly. Fortunately, thanks to the colorless mist, he shouldn't be able to contact the temporary base at the moment. So we have some time to kill him. In short, we just need to kill him fast and get out of this place, right? Yep, that's right. Let's go. Kane and Nelia chased Akira. There was a good chance that the defense squad from the city was heading their way. But fortunately, they had plenty of time to kill Akira. The relics that they had gathered would earn them a huge amount of money. Because of that, they just could not easily give up on killing Akira. After escaping the barrage from Kane, Akira was running among the ruins. His bike was already destroyed, so he had no choice but to use his legs. Akira popped out the medicines that he bought from Yatsubayashi. The intense pain slowly subsided from his body, but it was no more than the effect of painkillers from the medicines. His body was still in a very bad condition. He wanted to move his body with his own will, but his limbs were not in the condition to listen to him. As such, Alpha was forcefully moving his body through the augmented suit to make him run. Akira looked grim as he said, "Alpha. That guy just took the CWH special ammo head-on and survived? That's a force field armor." The impact energy from the bullet was converted into that flash of light. The force field can reduce the impact from external force by converting a portion of the impact energy into light, you see. That's not it. I wasn't asking about how he did that, I was asking what I should do now. He can take CWH special ammo head-on, so what can I do to fight him? I guess there's no other choice but to keep shooting at him, hoping that it would at least deal some damages. Isn't there any weakness? In this situation, that would be no. Akira became worried. The CWH special ammo had more than enough firepower to kill any kind of monsters that he could find in that area. It could destroy any monsters as long as he hit his shot, he knew that and took solace in its firepower. But right now, he was fighting against someone who could survive his bullet and even shoot back at him right after. It was a shocking thing to him. Alpha noticed what Akira was feeling. Just don't think about it for now and get some distance from him. You also have run out of medicines too. I'll do anything that I can, just like always. You're right. I'll be counting on you. Leave it to me. Alpha replied back firmly, but she was still not smiling. She was floating ahead of Akira while guiding him with a serious face. Akira, who saw her expression, kept running while hoping that her support would be able to handle this bad luck. Akira followed Alpha's guide to run through buildings that were scattered in the Kozusuhara ruin. Eventually, he arrived on the third floor of a building where he could take a peek outside from his position. Alpha asked Akira about his body condition. "Akira, how are you feeling right now?" Akira moved his limbs to check them, he was still looking at his hand as he said, "That I don't feel pain anymore. But I think this is because of the painkiller. Although I can move my limbs, I don't know if they're okay inside." Akira seemed to be able to move his limbs just fine. But that was only because of his augmented suit, he had no idea how it looked under his augmented suit, or more like, he did not even want to imagine it. Alpha made a serious face as she told Akira. "Akira, try not to move at all to maximize the effect of the medicines. If they chase you all the way here, you'll make your stand in this place. So get your resolve ready, that I understand." It doesn't look like I can run away, huh? Looking at their ability to move, search, and the power of their weaponry, I think it's highly unlikely that you can run away from them. Judging from their first attack, you would have zero chance to win if you get out into an open space. Even back then, with that amount of wreckages and buildings around, you were only able to get out in one piece from there by using your bike as a shield, you remember? I don't remember at all, so something like that happened, huh? It's really regrettable that we lost the bike. If you had the bike now, you might have been able to run away from them. But since it would be meaningless if the bike was okay while you're not, I guess that was a necessary sacrifice. I see. And it's not like I can run away from them using my legs, huh? Alpha replied back jokingly. Want to try running away from them hoping that you're lucky that they don't have the expected mobility or scanning range or firepower? Akira smiled bitterly. No thanks. I'm not expecting to find any more good luck after I met you. Akira used all his life worth of luck when he met Alpha. That was why during his dangerous hunter work, he would try to do good deeds to replenish his scarce supply of good luck and then use it in tandem with Alpha's support to overcome any problems. She also told him something similar to that in the past and he believed it. That was why he subconsciously believed that the moment he met a problem that Alpha's support could not deal with, he would not be able to do anything against it with his own power and he would just drop dead. Of course, he would fight back as hard as he could. After all, he had resolved himself to fight back as hard as he could in the face of death. But even so, although he was planning to fight back, there was a trace of resignation since he also knew that it would be pointless and it would not change the outcome no matter how hard he fought. As Akira replied back through telepathy, a part of his feeling and emotion that he did not convert into words were also unintentionally sent to Alpha. Alpha, who received that message, said to him resolutely, Akira, I'll say this to you up front. I have no plan of losing. Do you think that my support is something so worthless that it would not be able to fight back this level of a bad situation? Akira stared at Alpha as she stared back at him. It was not like Alpha was actually there. Akira was only seeing her image that was added into his vision. He understood that very well, but even so, he kept his eyes locked at that image of Alpha. The image of Alpha that he was staring at was looking back at him. It was not like those eyes were actually looking at him, but even so, Alpha kept staring at him. Akira, get your resolve ready. If you do so, this will just be like business as usual. Alpha smiled. Akira stared at her smile, there was a trace of his usual trust in his eyes. His subconscious shifted from fighting back as hard as he could in a futile fight into fighting back as hard as he could to survive the fight. Akira lightly sighed and smiled in return. Getting my resolve ready is my responsibility, huh? Alright, I'm sorry I got all pessimistic. Alright then. I'm ready. Just like he always did until now, in order to survive the harsh life that he was living or to cross the countless dangerous bridges that he had faced, Akira stood up. Alpha smiled and said, That's the way I like it. Seeing how Akira stood up, leaving all his hesitations behind, Alpha smiled happily. At that moment, it could be said that her expression agreed with her honest feeling. After all, seeing how her words could change Akira's inner will to a better direction, showed the fact that she was able to manipulate his will the way she wanted and that her will adjustment protocol was functioning as expected. Chapter 58, Searching Method. Nelia and Kane were easily able to find the building where Akira was hiding by following his tracks. Nelia's and Kane's powered suits were equipped with advanced information-gathering devices. Not to mention, there were particular substances stuck on Akira's body such as dust from Kane's missile barrage. So, they only needed to increase the sensitivity of their own information-gathering device to find Akira's trace even inside the thick colorless mist. Kane looked at the building and asked Nelia. That building, huh? Is he thinking that we'll just catch up with him if he runs away? Yup, maybe he thinks so. It's a good thing that we don't have to chase him. Let's just quickly finish this. You're right. The moment he said that, Kane's force field armor flashed brightly from the impact of a bullet. Away from them, Akira was aiming at Kane from the window of that building. Nelia hid behind Kane. It seems that the boy is expecting a fight. That damn brat, looking down on us. Kane's powered suit's control device quickly analyzed the impact angle and made a conjecture about where the shot came from. The camera on the head of his powered suit captured the image of Akira holding his CWH anti-material rifle on one of that building's windows. Kane quickly aimed his 4 big guns toward Akira's direction. Those huge cannons then released a barrage of warheads at Akira, causing a loud bang. Those big guns normally could only be used by humanoid mechanical soldiers, but Kane was able to handle them thanks to his powered suit. The warheads released by those big guns could tear metals as if they were sheets of paper. But even so, they were only able to cause slight damage to that building. Nelia was shocked. That's one strong building. Although it might only be the outer wall that is durable, I wonder how long it has been standing there. There were many types of old-world buildings. Their locations, positions and ages showed the different techniques and technologies used to construct those buildings. The people of the Eastern District did not know for sure about the era and the culture when the Kuzusuhara ruin was constructed. But by seeing just how strong the building in which Akira was hiding, Nelia and Kane caught a glimpse of the culture and the era when Kuzusuhara was thriving. But Kane just brushed Nelia's question. Like hell if I know. So how was that? Did that finish him off? Nope, the control device is still locked. He survived that again. As Kane shouted, he took another shot from CWH special ammo. Akira had evaded that barrage as he ran through the hallway and shot Kane from another window. That damn BR. Another shot hit Kane, cutting his words midway. Akira judged that Kane would not shoot back at him, so he quickly took another shot at Kane. Damn it. Kane fixed his stance and readied his guns again. Nelia stood behind him and also helped him shoot back. They showered the window, where Akira was, with bullets that would easily turn a tank into papier-mâché. Those bullets passed through that window and created holes on the wall inside that building. Since Alpha told Akira to quickly leave that position, he was able to avoid those bullets. As he was running through the hallway, his face turned grim when he saw the walls that were about to crumble down after the recent barrage. Yikes! That's scary. I won't even leave a trace if I get caught in that. Although it's not as strong as CWH special ammo, with a similar budget, that barrage has more or less the same amount of destructive power. I can only shoot 1 bullet at a time while he can go full auto. I'll be dead if I get shot even once, while on the other hand, he can take a direct hit from CWH special ammo just fine. This is just crazy. Akira smiled bitterly. Although he had decided to stand up against Nelia and Kane, it did not make them any weaker. If Akira showed up in any of the windows that he was aiming, it would be the end for Akira. Thanks to his force field armor, even if his guess was wrong and took a direct hit from Akira, he could keep on playing this game just fine. He absolutely had the upper hand here. Akira kept on shooting from the windows that Kane was not aiming at. Although the impact threw Kane off balance, he was able to quickly return fire. But the moment he did that, Akira had already pulled back and was on his way to the other window. A miss, huh? Next. Akira took another shot from a different window. Kane countered back, but it was too late. The extension limbs of Kane's powered suit were quite heavy. Not to mention that the 4 big cannons that those limbs were carrying added to the total weight he was supporting. On top of that, most of the generator's output was routed to his force field armor. Thanks to that, his movement was greatly slowed down. No luck. Next then. He only needed one correct guess as to where Akira would shoot from and it would be his win. But Akira was able to keep avoiding the windows that he was watching. Statistically speaking, if it was completely a uniform random chance, he would have killed Akira about 3 times by now. Kane kept on receiving CWH bullets from Akira while trying to shoot back at him. He kept on hoping that his next guess would finally get a hit, but after that so many misses, Kane started getting irritated. Next. 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 Damn it. Next. Kane thought that it was all because of his bad luck and started getting more and more annoyed, but in truth, that was not the case. Alpha was telling Akira where to shoot. She kept picking the right windows where he would be able to easily evade Kane's attack. With her superior detection ability, Alpha was able to ascertain Kane's stance and accurately calculate where he was aiming. She knew exactly where he was aiming and she placed Akira in the safest window when he sniped Kane. Kane noticed that Akira was somehow able to read his guesses. He didn't notice it until now because Akira was only able to barely evade getting hit. If Akira was able to perfectly evade his aims without any trouble, he would have found out sooner. Akira's lack of skill made him notice it later. Damn it. Damn it. Fucking damn it. Kane yelled in anger. Nelia looked annoyed as she said. Kane, you're too noisy. If you want to shout, cut the connection first. Nelia. You should take a better aim than that. I'm doing that even without you telling me. He's evading my shots too. Moreover, I never thought that he could evade this well. As expected of someone who killed Yajima, he might really be an agent from the city. Nelia continued wording out her guess. This means that he's somehow able to accurately read our movements, huh? I guess that's also the reason why he could survive that missile barrage from you. Kane sounded surprised as he replied. What do you mean? Even if he's really an agent from the city, does it have anything to do with his ability to evade our attacks? Or is it that he's carrying some kind of advanced information gathering device to read our movement since he's an agent? That's just impossible. Are you telling me that he's using some kind of advanced information gathering device that allows him to completely see our movement even from this distance? We're under the colorless mist right now, you know? Wait. It's possible that he's using one, but that level of an information gathering device is something that the hunters in the front line would use. There's no way someone around this area would use something like that. That's not what I'm saying. But I guess, it's something similar. Kane got more irritated since Nelia was being cheeky. Yeah, right, so what? Just tell me already. I'm sure that you at least know some facilities in this Kuzusuhara ruin are still operating, right? It's rather obvious when you see those big buildings in the deeper part of the ruin. There are many important facilities in the ruin that are guarded by powerful securities even now. I heard that the city plans to eventually control those facilities. I at least know that much. So, what does it have to do with this? I heard that among the relics that they brought back from the ruin, they found a device showing the full map of Kuzusuhara ruin in real time. Or was it the technology to access the full map of the ruin anytime? So then what? Just tell me already. What a clueless man. Just like I said, that relic shows the full map of the ruin, all the details, and in real time. You know it yourself just how unbelievable the old world technologies are, right? In the worst-case scenario, he might be able to trace even every single bullet that we shoot at him. Of course, that would mean he can do the same for us too. So in short, he might be using that relic as an advanced information-gathering device which can only be used in this ruin. Using its data, he would be able to know where we're aiming. Kane was flabbergasted. Seriously? Well, it's just a possibility. Although it's just silly talk, there's another rumor coming around the same time when the rumor about that relic spread. That ghost story of the Kuzusuhara ruin, the beguiling ghost. I heard that the people, who could access that full map by some kind of means, were able to see that ghost and always ended up dead. Well, it might be just some kind of rumor that the city spread to prevent people from trying to connect to that network which somehow leaked out. That's why, if he's really an agent from the city, he might be connected to that network. Nelia seemed to be enjoying boasting her knowledge, but she suddenly realized that Kane had gone silent. Kane? Kane? Kane shouted. He sounded very irritated. That damn brat. The mole in this whack-a-mole game knew exactly where he would hit. Kane was so angry since he felt as if Akira was playing him for a fool. "I'll fucking kill you." Kane readied his gun to shoot all the windows in that building. Akira was in the midst of moving to his next shooting position, but Alpha suddenly said to him with a grim face, "Akira, go deeper into the building." Alpha moved his augmented suit the moment she said that. She moved him to the deeper part of the building through the hallway that connected the outer side of the building. Akira did not try to resist as he ran through the hallway. Akira ran through rooms filled with wreckages as he tried to go as far away as possible from where he was. He understood from Alpha's voice and expression that it was extremely dangerous to stay there, but he did not know why. Before he could say anything, something happened that made him understand without even the need of asking Alpha. He could hear countless explosions behind him. The shockwaves and the rumbles from those explosions reached him as a piece of it flew past him. The area was filled with smoke soon after. Kane emptied 2 missile pods onto that building. The missiles destroyed all the windows on the floor where Akira shot from. Some of them passed through the windows and destroyed the walls inside that building. The explosion funneled through the narrow hallway and smoke burst out from the windows. Nelia panicked. "Whoa there. What do you think you're doing? Didn't I tell you before that the control device wouldn't be able to confirm the target's death if you turned that boy into minced meat?" Kane yelled back. "Shut up. If he's really an agent from the city, his corpse would at least get left behind. And this is way better than wasting our time trying to hit him. Or more like, if this doesn't confirm his death, the death confirmation feature of that thing might be broken in the first place. The program should be able to recognize that the key target to remove its lock was in that building. So how was that? Did you get the kill confirmation? Wait for a sec, I'll check. Nope, still locked. Ha! Is it saying that the target is not dead yet according to the configuration of that program? That Yajima, it's not like he set the program so it would never get unlocked, right? As far as I can check, there's no trace that the kill confirmation function was ever modified in the past." Kane was obviously irritated, knowing which, Nelia sighed, "It can't be helped then. I'll go up close and check it myself. I'm sure I just need to get close enough to find at least a piece of his dead body. But in case if he's still alive, I'll just go ahead and kill him myself." "Are you going alone? It would be bad if you try to blow him up again for no good reason." "It'll be better if I go alone." Nelia's powered suit opened up and she jumped out from it. Just like Yajima, Nelia was a cyborg. She looked like a young girl from the outside. It was because she adjusted her cyborg body to look like a young attractive girl. If it was a fully all-natural organic body, she would not be able to get such a level of beauty unless she was born with that kind of blessing. Nelia was using a half-transparent, thin bodysuit. Some cyborgs regarded their bodies as if they were replaceable articles like a piece of cloth. That was why those people had no problem with showing their skin. There were also some cyborgs who used sexy clothes to boast to other people that their artificial bodies were no different from natural bodies. Either she was one of them or maybe even both. The bodysuit she was using only covered half of her body. There was a cord coming out from one of her exposed body parts. It was connected to her powered suit. When Nelia pulled the cord off from a plug, it quickly retracted back to her powered suit. She then looked up to Kane. "I'll contact you if anything bad happens. Keep your eyes on the area around the building. I'll leave my powered suit here since it'll only restrict my movement inside the building. Just make sure to keep your hands away from it, okay?" Kane replied back. Yeah, you're not going to bring a rifle with you this time. If you want one, I'll lend you mine. It's a bit huge though." Kane sounded as if he was teasing Nelia as he moved one of his big guns. "No thanks, it won't be useful in close quarters." Nelia smiled confidently. She then pulled a belt from her powered suit. That belt housed a rusty knife and so many other sharp objects. Akira was lying on the ground. His hand twitched. Although he could feel pain all over his body, he was fully conscious. that I got blown away again, huh? But I didn't faint this time. This was the second time his body got thrown by explosions today. If he was given the option, he would prefer facing 2 swarms of monsters on the same day instead. Akira looked up. He could see Alpha squatting near him while looking at him. Akira, if you're awake, then get up. Roger that. Looking at Alpha's expression, Akira knew that he just survived through some life-threatening situation, but at the same time, his life was still in grave danger even right now. Once you get up, take some medicines. There's no need to move from this place, you can take a rest here for now. Alright, but I already ran out of medicine, remember? You still have some of the cheap ones. It's better than nothing. Akira pushed his body up and reached for the cheap medicines inside his rucksack. On the medicine box, a warning was printed in big letters saying not to take a large dosage in a short time. Akira's hand stopped when he saw that warning, but he then resolved himself and completely ignored that warning. Akira swallowed the medicines and then smiled bitterly. No doubt about it, this is bad for my body. I feel like I'm going to faint again, like back then. Alpha smiled. If it is just like back then, it means that you'll faint after defeating the enemies when you are completely safe. So let's hope that would happen again this time. I really do hope so. Akira crushed the empty medicine box in his hand and threw it away. With this, he also ran out of the cheap medicine too. The old world medicine that was still in effect was working hard to fix his body. But it was only a matter of time before the effect waned. The next time he got a fatal injury, he might really end up dead. He did not even move a finger to increase the effectiveness of the medicines as high as possible. A question suddenly came up in his mind. Now that I think about it, why did they start attacking me out of the blue in the first place? Alpha, do you know anything? Unfortunately, I have no idea at all. This is only a guess, but they might be the friends of that cyborg who you killed in the underground. That guy did say that his friends will take revenge for his death, remember? He might have informed them about you before you killed him for good. If that's true, they really care for their friend, huh? I wonder if they would think that I'm dead with that attack and just leave this place. Normally, no one would survive that, right? I'm not sure about that. After all, even after facing that missile barrage, rather than dropping dead, you even shot back at them. Ah, you're right. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed underground. My luck is really the worst, is it because of that? Is it some kind of karma because I was planning to abandon the hostage back then? But result-wise, I saved the hostage too, right? Akira mumbled those words out. It somehow reinforced his thinking as he sighed. Looking at him, Alpha smiled. Nelia, who was already inside the building, stopped in the middle of a hallway. Nelia's cyborg body was also equipped with an information-gathering device, although, it was not as strong as the one installed in her powered suit. Because of that, she was barely able to use that device to scan the area. The scan range is really bad because of the colorless mist. I guess it's the same if I just turn this off. Nelia smiled. She then turned off the information-gathering device installed inside her body and lowered her ability to detect the enemy. But even so, she was still smiling. The reason for that was because of the other object that she was carrying. To think that I got a chance to test this thing so soon. Nelia and her friends had transported a huge amount of relics into their truck, but she secretly took some of those relics for herself. Among the relics that she took, there was a relic that would allow her to connect to the network where she could see the full map of the Kuzu ruin real-time. It was the relic that she was talking about with Kane just now. Well now, let's see if this thing still works. Nelia turned the device on. The data received by that device was then organized and converted before being added to her vision. Thanks to that, she was able to see the details of the building. She smiled since it was working as she expected. That went well. Since I limited the data only to the area around this building in order to reduce the amount of the incoming data, my data processing capacity should still be fine. But still, it's receiving a huge amount of data right now. I guess it really is impossible to process all of the data unless I use an information gathering device too, huh? But well, in this thick colorless mist, I guess this is better than nothing. Now then, where's that boy? Nelia looked around searching for Akira. Although the data that she was receiving was only limited to the area around that building, it even allowed her to see past the walls. Thus, she was able to quickly find Akira. Nelia was surprised the moment she saw Akira. She then contacted Kane. Kane, how's the situation over there? Nothing worth noting. How about you? Did you find the corpse? Kane, the death confirmation program was correct, that boy is still alive. What the heck? He might really be an agent from the city. Something like a child-sized cyborg. With his cyborg body, it's nothing weird that he could survive that barrage and evade our shots. But why would the city even go as far as to use a child-sized cyborg agent? It's not as strong as an adult-sized cyborg, or at least, it's not cost-effective at all. Isn't that because the agent wanted to blend in with the other hunters as a young hunter? After all, it seems that there are many young hunters under Drankum working in the underground. I see now. Wait, doesn't that mean that the city somehow had enough information to make them send an undercover agent? Where exactly did the information leak from? No idea. But one thing for sure, he must be heading to the temporary HQ to report back after encountering Yajima. Since he can't contact the HQ through the colorless mist, he has no other choice but to go there and give his report in person. So it's lucky that we can ambush him on the surface, huh? It would at least slow the defense squad from reacting. So then, what should we do? If he's really an agent, then he's pretty dangerous, you know? Of course, we'll kill him. It's kind of obvious, isn't it? Or do you think that I will lose in a fight in a narrow space like this? You just wait there and keep watch, I'll finish this in no time. Roger that. And also, hurry up, okay? Nelia then disconnected the call. Although she looked surprised at first when she saw Akira, she already returned back to smiling. But still, to think that there are two of them. So it's not like he ran to this building purely by coincidence, huh? Did he come here to meet up with his comrades? Past the multiple walls that separated them, Nelia could see Alpha, who was standing beside Akira. The reason why she did not say anything to Kane about Alpha was because she wanted to avoid getting found out that she secretly took some of the relics for herself. Well, it doesn't really matter anyway. Nelia smiled and pulled out a rusted knife. The knife's cutting edge was completely dulled. It did not seem like it had any cutting ability whatsoever. Chapter 59, An Expensive Deathmatch. Alpha had changed her clothes before Akira realized it. Alpha, why are you wearing this now? Alpha was wearing an augmented suit that looked much like Akira's. Although its shape was different due to the difference in their build and gender, it more or less looked like another series from the same type of augmented suit. Alpha smiled. I just thought that it might be fun to use the same suit as you from time to time, what do you think? Even if you ask me so. It looks normal. When she was training Akira for CQC, Alpha was usually in an augmented suit. But it was not a common augmented suit, it had the old-world feeling with a daring design that showed the difference in their culture. Compared to that augmented suit, the one that Alpha was wearing now looked very normal. Although it had a striking curve to house her voluptuous body, it was way better compared to her usual augmented suit that had a mysterious useless opening in the front. Alpha looked exasperated. That was a straight and boring reply. As I thought, it might be a good idea to train you in that department. Akira looked slightly annoyed. Even if that's true, this is not the time for it. Well, you're right. Let's talk about something else then. Akira, one of the enemies has entered the building. It's the one with the smaller powered suit, while the other one is watching from the outside right now. Akira tensed up. He completely forgot about Alpha's appearance in an instant. As I thought, they won't leave, Huh. Even if you say that it's a smaller powered suit, it's still a pretty big one. So how did that girl get in this building with that powered suit? The hallway where Akira was in, was rather narrow and short. It would be pretty hard to move around in that space with all of Nelia's equipment. Akira was worried if Nelia was moving inside the building by demolishing the walls, but Alpha confirmed that it was not the case. She left her powered suit behind. It seems that my plan to bait them into the hallway without their powered suit is going well. But even so, we still don't know how strong she's without her powered suit. She might be confident that she would be able to kill you even without the powered suit, that's why she entered the building without it. It's a good thing that she left her tank-like powered suit behind. Without her powered suit, the CWH special ammo should be enough to kill her, right? He thought that it was at least better than repeatedly shooting at an enemy despite dealing almost no damage at all. Since continuing so would only shave his optimism bit by bit, Akira looked hopeful, thinking that he had a better chance to win now. But before his optimistic guess turned into a real hope, Alpha warned him. It might give you a better chance, but it doesn't mean that you're in a better position now. So don't let your guard down. I know. They're stronger than me, so it's not like I can afford to lower my guard. Akira focused his mind and answered back firmly. Alpha smiled, satisfied with his answer. If it's possible, it would be great if we can lure her into a long hallway where you can take aim at her from the other end of the hallway. We'll keep on moving until we find a good position. Where is she right now? She's over there. Alpha pointed her finger towards nothing but the wall. But thanks to her support, Akira was easily able to see Nelia's image past the layers of walls. Although he was keeping his guard up since he knew he was fighting against someone better than him, with the layers of walls and the distance between them, Akira thought that there was no way Nelia would be able to see him as he instinctively lowered his guard. While Akira was observing Nelia, she too was looking straight at his face. Although there were layers of walls separating them, he could feel Nelia's gaze looking straight at him. Akira's and Nelia's eyes suddenly met each other. To think that he would evade that attack, as I thought, he could clearly see my movements. She looked at Akira's movements and from it, she could easily guess that he could also clearly see her. After all, it would be impossible for him to evade that attack otherwise. Nelia threw away the blade in her hand that had nothing left other than its handle. Good grief, I even wasted an old world relic just to kill you, you know. You're really an expensive boy. Well, it doesn't matter. I still have a lot of other old world relics. Just wait there, I'll chop you to pieces. Nelia pulled 2 blades from her belt. Those were nothing but handles without a blade. But when she firmly gripped those handles, liquid metal came out from those handles, ignoring the gravity it formed the blade's cutting edge. The blades kept on extending out until it reached 2 meters in length. She swung her blade at the wall in front of her, the blade cut through the strong wall as if it was made of jelly. She utilized the power of her cyborg body to kick the part of the wall that she just cut and send it flying. She then used that hole to enter the room. She kept on cutting the walls in front of her as she walked to Akira in a straight line. She was smiling happily as she was enjoying the satisfaction of cutting down old-world buildings. Akira, who was lying on the ground, tried to confirm the situation that he was in. Although he had no idea what exactly Nelia did, he understood that he just barely escaped death from that blade slash which somehow even reached him. Because his rucksack was cut open, the things that were inside it were now scattered on the ground around him. Unfortunately, among those, Akira found his information terminal, which was already sliced into 2. Since there was no need for him to operate his information terminal as long as Alpha was around, he normally kept it inside his rucksack. Akira clicked his tongue when he saw his sliced information terminal. He knew that Alpha was doing so many things in the background, which he did not even understand, to control his augmented suit. But one thing he knew for sure, Alpha controlled his augmented suit through the information terminal the first time she did. If the destroyed information terminal prevented her from controlling his augmented suit, it would significantly lower his fighting ability. Akira pushed his body up and turned towards Alpha's direction as he said. Alpha, the terminal is destroyed, am I going to be okay? Akira was completely shocked the moment he saw Alpha. She was lying on the ground, sliced into two, and covered in blood. He could not believe what he was seeing. This scene should have been impossible to happen. Because of his shock, he forgot about Nelia and shouted. Alpha! He ran towards Alpha's dead body in a panic. He extended his hand to grab Alpha's upper half that was already separated from its lower half. But his hand passed through her body and hit the floor. Calm down. Did you forget that I'm only an image? Akira, who was utterly confused, snapped back to his senses the moment he heard Alpha's voice, which sounded as if nothing worthwhile had happened. She was still lying on the ground with her sliced body as she turned towards him and smiled. I'm just showing an image of what would have happened if it was a corporeal body that was cut into two by that attack. Although it looked as if Alpha was cleanly cut into two, for her, it was as simple as changing her clothes. Akira felt relieved as he understood that she was completely fine, but he then asked her while looking totally surprised. Why would you even do this? Akira thought that it was not like Alpha did it just to surprise him. When he asked her that question, he started to think for any valid reason. But she quickly stopped him. Save your questions for later, I'm completely fine. Keep one thing in mind, in this battle, you'll fight the enemy in close quarters. Get yourself ready. I'll stay like this for a while, but you can still talk to me normally and it won't affect my support for you too, so don't worry about that part. The moment he heard the word enemy, Akira tensed up. He put all of his questions for later and focused on Nelia who was coming at him. Akira quickly got on his feet and aimed his CWH anti-material rifle at Nelia. He hesitated for a moment since he could only see a wall where he was aiming. But he kept the muzzle aimed at the image of Nelia behind the wall and pulled the trigger. The bullet that he shot at point-blank range made a crater on the wall, but it did not create a hole that Akira could pass through. The CWH special ammo could not penetrate the wall although it was shot at a point-blank range. Akira was surprised at how durable the wall was. Whoa, this wall is crazy hard. How the hell did she slice through it? She used an old world relic after all. You two did the same thing before, remember? Akira remembered that he once used an old world blade to cut through the building wall together with the thug who attacked him. But at that time, there was only a single layer of wall separating them. So, Nelia was clearly using something more powerful. That thing, huh? What a huge pain in the ass, what should I do now? You have no other choice but to somehow lure her to a place where you can get a clear shot at her. I don't know how far you can fight with your augmented suit, but one thing for sure, you'll have to do crazy maneuvers. So just grit your teeth and get yourself ready. Alright, I get it. Please somehow end the fight before my limbs fall off my body, okay? Akira yelled back as if he had already given up. He had already used all of his medicines. And on top of that, the medicines that he had taken would eventually run out of their effects soon. The next crazy maneuvers that he would do would put his body under immense stress which might rip his limbs off for real this time. Alpha's image was still lying on the ground, sliced into two. I'll put an extra effort to comply with your request. If Akira judged from only her voice, it sounded as if Alpha was standing beside him just like usual. Although it calmed him a little, he still sounded panicked when he said, "You should answer back with full confidence like always. Don't worry. Even if you get some muscles torn, you can still walk back home as long as you have your augmented suit." Akira could not see Alpha's expression since he was watching Nelia, but he somehow thought that Alpha must be smiling teasingly at him right now. In response, he just smiled bitterly. Nelia kept on slashing through the walls as she was walking towards Akira. Eventually, she reached the last wall that separated her and the room where Akira was. She could see Akira holding his CWH anti-material rifle aiming it at her, waiting for the moment she would step into the room. She stopped in front of the last wall and smiled. Standing there means that you've done the same thing in the past too. You know that I can't use the old world relic that I just used to cut down your friend. That's correct, I can't use that old world relic twice. Although, to be honest, it would have been really great if you had dropped dead with that attack. Good grief, you're really a troublesome boy. Nelia readied her blades. You can't shoot me with that gun through this wall, right? Although my blade can cut through the walls, I can't cut you from far away. So we're basically at an impasse here. If we just stand here waiting, the colorless mist will go away and you'll be able to call for reinforcement. You might be hoping that would happen, but I'm sorry, we're in a hurry here, you see. She spun the blades in her hands in a full circle on the ground. That's why I'll go there right away. She then raised her leg above her head and swung it down at the floor, the part of the floor that had been cut in a circle cracked and collapsed. Nelia smiled and fell to the floor below together with the crumbled pieces of the floor on which she was standing. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira could clearly see Nelia's actions behind the wall. He was surprised when he saw her fall. The moment he noticed that she did that deliberately, his face turned grim. Akira quickly jumped out from where he was hiding. A few split seconds later, 2 silver blades protruded from the floor below him. Everything that those 2 blades touched were cut clean. Fortunately, the blades only cut through the air and a few strands of his hair. Nelia, who was in the room below, also noticed that she failed to cut Akira. Nelia aimed her blades at Akira from the floor below. With her cyborg body she jumped close enough to the ceiling and slashed towards her target who was above that ceiling. The silver blades in her hand could easily cut through the wall that CWH special ammo could not even penetrate. So of course, Akira's augmented suit would not stand a chance against them. Akira was desperately evading the blades that were coming at him from below. He could not afford to get cut by those blades and it was not like he could use his rifle to block them either. In the worst-case scenario, the blades might cut through his CWH rifle as easily as they cut through the walls, which would render his rifle useless. If he lost his only means to fight back, he would lose any chance to win this fight. He understood this fact from his fight against Yajima. He could not render Yajima unable to fight even though he used all his strength to punch at Yajima. So, that might also be the case for Nelia too. She was not someone that he could defeat without a weapon. Nelia's blades vigorously cut through the floors while chasing Akira as he kept avoiding those blades from touching his body. Normally, using the same blade to cut that floor that even CWH special ammo could not penetrate would gradually dull the blade. But the blades that Nelia was using were old world relics. Those blades retained their sharpness no matter how many times she used them to cut through that floor. Those blades were formed by holding liquid metal within a force field. This force field would distort every time she used them to cut through objects, but it would quickly return back in no time, thus maintaining the highest sharpness no matter how many times she used them. Akira was still inside that room while evading the blades. Every time he tried to get out of that room, Nelia would slash at him and prevent him from getting out. Because of that, he was trapped inside. On the other hand, he had no means to shoot at Nelia. Among the crumbling pieces of the floor, Nelia could see Akira, who was also thrown off balance, falling down just like her. Akira's eyes were locked onto her. When Nelia kicked that part of the floor, Akira also did the same from above as instructed by Alpha. Alpha had already read Nelia's plan and used it against her. Right before Akira kicked the floor, he pointed his CWH anti-material rifle upward and pulled the trigger. The kickback from that shot was absorbed into his augmented suit and increased the force of his kick that he released after pushing his augmented suit to its limit. His kick more or less packed the same amount of impact power as the kick from a cyborg body. The reason why the floor did not crumble when Nelia kicked it was because Akira's kick balanced the force on the floor. In that short chaotic moment, Akira, who was thrown to the air due to the recoil from his kick, looked at the crumbling floor he was standing just a moment ago. The floor was breaking up into chunks as it crumbled down. He felt the time slow down. This sudden change confused his perception so much that it felt like he took forever to load a new magazine into his CWH anti-material rifle. He still did not have a clear shot at her. He could only see the image of Nelia, who was on the other side of the rubbles, because of Alpha's support. What should I do? I won't be able to hit her even if I try to shoot her now. I'll be falling down at this rate and she might try to cut me while I'm in the air. I won't be able to evade when that happens. It's not like I can freely move in midair. What should I do? The time still felt like it was running slow as Akira was thinking hard on what he should do. But his body suddenly moved on its own. It was Alpha who was controlling his augmented suit. Akira quickly pointed his CWH anti-material rifle straight up again and pulled the trigger the moment he finished loading another round. The kickback blasted his body down and pushed other rubbles between him and Nelia down with him. Nelia tried to attack while still in the air. She was about to throw the blade in her hand. But Akira, who was falling down fast because of the kickback of that shot, brought all the rubbles between them along with him and smashed onto her, preventing her from throwing the blade at him. After they crashed onto the floor below, Akira and Nelia were once again got thrown off to the air. The impact made both of them let go of their weapons. But they quickly regained their balance and grabbed a weapon near them as they landed on the floor. They were now ready to fight again. They stood against each other with their weapons ready in their hands. Nelia was standing ready with a blade's handle in her right hand. While on the other side, surprisingly enough, Akira was also gripping the same object in his right hand. Nelia smiled at Akira. She then turned her blade on. Just like before, liquid metal came out from its handle and formed a blade. Too bad. What are you planning to do with that handle? It's not like you can get the blade out just by grabbing it, you know? Old world relics have security measures installed in them. Unless you know how to remove it, you won't be able to dash. Nelia was smiling contently, thinking that there was no way Akira could use that weapon. But her words were cut short when a blade came out from Akira's handle too. She was completely taken aback by what she saw but quickly regained her composure. Ah, I see. So you know how to use it too, huh? A normal hunter should not be able to get that information though. It's secret information that even an agent from the city should not be able to get easily as well. So, who exactly are you? Akira really did not know anything about operating the blade, but Alpha knew. He too did not even know how she knew about it, and it was not like he wanted to know anyway. If someone asked him who he was, he would say that he was just your everyday common hunter. The one that made him different from your everyday common hunter was Alpha, and of course, it was not like he could tell Nelia about Alpha. That was why Akira did not reply. Nelia took that as him refusing to answer. I see. In that case, can you at least tell me your name? This must be some kind of destiny that we met here. So at least let me remember your name. Akira hesitated but eventually replied. Akira. I see. I'm Nelia. I'll remember your name until I kill you. To be more precise, that would happen in about 30 seconds. Nelia suddenly closed the distance between them as if she just warped right next to him. She then swung up the blade that was long enough to almost touch the ground. Akira evaded her blade by jumping to the side. Had he jumped back then he would have been cut down even if he knew the exact length of that blade. After all, the blade suddenly extended when it was swung. Then Nelia's blade made a sharp turn, chasing Akira, who jumped to the side. Akira used the blade in his right hand to block it. Both of their blades clashed. Nelia's blade broke at the contact point. The broken part turned into liquid metal and splattered on the ground. But even after losing a part of her blade, she didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped in and lunged at him with her broken blade. Akira bent over and evaded. Right after she lunged, her blade, which was broken, returned back to its original length. If Akira had stepped back, the blade would have definitely reached him. Although Akira lost his balance when he evaded, he made a big sweep with his blade. But it did not extend like Nelia's blade. As a result, she evaded with just a jump as he made that sweep. Both gained their balance immediately after and were standing facing each other again. Akira made an extremely grim face, while Nelia was smiling leisurely. While adjusting the distance between them, she said, "Anyone else would have normally died after my previous attack. Seriously though, who exactly are you? Looking at your movements when you evaded, you're properly trained. Not to mention, you also know how to use that weapon. A normal hunter should not be able to do these things." Akira did not give any reply. After all, he could not answer the question to which he himself did not know the answer. "Alpha, I still didn't get any chance to strike back though." "Well, at least we've escaped the situation where she was one-sidedly attacking you. Originally, I was planning to shoot her with the CWH special ammo while we were falling down, but the rebels were blocking your shot, so it was impossible to do that. Unfortunately, it seemed that you didn't have enough luck to execute that plan. If only you had better luck and was able to take that shot, you would have won by now. Well, I guess I'm really left with a scarce supply of luck. No wonder I always get to be in this kind of dangerous situation. By the way, why won't my blade extend like hers? The liquid metal stock in your handle is low." She might have intentionally emptied the liquid metal stock of the blades that she was using when she was attacking you from below. So basically I got the handle with the less liquid metal, huh? Did she go for that handle knowing that it has more liquid metal? Or was it simply a pure coincidence? I think it's pure coincidence. I see. Good grief, what the heck is going on with my luck? I'll also give my best to substitute for your bad luck. Well, thanks for that. He knew for sure that the moment Alpha's support could not substitute for his bad luck, he would get killed. Looking at how Nelia was smiling leisurely, Akira tried to disturb her mood in order to change the flow of the fight and to get the upper hand. He mockingly said to her, "It's already well past 30 seconds, isn't it?" Akira hoped that Nelia would get annoyed after hearing that, or at least, it would make her movements rougher. He tried his best to make a mocking expression towards her. But instead, Nelia laughed at him. "I'm happy that you remember what I told you." Akira frowned. How in the world did she even come up with that reply? He was a bit overwhelmed by that unexpected reply. Nelia kept making an unwavering happy face in front of him. "But still, I'm surprised that you can even evade all my attacks. It's pretty amazing for someone your age to have enough skill to fight evenly against me with a blade. Or is that you're actually a child-sized cyborg? Don't tell me that you're actually an old man. Well, I don't really mind either way though. By the way, are you already taken?" Akira looked puzzled, he did not understand the meaning of Nelia's question. "What exactly are you talking about? If you're not taken yet, want to try dating me? My boyfriend just died not too long ago, so you came at the perfect time. I like men who are stronger than me, you see. And I have nothing to complain about your skill too. To think that you can even joke like that, you must be really enjoying this." Akira brushed it off thinking that Nelia was only joking. But she replied back with a smile. "Oh my, I wasn't joking. I'm serious, you know. I'm seriously asking you, so what's your answer?" Even if it was only a ploy to shake him off, Akira thought that it might really change the flow of the fight if he went along with her acting. So then he asked Nelia, "Well, say that I accept your proposal, will that save me from this situation?" Nelia immediately replied without a trace of hesitation. "Of course not, I'll still kill you. This and that are two different things, you see. Me killing you and me going out with you are two completely separate things, don't you think so too?" She slowly got closer to Akira while still smiling. Akira frowned and took a step back carefully. Her bizarre reply successfully shook his inner belief, but Akira was barely able to make a bitter smile as he jabbed back at Nelia. "Are you seriously hitting on a guy that you're trying to kill? Are you sure you're right in the head? Is it strange? Humans are creatures that could even kill the person who they've loved for years. So, I don't see anything strange with killing the guy who I just dated. What's more, whether it's a tragedy or a comedy, having a death match with your lover is not something that you can usually experience, right? It's a kind of experience that can add some spices to this boring life. You only live once after all. It would be a waste not to savor such experiences. For some reason, Akira did not think that Nelia was lying. Although he did think of asking for a confirmation from Alpha, he decided not to. After all, he did not want Alpha to confirm that she was indeed telling the truth. Akira was even more overwhelmed by Nelia's way of thinking since he just could not understand it. The conversation that started as him trying to disturb her focus ended up as being counter-effective. Nelia somehow let out a pressuring smile at Akira while she kept closing the distance between them. So, what's your answer? In order to erase the unexplained fear that was growing stronger inside him, Akira yelled back, "No thanks." Is that so? That's just too bad. Nelia did not seem to be acting as she looked seriously disappointed. She then quickly closed the distance between them and swung her blade at Akira. He evaded her blade and struck back immediately. Both of them were using blades that could easily cut through an object that even the CWH special ammo could not penetrate. Had they left unused, those blades would have fetched a huge amount of money. Originally, all Old World relics could be sold at a high price. But if they were used, meaning that the energy saved inside it were reduced, then the value would also be decreased. And of course, their values would be significantly lowered if they were broken. Akira and Nelia were constantly reducing the value of the Old World relics that they were using to kill each other. The lesser the value of the relic in their hand, the lesser the energy inside it, and the closer they would be to death. It was indeed a luxurious death match. Chapter 60, Time for Goodbye. Kane kept monitoring the situation around the building. He was using the information-gathering device installed in his powered suit to check everything around him. Every little change in the area was displayed in his enhanced vision. It was also showing a warning that the scanning sensitivity was worsened because of the colorless mist. It was only a matter of time before the colorless mist waned, and that would be really bad for Kane and Nelia. If the colorless mist stopped preventing Akira from contacting the temporary base, the base would know about their existence and there was no doubt that it would send the city's defensive squad to that place. As such, they had to withdraw from that place before the base comes to know about them. She's taking too long. What the heck is Nelia doing? With her ability, she should be able to make a short work of that brat. Kane thought highly of Nelia. He even thought that no one would be able to win against Nelia in CQC. She might even be able to kill him and all of his companions by herself if they were not in their powered suits and were forced to fight her in close range. So, he thought that Nelia should be able to quickly kill Akira and come back by now. But even so, she still had not come back from the fight in that building. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was really alarming. At first, he thought that Nelia would eventually contact him anyway and he would only be a nuisance if he contacted her first. That was why he decided to hold himself back from doing so. But now that things had turned rather worrying, he decided to contact her. Nelia. How long are you going to take? Nelia quickly replied back, she sounded happy. Kane, I'm having a good time right now. If it's not something urgent, can you put it for later? Hey. This is something very urgent. The colorless mist is getting thinner. Depending on the relay device that they're using in the temporary base, they might be able to establish a connection by now. Stop wasting time and get him already. Or is it that you need more time since you're chopping the corpse to pieces? I'm not wasting time. And it's not like I have that kind of hobby either. Then, are you having trouble confirming the death? It's not like Yajima set the program so that it would reject any attempts of confirmation, right? That's not the problem either. Kane guessed what was going on with Nelia. To be honest, he did not want to believe his guess as he mumbled, Don't tell me. Yep, you guessed it right. To think that there's someone who can fight me evenly in close combat. No wonder Yajima got himself killed. Although he's not as strong as me, he had his strengths, that's why we left him to take care of the underground side of the operation. I guess he was really unlucky to meet this boy. Well then, you're disturbing my focus, so let's stop here. Nelia then disconnected his call. Kane carefully analyzed the new information that he just got from her. Having Yajima killed is a pretty bad turn of events already. And now this, huh? Is it because there were discrepancies between the information that we shared? Or is it just bad luck piling up on one another by pure coincidence? No matter whichever it is, I need to make a change in the plan. There was no one listening to him. But he sounded completely different compared to when he spoke to Nelia and the others. After ending the call, Nelia quickly closed in and threw a slash at Akira. Sorry for the wait. I got a call from my friend that I had to take. Did you wait long? When Nelia was talking with Kane, she was keeping her distance with Akira and her movements were dulled. When Akira saw Nelia keeping her distance from him, he thought that she did that to take a breather as she was close to her limit in their CQC fight. He even hoped that she was thinking of retreating. But it turned out that he was sadly mistaken. Akira was trying hard to fight back as he said. Don't mind me, you can take your time talking with your friend. Nelia answered back provokingly. Don't be so cold. Girls won't like you if you say something like that, you know? I have no plans on getting liked by a girl who loves to kill her lover. Oh my, it's not like I do it because I like it. As I said, it just adds a little spice to life. It's boring to have a dull life, don't you think? Sadly enough, I have enough spices for my life right now. Is that so? Then, in that case, you can just enjoy a little bit more, right? Nelia looked like she was having the time of her life as she kept swinging her blade at Akira. Her cyborg body that was designed for dexterity rather than strength danced gracefully in the middle of the battlefield as her beautiful slender arm swung the liquid metal blade in her hand. The blade was so thin that it was almost transparent, but even so, it had an unbelievable sharpness as it cut through rubbles and wreckages without any effort. Thanks to the painkiller in his medicine, Akira did not feel any pain as his body was forced to move to evade Nelia's attacks. But the moment his augmented suit ran out of energy, he would not be able to lift even a finger. Even though he was in the midst of battle, his brain kept telling his body to shut down, while on the other hand, his survival instinct was telling him to stay awake no matter what. Akira was close to his limit. While on the other hand, Nelia had a lot of leeway during their fight. If things kept going at this rate, there was no mistaking that he would end up dead. But there was something else that had hit its limit before Akira. It was the very place where Nelia and Akira were having their fight. Nelia had sliced and diced the ceiling of that room. After that, they both released a powerful kick to the ceiling at the same time. The floor of that room was also sliced so many times during their fight that it was significantly weakened. The ceiling that was destroyed earlier was crumbling and its pieces were falling over Nelia and Akira. Normally, with their ability, it was not a hard thing to evade those falling rubbles. But it was an entirely different story now as they were closely watching each other's movements for any openings. They both knew that even the smallest opening would be fatal. In order to get the upper hand over one another, they were mostly ignoring the falling rubbles. The impact of the falling rubbles damaged and cracked the already weakened floor. As Akira and Nelia were fighting while keeping their eyes on each other, suddenly, they were swallowed up by the crumbling ceiling and floor and fell down to the lower floor. One of the piles of rubbles on the lower floor moved. Rubbles were shoved aside and Nelia stood up from within the pile. Good grief, to interrupt our date like this, what a bunch of rude rubbles. Nelia looked at the handle in her right hand, it had lost its blade. Although she tried many times to recreate the blade, the silver blade just would not come out from the handle. It was either the handle was broken during that fall, or it had run out of liquid metal, or it had no energy left. Nelia threw that handle away and looked around. She could not find Akira anywhere. She thought that he might be buried somewhere. At least, after that fall, there should be no possibility of him pulling off an ambush. After scanning the area, she could see Alpha's body. It was still sliced into two as it was lying on a pile of rubble. She could see Alpha's location with the map of the Kuzu-Sahara ruin that she was connected to. That is, his friend, right? The one who I killed earlier. I'm glad I killed her despite the fact that I had to sacrifice an expensive relic. If she's as strong as him, this would be 2 against 1 and I would be the one losing. The image of Alpha in her vision vanished for a split second before returning back. It was because Nelia set her vision to only show information coming from her cyborg body. Since my cyborg body can't see her, it means that she's using some kind of advanced camouflage. I can't even see the blood around her too, so it must be something more than just an optical camouflage. It might be some kind of old-world technology. Was it because she thought I couldn't see her that she was caught by surprise back then? Nelia judged that Alpha was really there. It was because she was seeing Alpha's sliced body in front of her. That body was bleeding out and leaving traces just like a real body should, thus, judging solely on what she was seeing, there was no doubt that Alpha was really dead. After confirming her surroundings, Nelia turned her attention to the most important thing in that location, Akira. Akira popped out and stood up from a pile of rubbles. He wobbled for a short moment before falling over. Nelia approached him, she was also all wobbly. The fall had dealt quite a lot of damage to her cyborg body too. Well, let's put everything aside for now. First things first. Nelia smiled in relief as Akira was not carrying his blade too. Instead, he was using his CWH anti-material rifle to help him stand on his feet. First things first, I need to kill you. Nelia started running toward Akira. Because of the damage on her cyborg body, her movements stuttered a bit, but even so, she judged that she was still strong enough to take out Akira given their situation. She charged at him, hoping to put an end to their fight. Akira, who just came out from the rubbles, kept on stumbling over. Although he tried to get back on his feet as fast as he could, he just could not do it. Both his body and his augmented suit were put under immense stress when he had to fight Nelia. Alpha, I can't move my body well, can you control my body through the augmented suit? Unfortunately, I can't do that right now. A part of the augmented suit and one of its control units were broken after that fall. Because of that, I can't completely control your augmented suit anymore. Akira smiled bitterly and gritted his teeth. Losing Alpha's support because of his broken augmented suit meant that his fighting ability was greatly reduced. Why now of all times? But it's not like it's completely broken, right? You should still be able to move it. After all, the input signal should be much more stable when you use it compared to when I control it. It still has some energy left too. You should still be able to move it if you try. Is that so? So I keep stumbling because I'm not trying hard enough, huh? It's true that the damage also makes it more difficult to move the augmented suit. I'll keep trying to take control of your augmented suit while also finding an opening to strike back. Just try to buy as much time as possible until I get that chance. Roger that, and please hurry up. Akira was somehow able to keep himself standing using his CWH anti-material rifle to support his body. Extreme pain ran through his whole body. He gritted his teeth to endure that pain as he kept his eyes on Nelia, who was coming towards him. Nelia's cyborg body was sustaining significant damage. But even so, it still had enough power to close the distance between her and Akira faster than a normal human. Akira raised his CWH anti-material rifle and pulled the trigger. But because of the pain and lack of support from Alpha, he was moving way slower compared to when he was evading Nelia's blade. Even before he was able to pull the trigger, Nelia kicked the CWH's muzzle. The bullet flew out from the gun's muzzle and hit somewhere far away from her. With that kick, the CWH rifle was also thrown off from Akira's hand and landed nearby them. After that, she continued launching consecutive strikes toward Akira. Akira's CQC ability had gotten way better because of Alpha's training. Thanks to that, he was barely able to defend himself. But with that being said, he was not skilled enough to be able to counterattack. Akira could only desperately defend himself from Nelia's flurry of attacks. Every time Akira blocked Nelia's strike, he could feel his bones cracking and his muscles tearing. Looking at how he was being pushed to only defend himself, Nelia increased the intensity of her attacks. Since Akira was moving very badly compared to before, as if he was a different person, Nelia overestimated his injuries. Although it actually was his real ability since he had lost his support from Alpha, there was no way for Nelia to know that. So, she started to smile faintly. He's moving way worse compared to before. I have to kill him now before he can regain his composure. Akira kept facing Nelia's attack head-on. The reason why he did not run away from that place was because he simply did not want to get attacked from behind. Not to mention, his CWH anti-material rifle was lying on the ground not too far from them. If he turned his back and ran away, Nelia would take his CWH anti-material rifle, which was his only weapon that could inflict damage on her cyborg body. So if he lost that rifle, his winning chance would plummet to 0. Not to mention that Kane, who was able to take CWH special ammo head-on, was monitoring the situation outside that building. There was no way he could fight Kane using only an AAH assault rifle. If Kane found out that he had no way of fighting back, there was no doubt that Kane would come to kill him. Although Akira's eyes and reflex were able to follow Nelia's attacks, it was not the case for his body. His movements were dulled because his body was tired and he was in so much pain. Thanks to that, some of Nelia's attacks went through and added injuries to his already injured body. Even his augmented suit started getting heavier and heavier as it sustained more and more damage. The moment either his body or his augmented suit finally gave out, Nelia would be able to quickly kill him. Alpha. I'm gonna hit my limit soon. Where is the opening to strike back that you said you're going to create? It's not like I can easily make one. Hang on a little bit longer. Look behind her. Akira glanced over Nelia's back. He could see Alpha standing not too far from them. He looked puzzled. Since Nelia was not aware that Alpha was behind her, she did not put up her guard toward Alpha at all. But even if Alpha attacked her from behind, it was not like Alpha, who had no corporal body, could injure her. Thus he did not understand the reason behind Alpha's action. From the way Akira glanced behind her, Nelia noticed that someone was behind her. But her cyborg body could not identify who it was. From her experience in cutting Alpha down, she knew that there were people using some kind of advanced camouflage that prevented her cyborg information-gathering organs from identifying them. So, Nelia quickly checked the Kuzusuhara map network that she was connected with. From it, she was able to ascertain Alpha's movements behind her. Judging from how Alpha was moving, she thought that Alpha did not know that she could track her location. She quickly turned around and sent a roundhouse kick. She set that up so that it would be a perfect counter that would catch Alpha, who was coming at her, off guard. But she was surprised threefold. The person who was coming at her was the same person who she thought was dead. Then her kick just passed through that person as if she was only kicking through the air, throwing her off balance. Then at the same exact moment, Akira kicked her and sent her flying. She did not see that coming at all. Akira released that kick with all of his strength and it sent Nelia, who was already off balance, flying into the air. Although it was not enough to damage Nelia's cyborg body, it was enough to overturn the table. Nelia was totally confused. All the questions that were flooding her brain prevented her from thinking clearly. She was still confused even after she slammed into a pile of rubble, but her confusion was cut short the moment her eyes met Akira's eyes. What reflected in her eyes was Akira, who was already aiming his CWH anti-material rifle at her. After Akira sent Nelia flying with his kick, he quickly grabbed his CWH anti-material rifle lying near him and immediately aimed it at her before pulling the trigger. The CWH special ammo hit Nelia on her torso. The impact ripped her cyborg body into two. Mechanical parts were sent flying into the air and scattered on the ground. Her upper body and lower body then landed at two different places. But Akira did not stop there. He emptied his rifle at Nelia. Although he was able to destroy her lower half and limbs, her head was left untouched. It was not like he did that intentionally. He had aimed at Nelia's head when he released those shots, but all of them missed their target. Akira clicked his tongue. It was obvious that Nelia was using a cyborg body. So he needed to at least destroy her head to make sure that she would not pose any more danger. When he kicked Nelia, it was actually Alpha controlling his augmented suit. Alpha was already able to control his augmented suit at that time. The reason why Alpha did not immediately give her support to Akira was to catch Nelia off guard. She knew that even with her support, Akira would not be able to win if they did not somehow catch Nelia unprepared. Nelia took that bait more than Alpha thought. Thanks to that, she was able to take full advantage of that opening. All of that hard work turned her plan into a big success, and Akira was able to turn the table around. Akira realized that Alpha's support was back when she controlled his augmented suit. So he thought that his shooting support should be recovered too. But all of his shots missed the target. He sounded slightly panicked as he said, "Dad, I can't hit her at all. What's going on here? The augmented suit is too damaged, so it's not working properly and disrupting your aiming. Not to mention that the CWH special ammo adds an extra kickback for each shot. So it's rather impossible to control that kickback using your damaged augmented suit. Even that shot at her torso would have been impossible without my support, you know?" Akira loaded a new magazine while listening to Alpha's explanation. "What should I do then?" "You'll have to get closer before shooting at her. I don't recommend leaving her alone. Even in that condition, she might still be able to control the powered suit which she left outside. I wonder if the other guy would run away if I kill her. I hope that would be the case too." Akira and Alpha worded out their wishful thinking as they hoped that such a thing would happen. Kane was still monitoring the situation outside the building. The colorless mist had already thinned out. He was pretty sure that Akira should be able to contact the temporary base by now, but Nelia had not contacted him yet. As such, he concluded what to do. "I guess this is time for goodbye, huh?" Kane's powered suit opened up from behind. It looked more like the powered suit used him as its control unit rather than him using it as a powered suit. He then stepped out from his powered suit. Although his limbs were folded in when he got out, he extended his limbs in midair and landed smoothly. In contrast to his bulky powered suit, Kane himself was a slender man. His limbs were thin, so was his torso. His hair and skin did not look like a human, he looked more like a robot with a human appearance. From the outside, it was obvious that he was not a cyborg that resembled a human, but more of a humanoid battle cyborg. The only part of his body that resembled a human was his 10 fingers, and even that part was fully mechanical. A heavy machine gun and a sniper rifle popped out from behind his powered suit. Both of them were huge rifles that a normal human would not be able to use. But he caught them both with his thin arms and carried each rifle on either arm. Although both of them were heavy rifles, it did not seem like it bothered him at all. It was unbelievable that he could produce that much power with those slim arms. Nelia's powered suit suddenly started moving on its own. Kane, who saw that, understood Nelia was remotely controlling her powered suit from inside that building. So, it confirmed his suspicion. He remotely controlled his powered suit to aim the big guns in its arms at Nelia's powered suit and showered it with countless warheads. It blew Nelia's powered suit to smithereens almost instantly. "I'm sorry, it's just to be safe. It would be problematic if you're tailing me after all." Kane then abandoned his powered suit behind and left that place alone. Even after losing half of her body and her limbs, Nelia was still alive. As a cyborg, she would be able to stay alive for a few days with just her head. But that did not mean that she could survive her present situation, which was simply hopeless. Akira was walking towards her with a loaded CWH anti-material rifle. Akira wanted to make sure that she was dead for good. She herself understood that the only reason she was alive was not because Akira wanted to beat her to death. But it was because he kept on missing his shots at her head due to the tiredness and his injuries. Akira took another aim at Nelia's head and pulled the trigger. He frowned as his shot missed again. He then carefully walked closer to her while still watching his surroundings and took another shot. He repeated that action since he kept missing his shot. He could immediately kill Nelia if he walked right next to her, thrust his rifle to her neck, and pulled the trigger. The only reason he did not do that was because he was still very cautious of her. He knew that Nelia was obviously stronger than him. Even though he had the upper hand right now, he did not think that he had rendered her fully harmless. And that was exactly what delayed her death. Nelia was still smiling even in that situation. To Akira, it looked like she still had an inkling on how to win that fight. So he became more cautious of her and it slowed him down from approaching her. Nelia actually was not smiling thinking that she could still win that fight. She was actually smiling in order to numb her feelings from death. If she died here, then that would be the end for her. That was all there was to it. She was only smiling because she understood that fact. But it was not like she wanted to die either. So she still tried everything that she could think of. That was why, although she thought that it would not make it, she still called her powered suit which was outside the building to come to where she was. But suddenly the connection to her powered suit got cut off. Did my powered suit get destroyed? What the heck happened outside? Right as she was wondering what happened outside, Kane called Nelia. Since they were talking through their internal organs, no one could hear their conversation. Nelia, how are you over there? Kane. I'm actually having a hard time here. I'm sorry, but can you please help me out? Nelia answered back as if there was nothing special happening. It was because she wanted to increase her odds no matter how small it was. But Kane answered back casually. I see, so you lost, huh? If she told him the truth, it was unlikely that Kane would help her. So Nelia answered back as if she was doing fine. As I said, I'm just having a hard time here. Although, it would be a big help if you could hurry up. But then Kane replied. At least you have been done in to the point that you can't move, right? Not to mention that you got beaten in your specialty, CQC. If that's not the case, you wouldn't have moved your powered suit to get you out from the closed space like that room, right? About that though, I'm sorry but I destroyed your powered suit. That's why it's pointless to wait for your powered suit. Oh my, you're so mean. Didn't I tell you not to touch my powered suit? My bad, I have reasons why I had to do that. Nelia sounded as if it was completely normal. And Kane also replied back as if they were just having an everyday banter. Both of them were abnormal people. Forget about other people's lives, they did not even worry about their own. Kane continued. Well, I do apologize for destroying your powered suit. But as an exchange, I'm sending my powered suit to you. Thank you so much. Wait, sending? Yep. I'm sending only my powered suit. It's on autopilot as I'm running away from here. I have no wish to fight someone who can beat you in CQC. By the way, I also set it to go on a rampage regardless of friends or enemies. The colorless mist is already gone. So he might have contacted the city and the city defense squad might already be somewhere near. If my powered suit goes on a rampage, it would at least be able to divert their attention. Well then, take care. Kane then ended the call. Nelia tried to call him multiple times only to get rejected. She then mumbled. Good grief. If you would send me your powered suit, I hope that you would send me the access code too. Nelia kept calm even in that situation. In her head, she simulated any ideas that she could come up with. Suddenly, Akira's shot landed right beside her. Although it shook her head, she still looked completely calm without even a trace of fear or panic. Well, I guess I'll at least do everything I can. Nelia smiled as she placed all her hope on her new plan that she just came up with. Chapter 61, Lucky/Unlucky Ending. Akira took another aim at Nelia's head and pulled the trigger. The bullet flew and landed right beside Nelia's head, sending her head flying again. "But I still can't hit her, huh?" Alpha smiled, trying to calm him down. "Calm down, if you lose your cool you won't be able to hit the target that you normally could. Can you do something with your support? Your augmented suit is damaged to the point that it's not working normally. If I try to control it now, it might cause a malfunction. In the worst-case scenario, it might even tear your limbs. So, are you sure you want me to control it?" "Nah, please don't." Alpha had already turned back to her usual self. She was floating beside Akira, just like always. But at this point, Nelia could no longer see Alpha. It was because the relic that she used to connect to the Kuzusuhara map was destroyed by Akira's attack and Alpha knew about it. Akira pointed his rifle at Nelia once more. She just smiled and said, "If you kill me, you'll die too." Akira ignored her and pulled the trigger. The bullet landed near Nelia and threw her head up in the air again. "Even so," she continued, "my friend has betrayed me and he's planning to kill both you and me now. He has sent his powered suit here, setting it in autopilot. His powered suit is equipped with a self-destruct sequence to take anyone around it down together with it. You can't run away from it. It's set to chase you no matter where you go and it'll explode the moment you get in its explosion radius. I bet it's loaded with enough explosive to take down this whole building." Akira ignored Nelia's warning as he kept walking towards her. He then took another shot which destroyed her upper half, leaving her only with her neck and head. Your only chance to turn off the self-destruct sequence is by either destroying or deactivating its control device. I bet it would be very difficult to destroy its control device since it's hidden behind its thick armor. But if you leave it to me, I can hack into its control device and deactivate it. As a matter of fact, I'm actually doing that right now and preventing it from exploding. But if you kill me now, it'll immediately explode." Akira ignored her yet again and took another shot. The bullet grazed Nelia's ear and hit the floor. Her head got thrown once more by the bullet's shockwave. "I see, well, it's up to you. You're in the position to decide here. I guess it's not a bad thing to die together with someone who I tried to hit on." Nelia smiled. It was the same smile she had when she flirted with Akira. Akira stood beside Nelia and picked her head up by pulling her hair. He locked gaze with her. "Any proof?" "Nope." Akira asked her if it was only a lie to save herself or she had some kind of proof that she was saying the truth. But Nelia said that she did not have any proof. She even told Akira that he could go ahead and do anything he wanted if he did not believe her words. Akira could not tell if she was lying or not. Alpha looked grim as she suddenly told him, who was still confused, to quickly get away from that place. "Akira, you need to get away from this place first, quickly." Akira immediately followed Alpha's instruction. He ran away from that place, bringing Nelia's head with him. The whole building was rumbling. It was because Kane's powered suit was forcing its way into that building. That powered suit, which was set to autopilot, ignored any damage on itself as it forced its way in from the side of the building that was weakened by the missile barrage earlier. It broke through the wall, floor and ceiling of the building with its huge body. It used its powerful firepower to drill its way through that building. It did not care about its energy expense or its output safety limit as it headed straight to where Akira was. Although it could not accurately detect Akira's location, with the absence of colorless mist it could at least guess where he was. It kept shooting with its huge guns towards Akira, but the warheads released by those guns could only hit the walls in front of it and turn them into dust. The inner walls of that building were not as strong as its outer walls, so they were no match for the warheads. The walls and ceilings inside that building crumbled down into a big pile of rubbles. The autopilot did not give any regards to its remaining ammo. It would keep shooting until it ran out of ammo. Akira quickly ran away from that place, away from Kane's powered suit. He asked Nelia while still running. Why do you guys want to kill me that much? Or is that thing only to cover your friend while he's running away? That's not it. We can't take the relics that we gathered if we don't kill you. How is that even connected to killing me? The guy that you killed, Yajima, he had his post-mortem revenge program set you as its target. Because of that, the truck that we're using to transport the relics won't move unless we kill you. Akira remembered the words that Yajima left before he was killed. He did say that his friends would take revenge if Akira killed him, but at that time, Akira thought that it was only an empty bluff. Akira's face twitched, he was obviously annoyed. What a huge pain in the bum. So you can even get that kind of program, huh? Yeah, you can. If it's not for that, we won't even spend our energy trying to kill you. If you can believe me now, how about we make a deal? I'll stop Kane's powered suit, and as an exchange, you'll help me. I'll just keep on running like this. It'll take a lot of time for that powered suit to push through the building, so I'm sure I can outrun it by then. Didn't you run to this building since you knew you can't outrun it? There's no guarantee that you won't use it to attack me after you take control of that powered suit. After all, you can get all of your relics if you kill me, right? Well, you have no other choice but to trust me on that one. You beat me real good, you know. I have no wish to fight you again. Not to mention that my friend even chose to run away from here in order to avoid having to fight you, even if it meant leaving behind the expensive relics that we gathered. I don't think it's a bad offer since it'll save your life too. Well, I won't go as far as to demand you to be my boyfriend though. After all, I don't want to get a boyfriend by threatening him. Nelia was still smiling even though she was only left with nothing but her head. Akira frowned seeing her expression. Alpha, is she telling the truth? You can detect it if she's actually lying, right? Alpha shook her head. Unfortunately, as I said before, I can't read whether she's lying or not because of her cyborg body. So I can't say anything else other than, I can't say for sure now. Akira looked obviously troubled. If he took Nelia's offer, not only would he let go of the enemy who he had pushed to a corner, there was also a possibility that she would use the powered suit to attack him. While on the other hand, there was no guarantee that he would be able to outrun that powered suit outside that building. If he went outside that building, Kane might also use his cyborg body to quickly catch up with him and kill him. So either I risk it by running away from that powered suit or by placing my trust in her offer, huh? As Akira was still thinking about what to do, Alpha came up with a third choice. You do have another choice. You can try to fight that powered suit. But that thing will explode if I get too close, right? First of all, we don't know for sure if it really has a self-destruct sequence. And even if it has one, there's no real proof that she's trying to prevent it from setting off the explosion. Since it hasn't exploded yet, it might mean that the explosion radius is actually pretty small, so you can just keep your distance from it to make sure that it won't explode. As for the self-destruct sequence, it might have explosives installed inside it or it's set to make an explosion by rerouting the energy inside it. If it's the latter, it should also be using a portion of its energy for its force field. So if you keep shooting at it and shaving its energy, you might exhaust its energy and prevent it from creating an explosion. And if it goes well, you might even be able to destroy its control device. It was not like Alpha had any proof when she made those guesses. She was only speaking of possibilities. But it did not change the fact that it presented Akira with a third option. So either I take her offer or run away or fight it, huh? I can only give you suggestions. All of them depend on your luck, so I have no recommendation on which one to pick. You should decide, Akira. I'll give you my full support no matter which one you pick. I understand. Akira threw Nelia's head to the ground. Nelia stared at Akira while he made his decision. I'll try fighting back first before asking you for help, so you just wait here. After saying that, Akira started running back to fight Kane's powered suit. Nelia was smiling as she watched Akira run. Although Kane's powered suit was following an autopilot program, it was not a smart autopilot program. It was not clear whether it was targeting someone inside that building or just randomly rampaging. It was not like it was aiming its guns accurately at Akira. It was only attacking any signal picked by its information-gathering device. That powered suit was set to attack any human-like signal that it could find. Even if there were some obstacles between it and its target, it would not take alternative route but use its guns or its body to push them aside. 2 of the 4 big guns on its arms had already run out of ammo and turned into mere decorations. With the help of his enhanced vision, Akira could see the big powered suit that was on a rampage not too far from where he was. He could notice that some of its guns had already run out of ammo. Wait, if I just hide, won't it use all of its ammo at this rate? Well, yes it would. But I hope it won't explode the moment it runs out of ammo. It would be really bad if the whole building crumbles down, you know. That sounds really likely to happen. So it can't be helped, let's go. The rampaging powered suit created new holes on the building's walls. Akira used those holes to snipe that powered suit, and thanks to its huge size, the shot landed. The CWH special ammo hit that powered suit's torso. The impact threw its huge body into the narrow halls. It was moving very slow. Although Akira's body was in a bad shape, he was still able to move faster than that huge powered suit. The force field absorbed the impact of the CWH special ammo. A huge bang and a flash of blinding light enveloped the area. The powered suit reacted by turning its guns at Akira, but its arms and guns got caught in the rubbles, thus slowing it down and giving Akira a chance to move somewhere safe. Akira kept doing that hit-and-run sniping and hammered that powered suit with CWH special ammo. While at the same time, that powered suit kept on shooting randomly inside the building, destroying the walls, floors, and ceilings as warheads flew around the area. Although it seemed like Akira was one-sidedly shooting at that powered suit, one hit from it was enough to kill him. While on the other hand, although each impact threw its body off balance, Kane's powered suit did not stop spewing out warheads from its huge guns. Those warheads turned wreckages and rubbles in the area into dust, thus Akira had fewer and fewer places to hide. Akira did not think even for the slightest that he had the upper hand there. Then suddenly, the sound of the bullet impact changed. The force field had run out of energy, so the CWH special bullet was able to directly hit the powered suit's body. It started getting obvious as its movement got worse. Akira did not let that slide as he kept on shooting at its torso. It was not for naught, Akira eventually dealt some damages to its control device. When that happened, the control device sent an emergency signal and caused the powered suit to violently flung its limbs around as if it was in pain. But it did not stop Akira. As he kept on shooting at it, the powered suit eventually stopped moving. Akira carefully checked the stopped powered suit while exchanging the magazine on his rifle. It seemed that the powered suit had stopped for good. Did we win? That seems to be the case. At least, it doesn't seem like it poses any danger anymore. Yeah! Akira shouted in delight. It was a shout of victory since he was finally able to escape from his deadly situation and defeat the big enemy who he originally did not expect to defeat. Akira, this is not the end yet. Don't drop your guard until we finish everything. I know, let's go. Akira firmly replied before running to finish the rest of his business there. Nelia was waiting for Akira. It was not like she could do anything other than waiting for the result of her gamble. And finally, she could see the result coming back. Akira returned to where Nelia was, she smiled and welcomed him. Welcome back. It seems that you somehow destroyed Kane's powered suit, huh? It's amazing for you to be able to do that in this situation. It was as Nelia said, Akira's body was in such bad shape. Both his body and his augmented suit were near their limit. But even so, he somehow survived and stood there in front of her. Looking at how Nelia was still smiling even in that situation, Akira obviously looked puzzled and asked. "You look so relaxed, are you not afraid of dying?" "Nope, not at all. But it would be great if you can let me live." "I see, well, I don't want to die either." "We really think alike." "As I thought, won't you be my boyfriend?" "No thanks. I don't want to date someone who tried to kill me and I don't want to date a dead girl either." Akira answered back swiftly. He then readied his CWH anti-material rifle and pointed it at Nelia. There was no way he would miss his shot at this range. He just needed to pull the trigger to assure his victory and he still had enough power to at least do that much. But then Nelia smiled and said, "Well, it's going to be fine." Akira looked puzzled. What do you mean by that?" Before Nelia could answer that question, Alpha suddenly interjected. "Akira. Don't move." Akira followed Alpha's order. He stopped moving. His finger was still resting on the trigger. Then the next moment, the CWH anti-material rifle in his hand was suddenly sent flying. He was taken aback by what happened as few guys suddenly appeared around him. They appeared all of a sudden from nowhere, or at least, Akira did not notice them before at all. The person who shot and sent Akira's CWH anti-material rifle flying was one of those men. As Akira was still confused by what was going on, more of those people appeared around him. "Alpha. Where did these people come from? I didn't notice them at all. They just came. All of them are using camouflaging devices, that's why you didn't notice them." "See camouflaging devices? Those are devices that prevent other people from detecting your location. There are many types of camouflaging devices, starting from heat camouflage, movement camouflage, sound camouflage." "That's not what I'm asking about." Then one of those guys said something that answered Akira's question. "Don't move. We're Kagemayama Defense Squad. Surrender yourself and don't try to fight back. If you don't obey our orders, we might judge that you're against the city management. We even have the permission to take you out in that case." Those guys were soldiers from Kagemayama Defense Squad. More of them kept appearing as they surrounded Akira. Other than Akira, there were many who were trying to make contact between the underground exploration HQ and the temporary base. Although Akira failed to make contact with the temporary base, other people successfully conveyed the message from the underground exploration HQ. The head commander of the temporary base thought that the situation was pretty bad and decided to quickly send out the city's defense squad. The defense squad quickly patrolled the area around the underground exploration HQ. In the midst of their patrol, they noticed explosions as if someone was fighting nearby. That was when Kane sent his powered suit to the building where Akira and Nelia were. The defense squad thought that it might be the relic thieves fighting against monsters, so they sent some of their men to check the source of that sound. When they arrived, they saw Akira aiming his CWH anti-material rifle at Nelia. Akira looked at the people who were surrounding him and let out a sigh. It was obvious that they were more skilled and had better equipment than him. They looked completely cautious as they pointed their rifles at him. They could kill him any time if he made any suspicious move. "I feel like this has happened before. What a coincidence, actually I too feel the same." Akira was talking about the experience he had when he was about to kill Yajima. At that time, he should have quickly pulled the trigger, because he didn't do it, he had to pay for that mistake by fighting Shiori. But with that being said, it's not like he could do that in this situation. He quickly raised his hands and yelled before Nelia could say anything. After all, it would be problematic if she said something that would complicate the situation. "I'm Akira. I'm a hunter working in the underground city exploration operation. The relic thieves ambushed me when I was on my way to the temporary base. You can ask them for confirmation. Chain them. You have permission to shoot them if they fight back. We've received reports of dead hunters from the underground. So keep your guard up." "I'm just a hunter. A few men restrained Akira and handcuffed him. He did not fight back when they did that. The defense squad then took him and Nelia away from that place. Akira could feel the tension inside his body and mind loosen. No matter what the outcome was, his battle had finally come to an end. Both his body and psyche were very tired. Akira, who did faint once, did not have the ability to fight back that tiredness now. His eyes were slowly closing. Before he lost consciousness, he could hear Alpha's voice. "It's okay, don't worry, just take a good rest." Alpha smiled to reassure Akira. It was a smile telling him that there was no longer any danger, that I see. "Good night then." He was relieved as his consciousness slowly faded away. The defense squad panicked as they supported Akira, who suddenly went unconscious. "The target has lost consciousness. Check for his vitals and respond accordingly. He might be one of the relic thieves. Don't let him die no matter what before we can extract all the information that we can get from him. Call the medical squad from the Underground Exploration HQ and tell them to be on standby. B squad, search the building. There might be more relic thieves around. If you find any of them, take them alive if it's possible. If it's not, you have the permission to kill." The rest of the men quickly got into their job, following their commander's order. Just like Akira, Nelia was also secured by the defense squad. Although she was only left with her head, the device installed inside her head allowed her to make a long-range call with other people. Because of which she came to know about the situation outside. Although Nelia could not control her body, she caught a glimpse of Akira when she was carried away. "You see, just like I said, it's going to be fine." Nelia was smiling. She knew that if she bought time until the defense squad arrived, she might be able to get out of that situation alive, and she actually did. Her luck allowed her to survive. It could also be said that it was Akira's luck that allowed her to survive. Kane escaped until he reached the outskirts of the Kuzusuhara ruin. He met up with some men there. Although they looked different from one another, it was obvious from their appearance that they were cyborgs just like Kane. They then saluted Kane. The representative among those men stepped forward and said, "Welcome back, sir." Kane replied back, "Thanks for the hard work, give me a sitrep." "Yes sir. We've withdrawn everyone that we've dispatched. We've also received reports that our moles have successfully pulled back." "I see. We should pull back too. Just to be safe, we'll not visit Kagomayama City and head straight to another city. Let's go." "Are we going to just leave them alone?" When they mentioned them, they meant the people who Kane was working with when he was stealing the relics from the underground city. They were still waiting for him and Nelia near the truck, but they were no longer his friends at this point. "Yeah, I'm sure the defense squad would take care of them for us. If we take care of them ourselves, it would only make it easier for the defense squad to track us. Although it might be okay if they discover about me, it would be a hindrance to our operation if they found out about the others too." "Roger that, let's move out." Kane then left that place together with those men. In the middle of their travel, one of those men asked him, "Sir, I heard that you changed the plan during the last hour. Is there any reason why you did that?" The main reason was because a guy named Yajima got killed. He was responsible for the transportation. Things got complicated after his death. Because of that, we had to cancel our original plan. Was it impossible to somehow save that man? His death shouldn't have caused much trouble in our original plan. That man was supposed to be alive only until he brought the old world relics to our place. If you want to mock me for my inability to predict something like this, which had turned the whole operation into a failure, you can go ahead and do that, I'll take full responsibility. No, that's not it. I can understand that something bad happened which was outside of your control and it was not something that we can deal with. I apologize if my question rubbed you the wrong way." That man noticed that Kane's mood was worsened. So he decided to stop asking any more questions. Kane fell into deep thought. But still, How did it end up like this? According to the men from inside the long-term strategic division, there should be no hunter in this area who can take out Yajima or Nelia. Nelia did say that there might be an agent mixed among the young hunters from Drankum. Now that I think about it, Drankum did send some young hunters to the underground city, and I heard that there was someone among them who was actually a good hunter. Did the city send some agents to Drankum in order to control that big gang from the inside? And did we encounter one of those agents by pure chance? If he's really an agent from the city, that explains why he's that strong. I guess I'll look into it more later. He then asked the guy near him. I heard that there was a big group among the Drankum's young hunters. Do you know who's the center of that group? Since we're talking about a young hunter here, simple propaganda should be enough to pull him in. They should at least come up with such a plan. Certainly. The target name should be Katsuya. Do you need us to make a detailed document about him? No need. I'll investigate about him myself later. I'll ask you to make one later in case if I need it. Yes, sir. That man decided not to say anything needless in order not to make Kane's mood worse again. But because of that, he lost the chance to correct their misunderstanding. Kane and those men left Kuzusuhara ruin and vanished into the wasteland. Nelia was imprisoned in a solitary cell inside the Kagamayama city's prison. It was equipped with devices to restrain a cyborg. There was a table inside that solitary cell. Nelia was fixed above that table. She was still only a head. There were a lot of cables connected through her neck. Most of them were for keeping her alive, while some of them were to block her from contacting other people. So she couldn't do anything and felt bored to death. Shortly after, a man came in. He smiled at Nelia. Nelia-san, right? I'm Yanagisawa. How are you, I guess? Nelia smiled and replied. I can't say that I'm doing good. I'm feeling so bored. I don't mind if you put a filter on, but can you at least let me connect with the outside world? Yanagisawa smiled and shook his head. I'm sorry, but sadly, I don't have the authority to do that. But I can at least accompany you in wasting some time. Don't worry, we'll just have a good talk. In short, I just need to get information out from you, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a good civilized talk. I have told you everything though. Well, I don't mind talking to you, but this is an exchange, okay? For everything that I'll tell you, make sure that it'll reduce my sentence, okay? After saying that, Nelia smiled invincibly. Yanagisawa smiled back. Of course, I'm someone who thinks that human rights apply even to criminals. That also includes the right to make a deal. Making a deal is important. It's one thing that binds people together. It's a means to communicate with people in different positions. Those who can't make a deal with other people are the same as monsters. After all, it's not like you can negotiate with them. Nelia seemed to be a bit annoyed by Yanagisawa's attitude. She stopped smiling and asked, "That's so then, what do you want to ask me?" "We want to know more about this Kane. I've told you everything before. Do you want me to tell you the same thing one more time?" "Well, it's true that you did. We've heard about him both from you and your friends. We followed the information you gave and tried to chase this guy named Kane. But then there's one thing that we discovered, this Kane guy doesn't exist. I'm not here to complain to you that Kane is a fake name. If it's fake, then it's fake. One thing for sure, this guy who's using this fake Kane name does exist. Don't blame me for your inability to make a proper investigation." Yanagisawa just smiled silently. That smile somehow made Nelia worry. He suddenly said, "By the way, what do you think will happen for your punishment? Let's see. I guess my cyborg body will be confiscated by the city and they'll make me do forced labor. They'll send me to dangerous ruins controlled by the city management. Then they'll use me like an expendable good until I can repay my debt to the city. So until then, I'll be spending my days excavating relics from that dangerous ruin." Yanagisawa smiled and said, "That's correct. But there's only this one thing that you are misunderstanding here, you see. What you said would be your punishment if you're a relic thief. That is if they think that you're only a common relic thief that you can find in abundance in this eastern district. Nelia's expression turned grim. Even when Akira pointed his rifle at her, she did not make this face. What do you mean? Yanagisawa smiled, it only made her even more worried. We believe that this guy by the name of Kane is one of the nationalists. Moreover, he's not a goon, he's one of their upper echelons. Nelia was shocked. Looking at her, Yanagisawa's smile widened as he continued. We have quite a lot of problems in the Eastern District because of those nationalists, you see. Not only do they encourage common thugs to steal relics from under the city management, they then rob them off those relics. They caused the city management so much losses to the point that we can no longer ignore them. Then we noticed from all the troubles that happened around the city that there must be someone orchestrating them, but we didn't know for sure who that person was. We believe that Kane is the person in question. The defense squad that secured you guys were all well armed, right? Those men were originally sent to capture the nationalist. Nelia's face turned pale. After hearing what he said, she understood her situation. Yanagisawa continued. He kept talking about the subject that made Nelia even more worried. It made her understand just how bad the situation that she was in. Right now, the city is suspicious of you since it seems that you're pretty close to this nationalist officer. So we're rather suspicious if you're actually hiding some information that might help us identify that person. Some of us even think that you might be one of those nationalists that stands against not only this city but against the whole corporate government. If this misunderstanding doesn't get cleared up, your punishment will be very, very miserable. To be more precise, you'll be used in the rebuild laboratory experiment. Nelia sounded terrified as she asked. W8. Didn't that laboratory get disbanded? Of course, the rebuild laboratory was publicly disbanded. But it's not like we killed all the researchers or scrapped all the research results from that lab. They're still researching even now. But this time, they're doing more ethical experiments compared to before. As long as they keep producing results, the corporate government is willing to turn their eyes away. Under the management of the corporate government, they're producing a huge amount of results at the expense of the human rights of a very small number of people. But of course, these people are chosen from unredeemable criminals. I'm talking about criminals who have caused quite a significant loss to the city management. Nelia was so scared that she had trouble saying anything, but she somehow was able to raise her voice although only barely. But I am not. Well, I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure you're not one of them and you have nothing to do with those nationalists. That's why you better try your best to prove that you're telling the truth. Tell us something that will make us believe you. Like I said before, I'm someone who believes that human rights apply even to criminals. I believe that we need to at least uphold the minimal level of human rights like sentencing criminals to death by turning them into minced meat, or by injecting them with poison, or by feeding them to the monsters. That's why I don't really agree with the idea of handing criminals over to the rebuild laboratory for experiments. But I have duties that I need to fulfill too, you see. That's why I hope that you cooperate with me. And also, to be honest, I don't know for sure what they do inside the rebuild laboratory. After all, it's a secret that only the corporate government knows. Nelia was frozen in fear. Yanagisawa smiled and continued. So then, you'll tell me everything, right? Don't worry, we have a lot of time in our hands. Not to mention that you did say you're bored, right? Now you have something to spend your time on. It could be said that it was Nelia's luck that was keeping her alive, it could also be said that it was Akira's luck too. But she regretted the fact that she was still alive as she was desperately trying to make excuses so that she could continue to stay alive. Whether it was a lucky thing or an unlucky thing, no one knew for sure yet. Chapter 62, The Value of a Battle Record. Akira was standing in the middle of a white world. His mind was cloudy. But even so, he somehow understood that he was dreaming and it was the same world that he once visited in the past. He could see Alpha not too far from him. And just like the last time when he was in this world, Alpha did not seem to have noticed him at all. Alpha was completely expressionless while talking to herself. Evaluating the 499th try. Calculating the possibility of the subject stepping into the targeted area. Less than 1%, calculating the possibility of the subject returning back alive from the unexplored territory. Less than 1%, unsuitable. Recommending increasing the subject's fighting capability. Alpha continued. Constructing a plan on how to direct the subject. Making sure to take into account the reason why the previous subject broke the contract. Predicting the factors that steered the previous subject's judgment. If the previous subject's action was successful, there would be undefined numbers of human well-being affected and rescued, etc. As such, this unit needs to be careful so that the current subject would not even consider taking the same action that the previous subject took. Alpha continued. Now, taking into account the character of the current subject. It's unlikely that the current subject would take the same decision as the previous subject. This is based on the fact that the current subject doesn't trust other humans, is apathetic toward others, and tends to be egocentric. It's highly unlikely that the current subject has the same moral values, tolerance, morality, and principles as the previous subject. Alpha continued. In order not to repeat the same mistake as the 498th try, it's recommended to keep watch of the current subject's possible change of attitude. Akira's consciousness waned. The world was once again enveloped in darkness, his dream had ended. Akira woke up inside a sick room. He felt like he just saw an important dream, but he could not recall what it was. It only left him with the feeling that he saw a similar dream once before. The sick room where he woke up was a room for one, filled with devices to treat a human with an organic body. As Akira tried to sit on the bed he was lying, he saw Alpha. "Good morning, Akira. Did you sleep well?" "Morning, Alpha. Yeah, I feel like it has been a long time since I slept so well." He felt completely refreshed and his body felt better than usual. His injuries were fully healed as he no longer felt any pain. His body was in tip-top shape now. Akira scanned the whole room. There were no railings on the window and it seemed like the camera installed in the room was not to prevent the patient from running away, but to check the patient's condition. It was not a bad place at all, but it did not tell anything about his current situation. So then, where am I? Kagamayama City's hospital. They brought you here to get you treated. Is that so? There was a big public hospital inside the city that both Kagamayama City and the Hunter office relied on. It was designed to be able to treat organic human and cyborg, as such, it was naturally expanded into a huge facility. Most of its patients were people who regularly went into battle such as hunters and soldiers who guarded dangerous places. This hospital mainly focused on treating injuries than curing diseases. It was so specialized in its treatment that it could heal someone who had lost 4 of their limbs by using an expensive procedure to regenerate them back, or fix people with a modified body or even transplant some of their body parts, or install cyborg body parts with better and more powerful parts, or even revert a cyborg body back into an organic body by regrowing body parts. Akira had fainted when the defense squad was transporting him. He was suspected to be one of the relic thieves, as such, it would not be strange if he had woke up inside a cell. What do they think of me now? I believe that someone would come here to explain that. But don't worry, they no longer suspect you to be one of the relic thieves. So don't worry about that part. That's good to hear. Akira stroked his chest in relief. Although he was in good shape, it was not like he could just go out of the room. So he just spent his time inside that room talking with Alpha. It did not take long before a city staff came in, and it was Kobayashi. For some reason, Kobayashi looked like he was in a really good mood. "We meet again. It's good to see that you're as reckless as always." Akira appeared to be puzzled as he looked at Kobayashi. Kobayashi realized that Akira did not remember him. It's me, Kobayashi. The guy who gave you that bike, remember? Akira, he's the person who gave you the bike when you decided to accept the SOS request when a swarm of monsters from Kuzusuhara Ruin headed to Kagomayama City. He's the hunter office staff from that time. Akira vaguely remembered Kobayashi's face, and after listening to Alpha's explanation, he recalled immediately. Ah, I remember it now. If I'm not mistaken, you're the hunter office staff who was driving the truck, right? And from that SOS request too. Kobayashi nodded happily. That's right, so you remember me now, huh? I was there as a hunter office staff, but today, I'm here as city staff. It's good to see you, Akira. Kobayashi extended his hand, expecting a handshake. When Akira grabbed his hand, Kobayashi excitedly shook it up and down. It seemed that Kobayashi was really in a good mood. Now then, to be honest, I have a lot of things that I want to ask. But work comes first, I'm here today to make a deal with you. A deal? Yep. But before we do that, I want to explain to you about your current situation. I'm sure you want to know why you are here or if the city still suspects you as one of the relic thieves, right? Yeah, please do. Kobayashi nodded firmly in response to Akira's words. He then handed a pile of papers to Akira. Those were documents explaining his current situation. All the details are written in it. I'll read it for you, you are free to stop and ask me if you find anything confusing. Kobayashi then started giving explanations to Akira. He also had a copy of the same documents in his hand. After the defense squad captured Nelia and Akira, they handed them over to the medical squad in the Underground Exploration HQ to receive emergency treatment. They were then transported to Kagomayama City as suspects. It did not take long for them to deduce that Nelia was one of the relic thieves. After all, she quickly confessed and told them everything about the other relic thieves. Nelia was very cooperative during the questioning. She honestly told the city management about the details of her plan, the number and identity of the people who were working with her, the amount of the relics that they hid and where they hid them, and where they hid their truck. She told everything that might be of help even when not asked about that information. Of course, Nelia gave all those information in exchange for a lighter sentence. Akira found such a change of attitude really strange from the girl who he had a death match with. Nelia, was it again? Was she really being that cooperative? Yeah. I heard that she was very cooperative. Even though she only did that to reduce her sentence, it's strange that she was so cooperative. Even the person responsible for questioning her found it strange and asked her. And what did she say? She said that she's someone who doesn't let herself get stuck in the past. Akira's expression showed a mix of admiration and dismay. That girl really holds to her value. Or more like, she doesn't take much time to move on. So there are people like her out there, huh? But thanks to that, the investigation went really well and the suspicion on you was quickly cleared up. Normally, we would have done a stricter investigation, you know. Maybe because the person who was assigned for her investigation was the best one there is, they got it done like this. But even if that's true, I don't feel thankful to that Nelia at all. She was so close to killing me, you know. So, what happened to her after that? From your story, it sounded like she got a big pardon in her sentence. Did she escape the death sentence? It's not like you just set her free, right? Of course not. But it at least saved her from severe punishment. She was sent for forced labor under the city management. She was given a cyborg body with the city management's authority set above her own authority plus an explosive planted in her head. So forget her right of life and death, she doesn't even have the right over her own body. She'll be sent to explore dangerous ruins or fight dangerous monsters. I bet the city would use her as an expendable pawn until she serves her punishment period or pays back her debt to the city. Depending on how hard she works, she might be set free in the future, that's unless if she doesn't die first of course, that I see. After listening to what would happen to Nelia, Akira was rather relieved. But he still somehow felt uneasy. Although she deserved that, Akira somehow felt unsatisfied. Even though someone as strong as Nelia was denied authority over her own body and sent to do forced labor, he still felt that she was let off easily. Kobayashi noticed that Akira still looked a bit unsatisfied. "What's wrong?" "That it's nothing." "Oh, I see, you wanted to kill her yourself, huh? Since her cyborg body is owned by the city management now, don't even think of killing her, okay? In the worst-case scenario, all of her debt will be shifted to you if you do that, you know? If you want to kill her yourself, do that after she finishes her sentence." "It's okay. I have no plans for picking a fight with the city." "It's good to hear that. There are people who do that from time to time, you know." "Well, it's not like I don't understand their feelings though." Kobayashi continued his explanation. After that, it did not take long to capture the rest of the relic thieves. The transport truck was also confiscated by the city and the city recovered all the stolen relics. Although few of them escaped with some of the stolen relics, thanks to Nelia's confession, the city had precise information about who they were. It was only a matter of time before the city management captured them. But there was still no information about Kane. The city did investigate the information about him that they received from Nelia, but they only ended up finding out that it was fabricated information. They even inspected and analyzed the powered suit left behind in the battle site, but there was no personal information that could be extracted from that powered suit. They only knew that this Kane was someone brought in by the mastermind of that operation, Yajima. When Akira fainted, the city also investigated him and it was quickly proven that Akira had nothing to do with the relic thieves. So then he was sent to get treated until he woke up just a while back. Kobayashi then finished his explanation about the relic thieves and what happened to them after they were apprehended by the city's defense squad. And that will conclude my explanation about the relic thieves. Do you have any questions? Akira thought for a bit. He did not have any questions at the moment. Alpha, do you have any questions that you want to ask? No. Just to be safe, Akira also asked Alpha, but it seemed that she too did not have any questions either. Akira was about to say that he did not have any questions, but something suddenly came up in his mind. You guys also inspected Kane's powered suit, right? Did you guys find a self-destruction device inside it? Self-destruction device. Wait for a sec. Kobayashi checked his information terminal and scanned through the documents about the investigation's result. He then checked the details about Kane's powered suit. No, we didn't find anything like that. After Kobayashi said that, Akira frowned. He realized that Nelia was lying back then. Alpha smiled bitterly and said, "She did get us good, didn't she, Akira? Well, I still somehow won that fight, so I guess it doesn't really matter now." Akira's words and expression contradicted each other. Nelia lied to him and he got completely tricked. She was a good trickster, that was all there was to it. Akira thought so while making a disgruntled expression. Kobayashi thought that it was rather weird, but he then continued. Well, at least, according to the result of the investigation done by the city's defense squad, we didn't find anything that looked like a self-destruction device inside that powered suit. Why did you ask that question, by the way? Well, since it was charging right at me, ignoring any damage to its body, I thought that it was set to self-destruct, you see. I'm sure it was sent only as a diversion to buy more time. With such a big thing charging at you, you'll have no other choice but to deal with it, right? I see. I guess that's all the questions I have. Well then, I'll get to the real reason why I'm here. Look at the last page of that document. Akira turned the document in his hand to the last page. As soon as he glanced at the page, he was wide-eyed, his jaw dropped. It was a bill addressed to him. After he was moved to the hospital, Akira received a lot of treatments. That bill listed all the detailed expenses for those treatments. Moreover, it also included his 1-week stay in the hospital since he had fainted. The Urata scorpion's nest extermination request lasted for 7 days. So the bill also included the remaining 4 days' cancellation fine. Putting it all together, it totaled 60 million aurum. Half of it was from Akira's treatment. It was a number that was more than enough to make his face pale. Akira was about to faint but somehow stayed awake. If it was not for his tip-top shape, he would have immediately fainted right there. Looking at Akira's reaction, Kobayashi laughed lightly. That's the bill amount you have to pay right now. You might have some complaints about that amount, but let me tell you this beforehand, it's pointless to complain about it to the hospital. The cost of the treatment does make sense. During an emergency where the patient has lost consciousness, the type of treatment and its cost are both decided by the hospital. Well, it's basically just a preventive measure against a case where the hospital can't give the patient any treatment just because they can't confirm if the patient wants to take that treatment or not since the patient has already passed out. Akira replied in a panic. But just because of that, it's not like I can pay this much money, you know. Kobayashi did expect that Akira would be shocked like this. He then tried to calm Akira down. Calm down. The hospital won't charge you that amount if they don't think that you can pay it. It's not like they're running a charity after all, and even a charity would not run without money. So they'll make you pay a lot of money whenever they have the chance. Which in this case, to be more precise, it would be subtracted from your reward. My reward? Yep, your reward. Like I said before, I'm here to make a deal with you. Kobayashi smiled when he said that. To cut the chase, if you accept our offer, not only can you pay for that bill, you can even go back home with an extra 100 million aurum. So what do you think? Doesn't that sound enticing? Akira was thunderstruck. When he thought that he would be carrying a 60 million aurum debt, he was then told that he might even go back home with 100 million aurum surplus money. He was so dumbfounded that he was lost for words. Akira, get back to your senses, Akira immediately snapped back to his senses when Alpha called for him. Looking at that, Kobayashi smiled bitterly. Now that you've returned back to this world, can I continue? Yeah, sure. So what's your demand? Our demand is simple. We want you to sell your battle record in the black market. To be more precise, we want you to change it to this: you were just monitoring the underground defensive point when a swarm of Urata scorpions attacked you, you then got injured and were sent to the hospital. You'll be bound by confidentiality, so you can't tell anyone about this. If someone asks you what happened, just tell them that you got assigned to watch the defensive point, or you can't say anything due to the confidentiality of the request. It'll also get reflected in your record in the Hunter office's webpage. There might be a chance that the record which you sold to be listed under another hunter's battle record, in which case, you can't claim that as your battle record, okay? After saying that, Kobayashi waited for Akira's reply. Akira was actually waiting for Kobayashi to continue his explanation, but since Kobayashi went silent, Akira quickly asked him, Is that all? When Akira asked that, Kobayashi tried hard to hold back his laughter. Akira looked puzzled since he did not think that he said anything funny. Kobayashi somehow held back his laughter. He then answered back while locking his gaze at Akira. Yep. That's all. You'll just have to sell your battle record, which says you overpowered 3 relic thieves alone. The record says that you even defeated them when 2 of them were equipped with powered suits. I'm really glad that you are always so reckless. For someone like you, losing this record is nothing big at all, right? A normal hunter would get super angry if they lose this kind of record, you know? Although hunter rank can be used to judge the ability of a hunter, the same thing could also be done using battle records. Records like defeating a strong monster or bringing back an expensive relic and so on. With records like these, hunters could boast regardless of their hunter rank. Records of fighting against battle-oriented cyborgs or a powered suit would boost hunters' value. If it was only winning a battle against a strong monster, anyone would be able to get that record by working in dangerous areas where powerful biological monsters roamed. In contrast to that, winning a fight against another human with powerful fighting skills and equipment was an extremely rare record. Fighting a monster and fighting a human demanded completely different combat skills. A battle record against someone powerful would really entice requesters who are looking for people with that skill set. Not to mention, both the city and the hunter office guaranteed the accuracy of such battle record, thus it was a highly valued commodity. So in short, the city management demanded such an important thing from Akira. Even though Akira did not know the real worth of that battle record, the fact that he was thinking very lightly of his own battle record made Kobayashi really delighted. Akira looked puzzled as he looked back at Kobayashi. To be honest, I don't see how that thing is worth 100 million orum, no, adding the 60 million orum, that would be 160 million orum. I don't see how my record is worth that much. If you're serious about this, can you tell me how you even came up with such a value? Akira sounded doubtful. He thought that there must be some kind of string attached to this deal. Akira could not refuse the deal. If he did, he would have to find another way to pay his 60 million orum debt. Although he might be able to pay most of his debt from the reward of the underground exploration request, there was no guarantee that it would be able to fully pay back the debt. He actually understood that the huge medical bill was some kind of a ploy so that he could not refuse this offer. But it was not like he had any means to fight back. So he was confident that Kobayashi should not be able to easily answer his question. But unexpectedly, Kobayashi swiftly answered back. I don't mind telling you, but it is confidential information. That's why I can't explain it to you unless you accept my offer first. So, is it okay if we do that after you accept my offer? Alright. Okay then, put your sign over here. Kobayashi handed over a pen and a paper to Akira. Akira tried to read what was written in the paper, but it was filled with lots of hard-to-read small-sized words that Akira quickly decided to give up. But Alpha read through it in his place and summarized the information to Akira. It's alright. There's nothing dangerous written in this paper. If I were to summarize its content, it's saying that you might turn the whole city into your enemy if you were to tell other people about the confidential information. After hearing Alpha, Akira felt relieved as he signed his name on the paper and handed it back to Kobayashi. Kobayashi received the paper while smiling. Nice. With this, our deal is sealed. And my job is done. Ah, right, about that explanation, can you wait for a bit? I need to tell the city management that we now have a deal. We're in a hurry, you see. Kobayashi pulled out his information terminal and contacted the city management. Shortly after that, another staff member came to the room. That staff then took the documents that were in Kobayashi's and Akira's hands, including the paper that Akira just signed. The staff checked those documents before putting them inside his bag. Kobayashi then continued. With this, my evaluation will also soar. You can go ahead and ask me anything, in that way I can at least give you something in return, right? Although I look like this, I am actually someone important. I even have enough authority to give you a bike as front payment. No one can just give out a city's property as a reward unless they have high authority, don't you agree? Alright, just give me a proper explanation first. Ah, that 160 million orum, right? It's not weird that you think it's too good to be true. It's normal to think that there must be some kind of string attached behind that offer. Well, to put it simply, it is a bribe to keep your mouth sealed. Kobayashi continued his explanation. The incident about the relic thieves had come to a closure. Fortunately enough, it did not incur much loss to the city. But this whole incident was caused by the mistakes and the lack of vigilance of the city management. It was because they did not quickly excavate the relics from the underground city, they let the relic thieves roam around the underground for too long, and they failed to anticipate the possibility of relic theft. Most of the reasons why that incident happened stemmed from city management's negligence. It was now impossible to hide that incident. Not only were some hunters killed, the city even sent out its defense squad. With that being said, it did not mean that they could just let it spread to the public. But then a hunter encountered one of those relic thieves by pure coincidence and killed him. That hunter then went to the surface, got ambushed by another pair of relic thieves, and drove them back. The city did not want that incident to end like that since it would bring the city management to shame. Although it happened because of the incompetence of the city management, luckily enough, it somehow got resolved. Now the city management would have to give the report explaining the incident to the others, including the people living in the city who were paying a lot of money for the defense squad's expense, the people from the other city management that they were regularly in contact with, and more importantly, the upper echelons of the corporate government. Thus this incident might hurt Kagamayama City Management's authority. Kagamayama City Management tried to come up with various plans to resolve the problem. According to their investigation and interrogation regarding the incident, they quickly found out that the main players in that relics thieving incident mistook Akira as an agent from the city. And so the people who were looking for a solution turned their focus onto that revelation. So rather than some nameless hunter taking out those relic thieves by pure coincidence, if the story was splintered into something better, something like the city somehow got hold of the information about those relic thieves, so the city management decided to send an agent in disguise as a hunter, then as expected, that agent encountered the relic thieves and took them out. If that was what happened, then the city management would get a good evaluation instead. Fortunately enough, city management immediately noticed that it would not take much effort to fabricate such a story. In short, they only needed to convince Akira, who took that request himself. Another good thing was that he was not affiliated with any gangs. So the city management only needed to make a deal with Akira and then they could take care of the rest. As an assurance for the deal to go smoothly, Akira was given an expensive treatment. The hospital did not hesitate when giving Akira such an expensive treatment since the city management gave its guarantee. As a result, Akira was handed that 60 million orum bill. Chapter 63, The Benefit of a Charm. Kobayashi finished explaining the summary of what happened. But of course, he could not tell Akira the complete story behind that deal. After all, Akira was still an outsider in the end. Well, I guess that's the gist of it. If you want to know more about the detail, you can ask me anytime, but it'll cost you. And since it's a piece of insider information only known among the city staff, it'll cost you a lot of money. So. Nah, that's enough. Akira said so since he felt that he had heard enough information. To be honest, Akira did not care if the city wanted to twist the truth. To him, it was something that lay in a world that had nothing to do with him. Akira had been living in the slum city near the lower district of Kagamayama City for all his life. As such, matters pertaining to the Kagamayama City, the other cities and the corporate government were on a whole different world that was not related to him at all. Or at least, that was the case as long as it did not cause any harm to him. I see. Do you have anything else you want to ask? Just go ahead and ask anything you want here. Once either you or I leave this place, it would be too late to ask anything. Although I said you can ask me anything, just don't ask for more reward money. It's not like the city has a bottomless treasury, you know. If you have any complaints about your reward money, you should have complained before you signed that document. But on the other hand, if it has nothing to do with money, I'll try my best to grant anything you ask. I'm very much interested in you. So I'm planning to support you the best I can. Kobayashi was telling the truth, he was really interested in Akira. But Akira did not understand the reason why. Which part of me piques your interest? Kobayashi smiled widely while telling Akira the reason. What, you ask? Your way of living, of course. The level of recklessness. Just go out there and die or go out there and live. That's really something. I'm also a part of the Hunter office, so I can access information about hunters, and that includes information that is not made public. Have you ever seen your own battle record? You fought against cannon insects with just your AAH rifle. You charged into a building full of Urata scorpions all alone and returned back alive. And you even took out more than 500 scorpions in the underground city. Then to top it off, you took out 3 relic thieves alone, although all of them were cyborgs and 2 of them even had powered suits. These feats are not something that a rank 20 hunter can normally accomplish. Not even possible for a rank 30 hunter. Although, it seems that you got all beaten up to be able to do these. It's great that we can patch you up, though I'm sure that you'll get all beaten up again in no time. Akira looked rather disturbed as he asked, "That was my body that bad?" "Yeah, that's why it took 60 million orum to fix your body. I did say to you that the medical bill does make sense, remember? One of the treatments that we used to fix your body was limb regeneration. It's a treatment that we normally use on people who have lost their limbs, you know. Without all of those treatments. Well, it's not like you'll be dead tomorrow or something, but I bet you won't survive another year. So thanks to those treatments, your body is basically as healthy as most of the people who live in the Middle District." Akira was speechless when he heard what Kobayashi said. But Kobayashi just smiled and continued. "You feel like you're in your tip-top shape right now, don't you? That's thanks to all those treatments. You're from the slum city, right? So I bet you mostly eat those foods that the city distributed freely in the distribution area. Those things sometimes contain nasty stuff, you know. Like monsters' meat which no one knows if it's okay for consumption, or food produced from old world relics which we don't even know how they work. Of course, it's not like it'll kill you the moment you eat those foods. But it's definitely bad for your health if you keep consuming those foods for a prolonged period. There were even reports of cases where they caused immediate effects. I heard that it was because of the nanomachines which they couldn't fully clean up from the monster meat or some unknown nanomachines that were mixed in the food produced by suspicious-looking old-world relics. I wonder if you ever noticed it yourself." Akira frowned. If asked whether he had noticed it himself, the answer was definitely yes. Akira was able to connect to the old world domain, that in itself could be considered as an immediate change. It was an ability that the current technology could not explain yet. Although he was able to meet Alpha thanks to that, it was not like he could honestly feel happy about it. So the city management is distributing those kinds of foods, huh? Well, it's just like what people say, there's nothing more expensive than free stuff. You can get them for free, but they're unhealthy. So I hope you understand that part. By the way, it's basically written in the wrapping of the distributed food and the signboards in the distribution areas, you know? But well, I bet there are not many people in the slum city who can read those warnings though. On the other hand, I'm sure those who can read the warning decide not to say anything since they'll be troubled if the city stops distributing free food. Although there are good people out there who give out healthy food for free, I bet they are not the majority. Moreover, if such information leaks outside, big influential people in the slum city would immediately monopolize those people. Well, that's just how it works in the slum city. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you complain to me. The city management mostly kept its hands clean from the slum city. As long as the slum city did not cause any bad influence on the rest of the city management would leave the slum city alone. It could even be said that the order in the slum city was guarded by the people of the slum city. Even if the slum city was technically a part of the lower district, people regarded it as a part of the wasteland. That was why people had no problem robbing under the daylight, just like those thugs who attacked Akira the other day. Even if those thugs killed Akira, no one would try to capture those thugs. But it also worked both ways. No one would try to capture Akira even if he fought back and killed all of those thugs as long as those thugs were not affiliated to any organization. But then, if someone said that that slum city was lawless, that was completely wrong. If power was everything, then the ruler of the Eastern District was the corporate government, while the ruler of the slum city was Kagamayama City, and both the corporate government and the Kagamayama City hated unruliness. If the order in the slum city worsened to the point it even caused damage to Kagamayama City, the city management would not hesitate to clean the whole slum city together with everyone inside it. That was why the people of the slum city at least kept the minimum level of order. And the gangs in the slum city were overseeing that by maintaining the order in their respective territory. I don't know whether it's because of those foods or not, but the nanomachine residue in your body was pretty bad. Although I know all hunters rely on drugs, you particularly consumed a huge amount of medicines, didn't you? Yeah, that is my only choice if I don't want to die after all. I'm sure you'll keep doing that in the future no matter what I say. So make sure that you check your nanomachine residue and get them cleaned at least once per month. Most drugs for hunters contain nanomachines no matter whether it's healing medicine, accelerator, stimulant or any other kinds of drugs. Is it bad if I get residue inside my body? Well, there are exceptions and it depends on the type of nanomachine. The effect also differs for each person. But the baseline is, the residue is basically a contaminant, so it's better if you think of it as harmful to your body. Kobayashi then explained to Akira the dangers of the nanomachine residue. There were rare cases where the person had very good compatibility with the nanomachine inside his or her body, in which case, the nanomachine stayed effective and brought positive effects for basically forever. In contrast to that, most of the time the nanomachine residue acted as a contaminant as it brought a negative effect on the body. Sometimes the body would not be able to expel the nanomachines from inside even after they had stopped working. Some hunters, unbeknown to its risk, think that those nanomachines would not cause any harm since it had stopped working anyway. But in reality, it often interfered with the effect of the new drugs that they consumed. And when the effect of the drug that they consumed reduced, these hunters tend to consume the drug in a bigger portion, which in turn increased the amount of nanomachine residue inside their bodies. Then the cycle continued until the drugs that they consumed had barely any effect at all on their bodies. Moreover, the residue might even harm their bodies when they consumed drugs with nanomachine with the opposite effect. While working as a hunter, Akira ended up having to consume a huge amount of medicines. He consumed medicine while ignoring the consumption warning. And so the nanomachine residue had been slowly piling up inside his body without him even knowing it. Kobayashi sincerely warned Akira since he still wanted to enjoy watching Akira. Basically, for a hunter, the body is their main asset. There are hunters who think that they only need guts to do impressive feats and end up neglecting their bodies. If you want to survive for long, be sure to take good care of your body just like how you take care of your rifles. If you don't take proper care of your rifles, the bullet that it spews might fly in the wrong direction, it might even explode too. There'll be a good chance that the rifle itself will explode any time you pull the trigger. Same is the case for your body as well. It's not at all funny if you die because of something as stupid as that. So make sure to be careful. Okay. Speaking of rifle. Akira remembered about his own equipment. At the moment, he had nothing other than the clothes on his body. Akira scanned the whole room one more time, but he could not find his stuff anywhere. So he then asked Kobayashi. Where are my equipment? Kobayashi did not know where Akira's equipment was as well, so he used his information terminal to contact another staff member. After that, he then conveyed the bad news to Akira. Nothing. Yeah. Rather than your equipment, your current personal belonging itself is 0. It's not like we could recover all of your belongings from where we arrested you. As for your belongings that we recovered, like your rifles and augmented suit, they were confiscated and broken down by the city management for inspection in order to clear your name. Right now they're under the custody of the city management as evidence. You can have them back, but all the processes will take you at least 1 month, not to mention that all of them were already severely damaged. Did you find my hunter ID at least? I don't know. Either your ID is left behind where we arrested you or it's confiscated as evidence. Whichever it is, it's faster if you ask for a reissue. Alright then, so here is my request. Reissuance of my hunter ID, an information terminal that I can immediately use, and some hunter clothes that I can wear. After all, if I go out like this, I'll look like a patient running from the hospital. Roger that. I'll have them sent to this room later. Anything else? Akira turned to Alpha. Alpha, do I need anything else? Aren't you going to ask for a rifle or an augmented suit? For the equipment, I want to buy them from Shizuka's shop if it's possible. It's not like that's a must though. Alpha knew that it was only a matter of preference, but if it was something meaningful for Akira, she had no plan trying to carelessly change his preference. Although it would mean that Akira would have to walk from the hospital to Shizuka's shop without any weapons, Alpha thought that it would be alright as long as he had her support. If he could not even avoid problems on this level, then he might as well never step outside. In that case, let's have him introduce us to some real estate agent for hunters. You need to step up from living in inns soon. Akira agreed with her opinion and conveyed it to Kobayashi. Introduce me to a real estate agent. I'm not sure if I can rent a good house with my hunter rank, so please find me a cheap but decent house. And also, right, hurry up with the payment. I want to buy new equipment with that money. I guess that's all I have to ask. Alright. About the payment, it should have been directly transferred to your account. Just check it once you get your hunter ID and information terminal. Just to be safe, I'll leave my contact in your information terminal after setting it for standard first use. As for the real estate agent, I'll try to connect you with a real estate agent under the city management. I'll send the details through your hunter code later, so check your terminal once you get it. So, anything else? If you have nothing else, I'll leave the room. Once I'm outside, you can't ask me for anything more. So, do you really have nothing else to ask? Yeah. I see, alright then, take care and good luck in your hunt. I'll be looking forward to your next reckless feat. Kobayashi waved his hand and left the room. It was only a few minutes after Kobayashi left the room when Akira could feel his empty stomach. He had not eaten anything for a whole week. He bet that he was fed through an IV tube during his treatment. The moment he realized that he had an empty stomach, his stomach started to grumble. But at the moment, Akira had no money at all, and even if he had some money, it was not like he could leave that place before he could get his hunter ID. Akira regretted the fact that he did not ask Kobayashi for food. Oh great, I should have asked for some food too. Now that you mention it, it has been a week since your last meal. You didn't notice it earlier? You didn't notice it either? I don't need food. Since you didn't say anything, I thought that you were okay at the moment. It's not like I can tell if you're hungry, you see. So let's just wait, I'm sure that your stuff will come soon. I should have also asked when they will arrive here. You only remember things like this once you miss your chance. That's true. Akira had no other choice but to keep waiting while enduring his empty stomach. It took about an hour before a city staff member came to that room, bringing all the stuff that Akira asked Kobayashi. Shizuka was managing her shop just like always. As usual, she was spending her days selling ammo and other equipment to the hunters for her living. But, Shizuka herself noticed that she had been sighing more than usual lately. She even understood the reason behind it, it was because it had been a week since the last time Akira visited her shop. There had been occasions when Akira did not visit her shop for more than a week in the past. But right now, he should have just finished his request to take out the Urata scorpion nest in the underground city. Shizuka's shop was quite popular. It was selling a pretty good collection of equipment and it had a lot of regular customers. As such, she knew a lot of hunters who bought their equipment from her shop and never returned. There were hunters whom she got acquainted after they bought equipment for a few times in her shop. There were also those whom she knew well after coming to her shop for consultations or getting recommendations for buying equipment. There were even some hunters who flirted with her or even asked her hand in marriage. All kinds of hunters went to the wasteland chasing after money and fame just to end up dead. Shizuka knew that all too well. But Shizuka was running a business, and in order to protect her sanity, she was intentionally trying not to let herself be bothered by their death. After all, she was doing business with the people who might die practically any time. If she let herself be bothered by their death, she would not be able to continue the business. Although she might feel sad, she did not let it interfere with her calm life. People might call her heartless, but she had decided to accept that too. That was exactly why it was extremely rare for her to be sighing just because one of her frequent customers did not visit her shop for an extended period of time. I guess I'm too emotionally invested this time, I wonder why I did that. Shizuka kept thinking while managing her shop. To be honest, she could come up with many reasons. It might be because Akira was a small boy and she felt like it was her responsibility to watch over him. Or maybe that it was because of her feeling of gratitude toward Akira who saved her close friends, Elena and Sarah. Or maybe it was because she once saw how Akira's body was riddled with scars. Or maybe because Akira bought his equipment from her shop and she hugged him before he headed to the wasteland. But in the end, none of those reasons was conclusive. As Shizuka was about to get absorbed into her thinking, the source of her worry suddenly appeared and stopped her midway. Akira looked a bit surprised when he entered Shizuka's shop. "Welcome, Akira. It has been quite a while." Yes, it has been quite a while." Shizuka was smiling as she was welcoming Akira with her usual self. Or at least, she was trying to act natural. But Akira replied back awkwardly as if he was overwhelmed by her smile. Although Shizuka found that a bit weird, she continued just like usual. "Are you here for ammo refill today? How about the request that you were taking the last time you came here, are you still doing it? Since I stocked up on CWH special ammo, you can buy a lot of them if you need it. It has been a week already, so you should have finished that request, right?" Yes, that request is done." "I see. So are you here to get a normal bullet and AP bullet then?" "Well, about that, actually." Akira hesitated. Shizuka looked puzzled. Akira looked straight into Shizuka's eyes, looked away for a moment, and then returned back. He had resolved himself to say what he was about to say, that I lost all of my equipment. So can I buy one full set of equipment today? Shizuka sounded a bit shocked as she asked back. "All of your equipment? What exactly did you lose?" "All of my rifles, my augmented suit, my information terminal, my rucksack and everything that was inside it, and the information gathering device that I bought from Elena-san. Basically, everything. My personal belongings right now are just the clothes that I'm wearing, an information terminal and my hunter ID." Shizuka was taken aback after hearing what Akira just said. She knew that Akira used most of the money that he earned to invest in better equipment. Thus, it meant he had lost most of his assets. Wait for a sec there, what exactly happened? "Well, a lot of things happened." "So then, can I get a full set here?" "Sure, but how much is your budget?" Shizuka thought that Akira had lost most of his assets. She did feel sorry for him, but it was not like she could give him free equipment or accept credit payment. She was running a business and she had to earn money to pay for her living. That was a line that she would absolutely never cross. Shizuka was thinking of getting Akira the best equipment with whatever the small budget that he had when she asked him how much money he was planning to spend. That was also why she was dumbstruck by what Akira said next. "It's 80 million orum. I'm sorry. Just to make sure that I didn't mishear it, can you say it one more time?" "It's 80 million orum." Shizuka's face frowned after she confirmed that she did not mishear Akira's answer. It was not an amount of money that a new hunter could muster. It was a huge amount of money even for veteran hunters. Shizuka stared at Akira. He looked scared but he still returned her stare. She sounded stern as she cornered Akira with her questions. "Akira, what exactly happened? You should at least know it yourself that such an amount of money is not normal, right? It still doesn't explain it even if you say that it's from the reward of your last request. No matter how many scorpions that you took out since the ammo expense is paid by the requester, the reward can't be that big, right? So, what kind of reckless thing did you do this time to get that 80 million orum?" Shizuka's stern voice reflected her worry toward him. Akira felt happy as well as sorry because of that. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the details because I'm bound by confidentiality with the requester. Since it'll affect my credibility, I can't even tell Shizuka-san anything. But it's not because I don't trust you, it's because my contract said that I shouldn't say anything. To be honest, I'm not even sure whether it's okay to tell you that it's a confidential matter. Normally, Akira would lie saying that nothing in particular happened. But rather than telling an obvious lie, he decided to just tell Shizuka that he could not reveal anything since it was confidential information. Shizuka kept staring at Akira, who was behaving awkwardly as she thought. Akira's requester this time is Kagamaima City, right? I'm sure he did something dangerous. But on the other hand, it means that the city management is the one forbidding him from saying anything, so I can't keep digging deeper. It doesn't seem like he's injured and his complexion looks well too. To be honest, I want to know the details, but basically, Akira finished his request and got a huge amount of money, huh? The only reason that I can't honestly praise him is that he might continue doing reckless things if I praise him here, but I guess that's just my selfishness, huh? Although you said a lot of things happened, it seems that you're not injured at all. Akira answered back swiftly. I'm alright in that part. Or more like, thanks to all the treatments that I took, I feel better than before I took that request. Shizuka at least felt relieved after hearing that. She understood Akira had reasons why he could not explain anything to her, but one thing for sure, he was doing fine. Shizuka looked at Akira with her usual smile. Alright. As for the equipment, I can decide everything as long as it's under the budget, right? With such an amount of money, I'll really use it to pick anything I want, you know? So don't regret it later, okay? Shizuka smiled teasingly when she said that. Akira just replied with a smile. It's okay. I'm sure that your choice will definitely be better than mine. If I have to make any particular request, then it would be to get a better augmented suit. I don't mind if it's more expensive than my previous one. I want to get an augmented suit that can at least last for a few years. Alright, it'll be too late to take back what you said now. Just wait here for a bit, okay? Shizuka then went to the back room before returning back with 2 rifles. You can use these until your augmented suit arrives. These are my recommended rifles that can be used without an augmented suit. AAH Assault Rifle and an A2D Assault Rifle. I've explained to you before about the AAH rifle, so, do you want me to explain about the A2D Assault Rifle? Yes, please. Shizuka had predicted that Akira would say yes. And so she continued by happily explaining about the A2D Assault Rifle. The A2D Assault Rifle was basically derived from AAH Assault Rifle with extra firepower and accuracy. But unlike AAH Assault Rifle, its parts were designed so that it could be used with AP ammo or plus P ammo without any extra modifications. Moreover, it was equipped with a grenade launcher that could be loaded with all types of grenades. It was light enough to be used without an augmented suit, and it was loved by the hunters as the next best gun to use after AAH Assault Rifle. It used some similar parts as AAH Assault Rifle, and it was a user-friendly rifle. Both of them are unmodified rifles. Just try how they feel without an augmented suit. If you don't like its weight, you should avoid adding any modifications that add too much to its weight. Even after you get your augmented suit, you'll need to at least keep some rifles that you can use without it. It would be bad if your augmented suit breaks inside the ruin and you have no rifles that you can use without an augmented suit. Is it better if I buy a sight right now? If you plan to use that sight in tandem with your information gathering device like before, it's better if you buy one after you get your new information gathering device. Using a standard sight without an augmented vision is not really that bad. But I'm actually planning to include the information gathering device in your equipment set too, so of course, I already have in mind which sight to get. Or, do you want to choose the information gathering device you need yourself? No, I'll leave everything to you. Alright then, I'll contact you once I have a good estimation of how much the total cost is, so just wait for a bit more. It'll take about 2 weeks until everything arrives after I get the total cost. Until he got everything, Akira would be without an augmented suit. So Alpha warned Akira. I'm sure you know it even without me telling you, but I'll say it again, we'll take a break from hunter jobs until you get all your new equipment, okay? I know. It's not like I'm going to underestimate my bad luck after all. I don't want to fight a swarm of monster or more people with powered suits without my augmented suit. He remembered that he encountered a swarm of monsters when he was training outside and he had to fight other hunters with powered suits when he was out doing hunter request. Now that he had experienced it himself, he had no plans of going out without Alpha's full support and he had no qualms staying inside the relatively safe Kagomayama city for the time being. After that, Akira finished buying most of his equipment set in Shizuka's shop. He stuffed his new rucksack with medicines, ammo, and a rifle maintenance kit. He then picked his new rifles and hung them around his body. Once he put everything on, he could feel they were quite heavy. It reminded him just how helpful his augmented suit was. Akira exchanged his information terminal contact number with Shizuka. If only he had his previous information terminal, he would be able to use the same contact number, but since it was destroyed in his fight against Nelia, he had to use a new contact number now. He also asked Shizuka to contact him through his hunter code instead if she could not contact him through his information terminal contact number. Shizuka looked at Akira with his new equipment. He had a better set of equipment compared to the first time he came to her shop. But to her, those equipment did not look reliable at all for some reason. It was because she had a feeling that as long as Akira kept working as a hunter, he would only get to face more battles and harsher fights. Akira, are you planning to go out like this for now? If he said yes, Shizuka planned to give Akira a stern warning not to do anything dangerous. But he shook his head. No, I'm planning to take a break until I get all of my new equipment. After all, it's not like I have the ability to fend myself in the wasteland without a complete set of equipment. Is that so? That's good. It seems that you've gone through a lot lately, so it might be a good thing to take a good rest from time to time. Shizuka smiled in relief knowing that Akira himself had no plans to be reckless. They exchanged a short light conversation before Akira left the shop. After seeing him off, Shizuka took out her information terminal and started operating it. Since he had also lost his information gathering device, I guess it's a good idea to contact Elena and Sarah to get their opinion. After all, I feel like they'll complain if I decide on an information gathering device to get for Akira without asking them. And I'm sure that they'll be happy to hear that he is still alive as well. Shizuka wrote a message to Elena and Sarah saying that she wanted to ask for their opinions since she was buying a new set of equipment for Akira and sent that message. After visiting Shizuka's shop, Akira went to Cheryl's base. Since he was lying in the hospital bed for a few days and had lost his information terminal, he had no means to contact Cheryl. It would not be strange if she had assumed that he was already dead. So, Akira thought that he should visit Cheryl's place as soon as possible before it caused any problems. Akira was talking with Alpha as he was walking through the slum city. But still, 60 million orum for medical treatment and 80 million orum for new equipment. I already spent most of my money, huh? I wonder what's going on with my sense of money. Akira smiled bitterly when he said that, but Alpha just smiled and replied. You should be happy that you're earning enough money to use them like this now. You might also think that such an amount of money isn't worth it for winning that gamble with a bad odds even after betting your life and all your personal belongings. But with this, you'll be able to get a good set of equipment, you know. Not to mention that since you received that treatment, all of your injuries from that gamble are completely healed now. It's true that it was not easy at all, but result-wise, I think it ended up well. To be honest, I'm not really sure about that. During that fight, Akira lost his rifles, his augmented suit and all the small things that were inside his rucksack. He got all of them by risking his life, so he had a certain attachment towards them. He then remembered something. The charm that he bought from Shizuka's shop was a good luck charm for his gamble in the old world ruin. And just like any other gambles, the more you bet, the lesser your chance to win, but the bigger the prize if you won. If what happened back then was because of that good luck charm. If the effect of that good luck charm is to increase the number of occasions of such a gamble. I guess it's not an exaggeration to say that it brought good luck by bringing gambling chance with a big bet. Even if I had to supplement the amount of bet with something else, for example, the danger of death. It is not an easy thing to find such a chance where I can get this much amount of money by betting my own life. After all, normally, you can only get a small amount of money even if you bet your own life. So looking from that perspective, I guess it really brought me good luck, huh? Wait. But Akira decided to stop thinking about it. It was because he knew that it would be bad for his spirit. Moreover, he had lost that charm now. So there was no meaning in thinking about that thing anymore. Akira thought so as he stopped thinking further about it. Alpha looked a bit puzzled as she asked Akira. Akira, what are you thinking? No, I was just thinking about that charm that I bought from Shizuka's shop. As Akira answered back through telepathy, he also unintentionally sent his thoughts to Alpha about that charm and him thinking he would get to face more deadly fights if he kept that charm with him. It was true that he was able to get a lot of money but, to be honest, he did not want to get into such a fight ever again. And lastly, it also transmitted the fact that it was Alpha who recommended that charm to Akira. Alpha was obviously averting Akira's gaze as she said. It's not my fault. I know. Akira lightly smiled. It was rare for Alpha to react like that. Chapter 64, Cheryl's Panic. Cheryl was busy with her work inside her room. She was making a rather scary face while working on her desk. She was being way too focused on her job as if she was trying to avert her attention from something else. She was in such a bad mood for the last few days. Because of that, her underlings were being very careful not to worsen her mood. Everyone in her gang knew the reason why Cheryl was in such a bad mood. It was nothing other than Akira who had not visited the base for the last few days. Although it was a simple reason, it was also a serious one at the same time. Cheryl's gang was able to exist because of Akira's support. Although they were armed, they only had anti-human weapons such as handguns. And it was not like any of its members was familiar to fighting. Unlike Shijima's gang, Cheryl's gang did not have the ability to secure its position on its own. The only reason why they could stay relatively safe in the slum city was because the other gangs were being wary of Akira. The incident between Shijima and Akira had already spread among the gangs in the slum city. As long as they had Akira behind them, no one would risk their own life needlessly by picking a fight against Cheryl's gang. Because of that, her gang's safety was guaranteed in the middle of such a violent place. But Akira had not been visiting Cheryl's base lately. So it was to be expected for her to be that worried, and all the children under Cheryl's gang understood it. But there was a subtle difference between Cheryl's thoughts and her underlings' understanding of the situation. Cheryl was alone inside her room, so there was no need for her to keep up her appearance to fool the other children. But even so, she was intentionally making a scary face. Rather than to fool others, it was in order to fool herself. Cheryl was desperately trying to suppress her panic, anxiety and terror that was welling up inside her. She was putting a lid on those feelings by making an irritated expression. Up until now, she was able to fool her underlings. Everyone thought that she was only in a bad mood. But its effect on herself was running close to its limit. The reason why Cheryl was in such a panic, the reason why she was so worried, the reason why she was trembling in fear were all caused by one simple reason. It was because she could not contact Akira. Since he had not been visiting her place lately, Cheryl tried to contact Akira using her information terminal. But her call did not get through at all. It was not just simply because she could not establish a connection to Akira's information terminal, but it was because the target terminal was not found. That was what her information terminal was saying every time she tried to make a call. Akira did say to Cheryl once in the past that if she could not contact his information terminal, then she should assume that he was dead. And that was exactly what she was facing right now. Cheryl actually depended on Akira on a deeper level. Her psyche was anchored at the fact that Akira was willing to help her. To support her spirit as she maintained her position and acted as the boss of her gang, she relied on Akira's words when he said that he would help her. She noticed the ominous sound inside her which signaled a crack on the anchor that supported her spirit. She would instantly scream and cry the moment that anchor fully broke. The calm side of Cheryl was counting the number of days before her core broke down as if it had nothing to do with her. At best, it would be a few weeks, and at worst, it would just be a few days. If anything bad happened, it might even be a few hours. As the voice inside her head was silently counting down that number, Cheryl could feel her spirit being shaved bit by bit. Cheryl kept trying to distract herself as much as possible from what was actually in front of her. That was why her eyes were making such a scary gaze. But she would not last much longer. Ario suddenly entered her room without knocking at the door. Cheryl turned to Ario. She looked terrifying as she glared at him. "Didn't I tell you to knock first before entering my room?" Ario was scared by that silent pressure from Cheryl as he answered. I am sorry. I'll be careful next time." "So then, why are you here?" "Akira-san is here." "Should I just bring him to this room?" The intense pressure that Cheryl was oozing out completely vanished in an instant when she heard what Ario just said. Akira, who was brought to Cheryl's room, was sitting on a sofa, his expression saying that he was really uncomfortable. It was because Cheryl was sitting on his lap. Cheryl looked delighted as she circled her arm around Akira's neck. He knew that something like this would happen and he thought that he should get used to it soon. That was why he let Cheryl do as she wanted. Cheryl looked completely relaxed as if she was in heaven. "I'm happy to get to see you. I'm sure that you're busy, but if it's possible, I hope you would come here more often." "So, were you too busy? Is it okay if I ask you what happened?" "Well, I almost got killed." Akira answered back with a low voice as if he was whispering. Because of that, for some reason, Cheryl caught it as a bad joke. To Cheryl, Akira's survival was crucial. Thus, she could not just ignore such a statement even if it was only a joke. Both for the well-being of her gang and her psychical health, it would be problematic if he died. Cheryl looked worried as she hesitantly asked Akira, "If it was a joke, I've heard about it before too." "I'm sorry, but it's not funny. So please don't say such a thing even as a joke." Cheryl's expression was half intentional. She deliberately adjusted her expression to suit her voice. From doing her usual everyday business, she had trained her ability to control the impression that she would give to other people. If she did that to the other children in her gang, her beauty would amplify its effect and cause that person to be ridden with guilt for saying such a bad joke while also giving the sense of happiness from having such a beautiful girl worry about him or her. But what she said now was also her real feeling. Her voice and her expressions were nothing but high-quality tools to help her convey her message. But then Akira answered back calmly. "I'm not lying and it's not a joke. I really almost got killed back then and this time too." Cheryl understood from the way he said it that Akira was serious. His voice did not sound as if he was exaggerating or boasting over a lie. She was so panicked now that she understood Akira really almost got killed twice and her mask immediately crumbled down. Cheryl moved her hands from Akira's back to his shoulders as she pushed herself away so she could sit face to face with him. "Are you alright? Just like you can see, I'm super healthy right now. I don't feel any pain and I'm not wounded at all." Cheryl sighed out of relief. She understood that Akira did not say that just to look strong. She then returned back to hugging Akira. "Please don't make me worry like that." Most of the people would have hugged Cheryl back and told her something to reassure her in this situation. But someone as twisted as Akira just answered back calmly as if it was nothing at all. That would be impossible. Facing danger is our occupational hazard as a hunter. It was obvious from her face that Cheryl did not like Akira's answer. She then worriedly said to Akira, "That's true. But still." Looking at how Cheryl looked to be in so much pain, Akira tried to think of the reason behind it. But as expected, since he had a twisted personality, he could only come up with twisted answers. Akira thought that the reason why Cheryl was fawning over him was for the sake of maintaining her gang. And he could accept that reason. After all, he, who had spent his life in the slum city, knew well just how scary living in the slum city could be, thus he could understand why Cheryl would be so desperate. Although Cheryl only did it because Akira pushed that job to her, she was also maintaining her position as the head of her gang with his support. That was why Akira thought that it was not strange for her to be so desperate in trying to stay on his good side. That also meant once Cheryl's gang acquired enough influence to support itself, it would not need Akira's support any longer and Cheryl would lose any reason to keep her relationship with him. At that point, they might as well leave him alone. That was what Akira thought. Cheryl's expression turned more worried as she said to Akira with a shaky voice, "That I'm trying my best to strengthen the gang. I understand very well that we're always relying on you. But please stop talking about your death, hm? Alright." From how Cheryl was acting, her painful voice, and her arm that tightened around him, Akira at least understood that he should not say what he had said back then. But he did not understand just how many times he had made that mistake up until now. Akira did not know what he should say and stayed quiet. Cheryl also did not say anything while still hugging Akira. Since the time when Cheryl begged at Akira while crying and he answered her pleas, since the time when she was looking for someone to lean onto and Akira gave her a place, since the day when her spirit was broken by the truth of her situation and was constructed back up by the sense of security that Akira provided, although she seemed to be doing the same thing on the surface, the reason behind her actions were completely changed compared to before. The reason why she worked so hard developing her gang was so that she could hand over the gang once it was properly developed to Akira in order to return the favor. Cheryl had offered her body to Akira once, but he rejected that offer. She was a very beautiful girl according to the standard in that place. For a slum city girl, she grew up very healthy and her attire was neat and beautiful. Her overall appearance was even better than most of the people in the lower district of the Kagami city. Since she was living in a relatively blessed condition when she was under Sibia's protection, the beauty that she acquired was not tainted by the living situation in the slum city. But when Cheryl told Akira that he could do anything he wanted with her extremely beautiful body, Akira completely rejected her offer, saying that she would not be able to help him out in case they fought against monsters, not even as a diversion. As such, Cheryl understood that she could not use her body to repay Akira's kindness nor to maintain her good relationship with him. Cheryl did not know why Akira helped her. She did not consider the possibility that Akira did it since he thought that doing a good deed might help him fight against his bad luck. After all, she could not imagine him believing in such a baseless thing. She thought that he only did it out of a whim due to his kindness. At the moment, she had nothing of value that she could use to repay Akira's kindness. But even so, he was still helping her out, thus piling the favor that she wished to repay one day. Cheryl thought that if she did not expand the gang's influence and somehow earn some profits that she could give back to Akira, and if she did not make him think that he was glad he helped her out, Akira might one day just abandon her. In truth, Akira was not that eager to abandon Cheryl as much as she thought. While at the same time, she was also not eager to cut her relationship with him as much as he thought. But both of them thought that eventually the other person would end their relationship, and that misunderstanding caused her to cling on to Akira even more. Cheryl thought that she had to do something about the strange silence after that small exchange. So she came up with another subject to talk about. I tried to contact you, but I couldn't get any connection at all. Ah, right, the information terminal that I was using was destroyed. I came here today to tell you the contact number for my new information terminal. Akira lifted her aside and pulled out a small information terminal. Cheryl also went and picked up her information terminal that was on her desk. She then sat beside Akira and operated her terminal to exchange their contact number. After completing the task, she put her information terminal on the table near her and was about to return back to sitting on Akira's lap facing him. Akira thought that Cheryl had finished hugging him, thus he stopped her. "Wait, are you going to continue doing that?" "Yes. Since we've exchanged contact numbers, it's okay if I continue hugging you, right? Since you already got off once, shouldn't that be enough?" "No, I became so worried when I heard that you almost got killed. So I won't let go until I completely recover from my stress. It's already tiring enough managing the gang, that's why I'll need to keep hugging you for longer than usual. But you have your own job to take care of, right? I'm going by priority. While I'm recovering from my mental stress by clinging on to you, it'll also show the other gang members that we're getting along well. So this is a very important thing for the sake of maintaining the gang and retaining the gang's position among the other gangs in the slum city. No one is looking though, so isn't it pointless doing something like that here? Should I call someone then?" "Please don't." Akira also understood well that it was important to show the others of their good relationship in order to maintain Cheryl's position in the gang. But he was not that brazen as to show off to others as he was being hugged by a girl. As long as he and Cheryl were alone in her private room, others would at least make their own guesses as to what they were doing inside. Akira at least tolerated that much. Cheryl once again sat on Akira's lap while hugging him. People would definitely misunderstand if they saw them now. Sometime later, Ario entered the room after knocking. Cheryl turned to Ario while still hugging Akira. "Ario, it's true that I did say to knock first before entering the room, but you can't enter the room until the person inside gives you permission, you know?" Ario looked scared as he answered back. I am sorry. So, why are you here?" Cheryl gazed at Ario, as though saying that it would cost him a lot if he had no good reason for interrupting her. Ario looked frightened under Cheryl's gaze as he answered back. "Katsuragi-san is here. He said he has something to discuss with you. I made him wait in the reception room for now. Should I tell him that you're busy right now?" Although he was not as important as Akira, Katsuragi was also an important person for the well-being of the gang. After all, most of the income of the gang came from Katsuragi. Thus they could not afford to be rude to him. "Tell him that I'll immediately meet him." Cheryl suppressed her desire to keep clinging on Akira as she replied. Katsuragi was sitting on the sofa inside the reception room. On the other side of the table, Akira and Cheryl were sitting on another sofa with Ario and Alicia standing behind them. Ario and Alicia were sorts of officers within the gang since their main duty was to organize the members of the gang. Every time Cheryl had a meeting with people outside the gang like Shirjima or Katsuragi, Ario and Alicia were always there to attend the meeting too. Eventually, both of them would be given the duty of resolving problems both outside and inside the gang, but for now, standing behind Cheryl was hard enough of a job for both of them. At the moment, the meeting was attended by the boss and the officers of Cheryl's gang and the two crucial people for their gang. But Akira was only there to accompany Cheryl, while Ario and Alicia had no right to say anything in the meeting. One of Cheryl's underlings came and placed 3 portions of meal on the table before quickly leaving the room. Ario and Alicia, who were not used to being in the room, looked enviously at that kid who just left. Cheryl was smiling brightly as she said to Katsuragi. "To be honest, I hope that you would contact me first before visiting us so that we can welcome you without making you wait. After all, it's not like I'm always in the gang's base." "Ah, is it that you told one of my underlings beforehand?" "If that's the case, I apologize for our mistake." Katsuragi smiled in return as he said. "Nah, it's just that I had a business to take care near this area, so I decided to pay a visit. Sorry that I came without notice." "Please don't be. So then, is there anything you need of me?" Katsuragi glanced at Akira before answering back. "It's just that I haven't seen Akira's face lately. So I was planning to ask you if you know where he is. But since he's here, I guess there's no need to do that anymore." Judging from how her underlings were behaving, Katsuragi thought that Akira might have cut his connection with Cheryl. The reason why he came without notice was to see Cheryl's reaction. To Katsuragi, there was still no worth partnering with Cheryl's gang if it was not because of its connection with Akira. If Akira was dead or had cut his connection with Cheryl's gang, Katsuragi had no wish to continue working with her gang. If Katsuragi told her beforehand that he would come visiting, it would give Cheryl time to come up with a plan to hide the fact that she could not contact Akira in case if Akira did abandon her. Cheryl would also warn her underlings to hide that fact too. So in order to prevent her from doing something like that, Katsuragi deliberately came to her base without notice. Cheryl knew very well that was the reason Katsuragi visited out of the blue. The reason why Katsuragi did not say anything about it was not because he was being careful. But it was because he knew Cheryl would be able to easily guess it from his action. Both Cheryl and Katsuragi understood why they were there. But since it was already solved, there was no need to intentionally reveal it. The only person who did not try to read deeper into Katsuragi's words was Akira. Since his business with Cheryl was finished, Katsuragi turned to Akira. So then, Akira. How's your ruin exploration going? Are you collecting relics to sell at my place? Or are you still working on the temporary HQ construction request? I'm done with that request and I have no plans to continue taking it. That's good to hear. So you're back to exploring ruins then, right? That's the plan. But at the moment, I'm planning to take a break until I get my new equipment, which will take about 2 weeks from today. I'll then go back to exploring ruins for about a week before selling my relics to you. So just wait for a bit more. Katsuragi looked displeased. New equipment? Wait there, you should have bought them from me then. You do know what I'm selling, right? But Akira immediately refused that offer. I'm sorry, I have a regular shop where I get my equipment. Katsuragi looked even more displeased now. Cheryl, who was beside Akira, interjected, trying to give Akira a hint. Akira. Katsuragi-san is saying that now you're not selling relics to him or buying equipment from him. Is there any meaning in your partnership? Even if both of you had faced deathly situation together, there's a limit on how far he can tolerate this. Although Akira thought that Cheryl was indeed correct, he had no plans in buying equipment outside Shizuka's shop. But if he did not buy anything, or at least contributed to Katsuragi's profit, he would not be able to abate Katsuragi's displeasure. Thus Akira tried mentioning something that he might buy from Katsuragi. I see, in that case, sell me some medicines. It's pointless if you're only buying cheap stuff. Katsuragi said it in a fashion which was obviously showing his displeasure that Akira only bought such cheap things from him. But Akira's next words quickly cleared his displeasure. I'm planning to spend 10 million orum. Katsuragi could not help but express his surprise the moment he heard how much Akira was planning to spend. Akira continued with a serious face. I don't want cheap medicines that barely has any effect at all. I'm looking for medicines that can even heal broken bones in no time, like those powerful old world relic medicines. You used to sell stuff in the front line, right? So I bet you have at least that kind of medicine in your stock, right? Katsuragi quickly turned to business mode as he asked Akira. How are you going to pay for it? If you're okay with it, I'll do a bank transfer. So, do you have the medicines? I have 2 million orum per box medicine. Since I have them in my trailer, I just need to go grab it and you can have it today. Give me 5 boxes then. Akira then handed over his hunter ID to take care of the payment. Katsuragi received the ID, held it on his hunter ID reader terminal and completed the payment process. Katsuragi was doubting if the terminal would show the usual payment completion notice. But once he confirmed that the payment was indeed completed, he smiled. For the people who were doing business with hunters, having a connection with a hunter who was earning a healthy amount of money was something that was more important than selling their goods. Katsuragi glanced at Cheryl as he thought. He just gave 10 million orum like it was nothing. This is wonderful. Even if he only did that just to show off in front of Cheryl, he's still contributing to my revenue. I'll be counting on you to keep this up, okay? Katsuragi stood up and was about to go fetch the medicines for which Akira just paid. Alright then, I'll go grab the goods, just wait for a bit. You have no plans of going anywhere, right? Yeah. As Katsuragi was about to leave the room, he turned back to Akira and threw a question at him. Well, you just gave me that much money so easily. But what will you do if I just run away with your money or bring you bad goods instead? Akira swiftly but calmly answered Katsuragi's question. If you run away with my money, I'll just chase you down and kill you. And if you bring me bad goods, I'll just cut my connection with you. I see. It seems that we'll get along very well in the future. Katsuragi smiled in satisfaction after hearing Akira's answer. He then left the room. Ariel and Alicia were dumbfounded as they saw a 10 million orum deal was done right in front of their eyes. For Ariel and the other children, they could rarely get 1,000 orum even after spending their whole day collecting wreckages and selling them to Katsuragi. Moreover, the gang's cut would be subtracted before the balance was divided equally among all the children that did the work. So in the end, every single child would get less than that. They felt conflicted as they watched Akira finish that deal, which involved a huge amount of money that was outside their reach, like it was nothing. Ariel and Alicia knew that Akira was also a child from the slum. Their age and the environment where they grew up were not that much different, but now, Akira was standing in front of them as if he came from an entirely different place. Although it gave them a hope that they might get as successful as Akira if they got lucky, at the same time, it also made them feel unfair at how Akira could be so successful despite the fact that they were about the same age and were living in the same place. Although from the outside Cheryl looked completely calm, she was actually pretty shocked inside. It was because Akira was actually earning way lot more money than she imagined. Being able to pay 10 million orum so easily showed that Akira was on a different level compared to those average hunters. And that would mean Cheryl was using such a great hunter for her benefit although she had nothing that she could give to pay him back. Cheryl thought that if she could not somehow give something back to Akira, he might eventually abandon her gang. But since Akira was a good hunter, then it would mean that she should give him something of worth for such a good hunter. But she could not imagine what could be of worth for someone who could regularly earn at least 10 million orum. Not too long after that, Katsuragi came back with the medicines. Sorry for the wait, this is the 200,000 orum per box medicine. As Katsuragi said that, he put some boxes of medicine on top of the table. All of them were small enough to carry with one hand, they also did not look heavy. Akira frowned as he looked at those medicine boxes. I bought 5 boxes, right? There were only 4 boxes on the table, 1 box was missing. When I went to check my stock, it turned out that I only had 4 boxes left. So that's it. After saying that, Katsuragi took out another 3 boxes and put them on the table. As my apology, I'll give you 3 boxes of this 1 million orum per box medicine. So in total, you get 11 million orum worth of goods for just 10 million orum. Are you good with that? Well, I don't really mind, so I'll accept it. I'm sorry about this. Akira had no qualms with getting more goods with what he paid. As for Katsuragi, although he ended up with less profit, he was willing to tolerate it. But more than that, as a businessman, he wanted to make up for his blunder of not being able to provide what his customer requested although he had already accepted the payment. After all, it was not a problem that he could fix just by returning the money that he had received. Now that he had already cleared up that problem, Katsuragi immediately moved on to the next order of business. By the way, I'm planning to restock that medicine soon. I can order more of that medicine if you want me to. So, what do you think? I'll come to your trailer to buy them when I have the money. If I have the money but you don't have the stock, shouldn't you try to get some stock from a different store? As for the money, I can't really say for sure whether I can get them or not. After all, that's what it means to be a hunter. But as for your stock, it's yours to take care to begin with. After all, that's what it means to be a merchant, right? I can't deny that. Very well, I'll put my hopes up and wait for you. Just contact me when you have the money. If Akira told Katsuragi to put in more orders, Katsuragi might use that as an excuse to make him buy his leftover goods. But Akira was somehow able to avoid making such a mistake. Deep inside, Katsuragi clicked his tongue, but he was giving his businessman's smile on the outside. Katsuragi decided to move on and brought up another subject. Ah, by the way, you're planning to return back to exploring the ruins, right? Other than old world relics, I actually buy and sell other things too. Things like information about relics' location or the maps of the ruins that you can't normally find circulating in public. If you still have nowhere to sell them, you can bring them to me. You can even use me as a proxy to sell them. Of course, I'll take some commission out of it for taking care of all the troubles for you. But it'll be easier than selling them yourself, right? Even if I want to sell the data about the inner parts of the ruins, what should I do about the data format? I know someone who specializes in analyzing the data collected by information gathering devices. As long as it's not a special information gathering device, it should be okay. With this, you would not be coming back without any result even if you don't find any relics after exploring the ruins. Well, even if you bring back information of an area that has already freely circulated in the network, you can still get a small amount of money for bringing in a bit more detailed information of that area. Alright, I'll do that when I feel like it. But still, I see that you're handling all kinds of goods. To be successful under the corporate government, I need more than just money, you know. But of course, I still need money too, so I accept investment from time to time. I'm sorry, but I don't have that much money to spare. Thought so. After that, Katsuragi exchanged his number with Akira and left the building. Akira stuffed his newly bought medicines into his rucksack. But as he reached for the last 1 million orum per box medicine and was about to put it inside his rucksack, he suddenly stopped. He thought for a while before passing that medicine to Cheryl. She caught the medicine box, which flew at her in a parabola, with her both hands. Akira then said to Cheryl, "You can have that, just use it when you need it." Thank you very much. Cheryl tried her best to return a smile at Akira, but she couldn't show her natural smile and looked rather stiff. Even someone who hardly knew her could tell that she was pushing herself to smile. At least, it was not a smile that she usually gave Akira. Akira noticed that there was something strange with Cheryl's expression. He at least understood that he had done something wrong, but he could not tell what and where he went wrong. Alpha, did I do something wrong again? I just thought that these children might get injured during their job in the slum city, that's why I gave her that medicine. Alpha seemed to be thinking before answering back. I don't think you did anything wrong. But well, people see you and Cheryl as a couple, or maybe lovers. They might find it strange that you gave her something so not cute like that medicine box. Moreover, if you give a present from a discount, then it means that your love is also discounted. Basically, if you give a 10% discount object as a present, then it means that your love and gratitude are also 10% less or something like that? Nah, I guess I'm just reading too far into it. I didn't think that far when I gave her that medicine though. But well, I guess it's true that I wouldn't have given her that medicine if I hadn't got it as a bonus. Well, as an object to show off to others that she's your lover, if someone asks you which one works better between accessories like a necklace or a ring in a box of medicine, I guess you know the obvious answer. After all, it's not like she can use a box of medicine as proof to other people. Right, that was the case, huh? Well, I did say that I'll help her, I guess I'll give her something which she can use for such purpose later. Akira and Alpha were talking to each other although they were somehow not talking about exactly the same thing. And of course, they did not even touch the subject about why Cheryl was making such an awkward expression. While looking at the medicine box that she held with both of her hands, Cheryl thought that now she had received even more favor which she should pay back. Although she already had enough problems thinking about how to repay Akira, she now had that hurdle raised up. Cheryl was in a panic now. Chapter 65, Good Deed Subcontract. Cheryl shooed Ariel and Alicia out of the room. Although from the outside, it looked like Cheryl was only telling them to get back to their work, Ariel and Alicia felt like Cheryl was actually telling them to get out from that room and not disturb her and Akira. So they flusteredly exited the room. Cheryl stood up. Akira thought that she would cling on to him again, but instead, she sat across him. She then made a serious face as she said to him, "Akira, do you have anything you want me to do for you? That's out of the blue. You always help us, so I was wondering if I can do anything to pay you back after receiving so much. You can ask anything of me or even from all of us." Judging from her expression, it did not seem like Cheryl was happy after receiving such an expensive item. But instead, it seemed like it made her rather desperate. Akira took some time thinking of what to say, but nothing came up in his mind. "Nothing comes up in my mind at the moment. I'll come again and ask you when I have anything I want from you." Normally, Cheryl would have stopped here after Akira said that, but not this time. She kept her serious expression as she stared at him. From Akira's point of view, it was as if Cheryl was begging or pleading to him. "Is there really nothing? You can ask anything. It doesn't matter if it's an easy thing or a difficult thing, will you please ask something, anything?" Cheryl thought that it would be really bad if she did not return Akira's favor even if it was only a little bit. But she did not even have the slightest hint of what she could do for Akira. Because of that, Cheryl decided to directly ask Akira. If it was out of Akira's request rather than her own idea, there would be less chance that it might annoy him, while at the same time, it would also have a better chance to make him happy. Cheryl, who did not want Akira to abandon her, would do anything that she could for Akira even if he asked her for something difficult. If he told her to get naked, get on her knees, and lick his feet, she might as well do that without a shred of hesitation. Cheryl's seriousness was conveyed to Akira. But he did not know what suddenly got into her. Even if she asked him to request something, he could not come up with anything at all. "Well, even if you ask me so, I really have nothing to ask from you right now." Akira understood Cheryl would not back down unless he asked her for something. He was put under pressure by Cheryl as he was racking his brain for anything to ask of her. He thought that asking her to give him a shoulder massage would not be enough. Meanwhile, Cheryl's serious gaze was being counter-effective. It brought her further away from her objective because it made Akira think that he should not ask an easy thing from her. After taking his time thinking, Akira finally came up with something. "Ah, right. In that case, just give the slum children good food and teach them how to read and write." Cheryl was dumbfounded when she heard what Akira said. She looked puzzled as she asked him, "Is that really enough?" Cheryl had no idea what kind of profit it would bring Akira even if she did what he asked. But Akira sounded a bit surprised as he replied. "To be honest, I thought I asked something that was really hard, you know. If it's really an easy thing for you, then can you just do that for me? I'll leave the details to you, but make sure that it's a realistic plan." Cheryl swiftly replied with a serious expression. "I understand, I'll give my best in doing it. Ah, and also, don't tell anyone that I'm the one asking you to do that. If someone asks you why, just come up with a random excuse." Cheryl firmly nodded. "All right, I'll never tell anyone." Cheryl had no idea why Akira would ask her to do that. She knew very well that Akira was not someone who was kind enough to ask others to do a good deed. What he asked of her was not something that could bring direct profit for him. And even if Akira did that to get his name out as a good Samaritan, then he would definitely not ask her to hide his name. But for Cheryl, that was not where the important point laid. The important point was that Akira asked her to do that while thinking that it was a difficult request for her. Thus, if she could do it, Akira would at least think she was useful to him. Cheryl made her resolve that she would make use of anything and everything in order to accomplish Akira's request. Alpha did not understand why Akira would even come up with such an idea. She was always quietly but closely observing Akira, assessing his way of thinking, trying to understand the principles behind his actions, and continuously trying to control him. But Akira's action just now was unexpected even to Alpha. In order to understand him deeper, Alpha thought that there was a need to understand the reason behind this action. Alpha then asked Akira in a very calm manner, such that it prevented him from reading what Alpha was actually thinking, thus hiding her surprise. Akira, why did you ask Cheryl to do that? How should I put this? Providing education and food for the slum children is a good deed, right? Well, it sure is. If I ask Cheryl to do that, then it would be my good deed, although an indirect one, right? I just thought that it might help me fight my bad luck. So basically, it was like a subcontract for Akira's good deed. If bad deeds beget bad things, then good deeds should beget good things. In short, by pushing Cheryl to do a good deed, Akira thought that it might help lift some of his bad luck. In the end, leaving the fact that Akira was seeking a superstitious and occult thing like good luck, the only reason why he asked Cheryl to do that was for his own selfish intention. And why did you ask her not to say that it's your idea? If others come to know that it was my idea, I somehow feel that it would only bring me trouble. The reason why Akira asked Cheryl to keep it a secret was to avoid getting roped into any trouble afterwards. It was not a rare story when somebody came to help someone in need and quickly disappeared without asking for any reward or leaving behind any name. Akira was twisted enough to interpret such a heroic story as though that person did not want others to know his or her name because people would swarm into that person for free help. So, it would be a huge pain in the ass if other people knew his identity. Akira was pushing any possible troubles that might come from such a good deed to Cheryl while trying to reap some profit from it. That was also the reason why he said that he thought it was a difficult request for Cheryl. Alpha was relieved since it was not like Akira suddenly had a change of heart and became a good person. After all, it meant that she did not misevaluate him. The more selfish Akira was, the easier it was for her to control him, thus it would be troublesome for her if he suddenly became a selfless person. I see, I understand now. Although, I don't think it'll give the result that you're hoping. Well, to be honest, I'm not placing much hope for its result anyway. I just randomly came up with that idea. And even if it has no effect at all, it's not like it'll cause me any harm. That's true. Well, even if it causes you some harm later, I don't mind as long as you don't try to put your life at risk just to cover for someone else. Remember that I only have you, so I don't want you to put yourself in unnecessary danger, okay? I have no problem abandoning a hostage who has nothing to do with me. So I won't do such a thing. You know that all too well, don't you, Alpha? Now that you mention it, you're right. When he was in the underground, Akira did not drop his weapon even when Yajima took Reina hostage. Akira himself knew that he was a cold-hearted person. But on the other hand, Alpha still remembered when Akira did not hesitate to shoot and kill the person who threatened to harm Shizuka inside Cheryl's base. Akira also took an SOS request, which he had rejected, when he knew Sarah and Elena participated in intercepting the monster swarm even when it meant that he had to go alone. Alpha could not make any predictions about what Akira would do if one day Shizuka or Elena or Sarah were taken hostage. After both of them returned back to Cheryl's room, Cheryl returned to clinging on Akira again. Although he was planning to leave the base right after, he was overwhelmed by Cheryl as he was pulled by her to her room. Cheryl was charging herself by clinging to him. Akira did not know it, but Cheryl was actually using him as her psychical support. When she could not contact Akira, she was tremendously stressed. Because of that, she took way more time than usual clinging to him when normally 1 hour would be enough to recover her calmness. Now that Cheryl had recovered her calm, there were two things racing through her mind. First of all, she was thinking about what she could do to get in a deeper relationship with Akira. Cheryl understood that Akira right now was in a situation where he was susceptible to get swept by the flow. At the moment, he would get swept by the mood no matter how far it would go. Thus, Cheryl was thinking about how to use this chance to get as close as possible to him so that he would not easily abandon her. Although it was just her baseless intuition, Cheryl thought that if only Akira did something with her, would it give a clear indication about their relationship and prove that she was his favorite. The other thing that was running inside her mind was that it was time to pull away as she was still clinging on Akira. Even though there was a similar aged beautiful girl, who had told him that he could do anything he wanted to her in the past, clinging to him right now, he did not do anything to her at all. Cheryl did not know whether it was because Akira simply had no interest in such a thing or it was because he was holding himself back since he knew that it would cause him a lot of trouble. It would be pointless if she rushed herself in trying to get close to Akira to only annoy him instead. If Akira looked annoyed when she was clinging to him, it would damage her psychical state too, and that was something that she would not want to happen. Akira noticed that Cheryl had a lot of things inside her mind. But he did not know what she was thinking nor had any interest in knowing about it at all. He only thought that Cheryl must have a lot of things to worry about as the boss of the gang and stopped thinking any further. He then spent some time talking with Cheryl to gather some information about the slum city. Suddenly someone knocked on the door. They both quickly turned towards the source of that sound. The person who just knocked at the door waited outside for an answer. "Come in." After Cheryl replied back, Alicia entered the room. Showing her close relationship with Akira was an important thing for Cheryl to keep her position as the gang's leader as well as for the safety of her gang. Akira understood that too, that was why he did not try to get Cheryl off his lap. But he still felt a little bit embarrassed being seen like this, thus he averted his eyes from Alicia to a random place in the room. Cheryl was still clinging on Akira as she asked Alicia, "Do you need anything?" "Ah, it's nothing, it's already your bath time. So I was wondering if you're going to take a bath today. If you're not, then someone else might use the bath instead." Alicia was there to remind Cheryl that it was her bath time. There was a bathroom inside the gang's base. Everyone in the gang was using the bath in turn since it was not big enough for all. Due to the same reason, the bathroom was always occupied except for when it was cleaned, or when the next person took his or her turn. And with more and more children joining the gang, it was incredibly difficult for everyone to get their turn for taking a bath every day. Because of that, Cheryl wanted to limit herself from occupying the bath for an extended time. It was not like she could not do that, but it'll definitely cause displeasure among her subordinates. And so Cheryl always used the bath every day at a fixed time. Since Cheryl was not using the bath even though it was already her bath time, Alicia came to check her. If she was not going to use the bath, Alicia was planning to use the bath with Ario before letting other children use it. Cheryl was a bit surprised when she realized how long she had been talking with Akira. "It's already that late? I'll go, wait for a sec." Cheryl stepped down from Akira and grabbed her toiletries. She kept her toiletries in her room since it would be gone in no time if she left them in the bathroom. Akira then mumbled, "Bath, huh? I guess I'll go back home and take a bath too." It had been a week since the last time Akira took a bath. Although he felt all refreshed after all the treatments that he received, it did not change the fact that it had been so long since the last time he took a bath. As Akira was thinking of going back home soon, he extended his arm to reach for his rucksack, but Alpha suddenly asked him, "Akira, where are you planning to go?" "My inn, of course. You no longer have the room in the inn that you were renting before you were hospitalized. You need to look for a place to sleep first before you can take a rest, you know." Akira stopped. Alpha was right. It was already past the stay duration in that inn. Everything that he left behind inside his room, including all his medicines and ammo, would have been confiscated by the inn. "So I should look for a place to stay now, huh? Well, I'm sure I can find one though." The day had already gone dark, there was a good chance that all the good rooms were already taken. The only rooms that he could still find would be either cheap rooms with only showers or super luxury rooms, but Akira had no plans to stay in such a room. Although he wanted to take a bath, it was not like he had enough surplus money to waste on a luxury room. When Akira imagined himself walking around in the lower district in the middle of the night looking for a good place to rest, it made him lose all motivation to leave. Since he was already thinking of going back home to take a good rest, it made him way less motivated when he thought that he had to carry his heavy rucksack while walking through the lower district. Cheryl noticed that slight change in Akira and asked him, "Akira, what's wrong?" "Well, I just realized that it's already late but I still have to look for a place to stay." Judging from Akira's voice and behavior, Cheryl knew that he really did not want to do that. "If it's alright with you, you can stay for a night in my room. Although it doesn't have furniture like in an inn, at least, it has a bed to sleep." "Are you sure?" "But I want to take a good long bath too." Akira was not sure what to do. He was wondering if it was a better idea to take Cheryl's offer rather than walking through the lower district when it was already dark and relatively dangerous. He knew that it had been so long since the last time he took a bath. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted to take a bath, and that made him lean more towards looking somewhere to stay in the lower district. Cheryl, who had recovered her calm, could understand what was going through Akira's mind. Thus, she gave him a suggestion, although she knew that he would refuse it anyway. "Want to go with me? We can take our time enjoying the bath before others come to use it. We have a big bath, you can even extend your hands and legs in it. And I'm sure there's no one stupid enough in this gang to steal your belongings. If it still worries you, you can place your belongings near the bath and you can watch over them through the transparent glass." Akira hesitated. The biggest reason why he hesitated was because he was worried about his belongings. He was inside Cheryl's base and not in the slum city alley, so he did not know just how safe this place was. His hesitation showed that to a certain extent. He thought this place was safe, but at the same time, he also thought that it was not. He was in a dilemma. Cheryl's words did reduce his worry, but it was not enough to make him decide on what to do. Since it seemed that Akira would not be able to decide anytime soon, Alpha also gave him an extra push to make his decision. "If you're worried about getting attacked, rest easy. I'll be watching your surroundings just like always. You'll be able to know immediately if someone steals your belongings." "Is that so? Then it should be okay, right?" Cheryl then said something that caused Akira to quickly make his decision. "Our bath time is getting shorter right now, so..." Cheryl looked at Akira's expression and knew his answer before he could even say anything. Akira dipped inside the big bath in Cheryl's base. He extended his legs and arms as he sunk himself up to his neck and surrendered his whole body to the pleasure of the warm bath. He could feel tiredness, which should have not been inside his body after all the treatments that he received, melting into the water. Whether it was his psychical tiredness or just an illusion, it did not change the fact that he was being healed. He left all of his belongings in the changing room. And in order to make sure that no one would try to snatch them, Ario and Alicia were keeping watch outside the changing room. A guard was always present there when Cheryl or other girls were taking a bath. There were already cases where some children tried to peek, and of course, those children were already kicked out from Cheryl's gang. As Akira was looking forward with his numbed mind, he could see Cheryl washing her body in front of him. He had already washed his body with the soap that he borrowed from Cheryl before getting into the bath. Although they had more or less started washing their bodies at the same time, Cheryl was taking a considerably longer time than him. Akira wondered for an instant if there was really a need to wash that rigorously, but his question was quickly swallowed by the pleasure from the bath and vanished. After all, for him, it was not an important question. Cheryl took very good care in washing her body and her hair. She understood very well that her appearance was an indispensable asset in order to get the upper hand during a negotiation. As such, she put a lot of effort into polishing her body. The cosmetics and the soap that Cheryl received the other day from Katsuragi were luxurious goods judging from the slum city's standard, and she was using those goods to polish her appearance. Thanks to that, she was able to regain the beautiful hair and skin that she had lost because of the poor living condition in the slum city. The hot water raised the beauty and charm of Cheryl's lustrous skin. It was beautiful enough to make the young boys of the slum city bet all the great benefits that they got from joining Cheryl's gang just to get a peek of her beauty. Now then, since they lost their bet when they were caught peeking, not only were they unable to see Cheryl's beautiful naked body, they were also kicked out from the gang with nothing but the clothes that they were wearing. If they were still alive, they would be deeply regretting their decision, but also thinking that they should have at least sneaked a peek before getting kicked out from the gang. After she finished washing her body, Cheryl went towards the bath. Akira quickly turned his gaze to her out of reflex since something within his views suddenly moved. Cheryl, who felt his gaze, blushed as she walked to the bath. Despite the fact that Cheryl had given her consent for Akira to take a bath together with her, she still felt embarrassed having someone of the same age and opposite gender looking at her naked body. But even so, she did not show any hesitation nor did she try to hide her body with her hands as she walked to the bath. Although she was embarrassed, she still dipped herself into the bath as if she was showing off her beautiful and near-perfect body to Akira. Cheryl watched closely how Akira reacted. His gaze was just simply following an object that was moving within his field of view, thus after she stopped making any big moves, his gaze returned to the empty space in front of him. With the exception of one part, to be more precise, her chest area, she was actually pretty confident about her body. That was why Cheryl was quite shocked and Akira barely made any reactions as if he had no interest in her body at all. Cheryl embarrassedly asked Akira. What do you think? Akira looked around before replying. It's huge. Some of Akira's consciousness had already melted into the warm water. Thus when Cheryl asked him that question, he could only use his half-working brain to interpret it and answer back while still in his dazed state. Cheryl, who still had her brain working normally, understood why Akira even came up with such an answer. Although she had embarrassedly asked him such a question, he thought that she was asking about his impression of the bathroom, and he answered back saying that he was pretty much impressed by its size. She was a bit depressed when she realized that her body, which she was so confident of, was turned into mere decoration inside the bathroom. She sunk deeper into the bath, some bubbles came out from her mouth which was under the water, which seemed like she was bad-mouthing Akira. I did say that the bathroom is big, so he should have known that before, right? Cheryl was pouting while staring at Akira. From her gaze, Akira realized that he might have said something bad. But with half of his consciousness taken away by the warm water, he could not correctly interpret her question nor come up with the correct reaction. Whenever Akira took a bath in his inn, Alpha was always together with him. Although it was only an image, he was already used to taking a bath together with someone else. That was one of the reasons why he was barely bothered at all by Cheryl, who was taking a bath together with him right now. Akira was, to a certain extent, already used to taking a bath together with an extremely beautiful and charming girl. Because of that, his sexual drive was extremely low. This might be the result of Alpha's anti-honey trap training. Or maybe it was simply because, for Akira, nothing could beat the pleasure of the warm bath. Judging from Akira's reaction, it seemed that the time that she spent polishing her body after telling Akira that he could do anything with her was all for vain. Cheryl let out a big sigh as she understood that fact. She decided to move on and looked at Akira, who was enjoying the bath. Since Akira was surrendering his whole body to the pleasure of the bath, it seemed like he had completely dropped his guard. The Akira in front of her right now did not seem like a skilled hunter who could easily pay someone 10 million orum. His fully relaxed expression made him look like one of those common young boys that she could find anywhere in the slum. Looking at the relaxed Akira, Cheryl thought that if he really was one of those common young boys, she might be able to solve most of her problems if she used her body to seduce him. If she took Akira's hand and guided it along her body, or entangled her legs with Akira's and put her lips on his, Akira should at least get aroused. She believed that her body should be charming enough for most members of the opposite gender. If her assumption was true, then deep inside, Akira might actually not hate this idea. Cheryl imagined what would happen if she pushed herself to Akira. She thought that he would accept it while only resisting verbally. Akira's seemingly defenseless state caused her to be less cautious as her imaginations and assumptions leaned more towards good-case scenarios. These abnormal thoughts corroded Cheryl's judgment. Although she herself was not aware of it, she was actually in an aroused state. When Cheryl extended her hand and tried to reach Akira, she noticed that he was staring at her. Akira locked his cold gaze at Cheryl. He was carefully observing her moves and judging whether the person in front of him posed a danger to him or not. Akira could subconsciously feel some kind of suspicious intent from Cheryl, although it was not malice, it was definitely not benevolence. Because of that, he quickly snapped back to his senses. Cheryl was immediately frozen in place. The common young boy in front of her completely vanished, and in its place, she could see a cold-blooded young hunter who would kill without even a shred of hesitation. All the optimistic imaginations that were inside her mind a few seconds ago were completely erased. Then, in the very next moment, Akira's gaze turned back to normal. Akira himself did not realize his change. So from his perspective, it only looked like Cheryl was about to move and then suddenly stopped. Akira made a puzzled face as he asked Cheryl. "What's wrong?" It's nothing. I see." Akira ignored the fact that Cheryl was stuttering when she answered back as he once again focused on enjoying the bath. Akira's expression loosened and returned back to before. As he once more relaxed his body, his consciousness once again melted into the warm water. Cheryl felt relieved when she saw that. It seemed that Akira's mood had returned back to normal. "That was dangerous, that was so stupid of me." If seduction worked on Akira, he would have been seduced a long time ago. "I should be more careful." Cheryl then tried to imagine what would have happened if she had pushed herself on Akira. In her imagination, she saw him quickly grabbing her by her throat and pressing her against the floor. Seeing such a scene, she then decided to stop herself from imagining any further than this. "As I thought, my only choice is either to make Akira take the initiative or getting his permission first before trying to seduce him." Cheryl thought it was already good enough for now that Akira was willing to get in a bath together with her. And so Cheryl decided to spend the rest of her bathing time to just enjoy the bath and recover from all the tiredness she accumulated from the day's work. Chapter 66, Important Day, Checkpoint Day. After finishing his bath, Akira returned to Cheryl's room. On his way there, the other boys in the gang were looking enviously at him. They knew that he shared the bath together with Cheryl. The girls in the gang could not blame the boys since they also knew that many boys fantasized about being with Cheryl. But it was obvious that Cheryl was only into Akira. Akira was a hunter who could pay 10 million orum like it was nothing. If Cheryl was not the boss of the gang, the other girls in the gang would have tried to seduce him. But doing something like that would be an obvious declaration of war against Cheryl. The reason why Cheryl could maintain her position as the boss was because of Akira's influence. Thus trying to seduce him also meant trying to wrest the boss position from Cheryl. Because of that, no one dared to even attempt to do that. After returning back to Cheryl's room, Akira started to feel sleepy. He said to Cheryl while fighting against his sleepiness. "Cheryl, I'm going to sleep now. So, can I borrow your sofa?" Cheryl replied happily. "You can use my bed, it's bigger than the sofa, really?" "Thanks." Once he got Cheryl's permission, Akira put his luggage on the floor near the bed and was about to get on the bed. Although from the way Cheryl said it, she hinted that she would also sleep on the same bed, he did not notice that at all. She then carefully picked her words as she said. "Is it okay if I ask you to take off your clothes? It would be a lot of work to clean the bed if it gets dirty, okay?" Akira was half asleep as he removed his clothes and put them on his luggage. After leaving only the underwear on his body, Akira got onto the bed. His eyelids were already too heavy, thus he planned to just go ahead and sleep. Although she looked rather disappointed, Cheryl still smiled and said to Akira, "Good night and sleep well. Good night." Akira sounded drowsy when he replied, he then quickly fell asleep. Even after Akira fell asleep, Cheryl still stayed awake to work on her job as the boss of the gang. She checked the progress of the work she distributed among the members of the gang, checked their results, and planned for the next job distribution. If there was any trouble with the work done by her underlings, she would try to formulate a solution, readjust the whole work schedule of the gang, and resolve any fights between the members of the gang. Although it would be unreasonable to simply compare her workload with the other members, it could be said that Cheryl was working the hardest in the gang. After finishing, Cheryl returned to her private room and locked the door. She undressed down to her undies and crawled onto the same bed as Akira. She then slowly hugged him. As Akira was already asleep on the bed for quite some time, his body warmth was spread throughout the bed. Both Akira and Cheryl were in their underwear. As she felt Akira's warmth on her body, Cheryl revealed a satisfied smile. Cheryl closed her eyes while still hugging Akira as she looked back at everything that happened that day. Although a lot of things happened today, it was still an amazing day. I'll do my best so that Akira will not abandon me. As she was thinking about the future, Cheryl was slowly consumed by her sleepiness. She eventually drifted to sleep with a big smile on her face. The next day, Akira woke up and noticed that Cheryl was still clinging on him. She had a peaceful and blissful look on her sleeping face. Akira, who was still lying on that bed, suddenly heard Alpha's voice. "Good morning, Akira. Did you sleep well?" "Morning. Ah, right, I slept in Cheryl's place last night, huh?" Akira pulled himself away from Cheryl, stepped down from the bed, and put his clothes on. He then looked at Cheryl, who was still sleeping on the bed. After he got a good night's sleep, Akira regained his calm. He remembered what happened yesterday as he was looking at Cheryl, who was still wearing nothing but her undies. "She was clinging on to me yesterday without any good reason. She also took a bath together with me, and until just a moment ago, she was sleeping with me only in her undies. What exactly does she think of me? Does she think that I definitely won't attack her or something?" Even when his mind was in good condition, Akira still came up with the wrong conclusion. So Alpha exasperatedly said to him, "What are you talking about? She's tempting you to assault her, you know. She did say to you that you can do anything to her, remember? Is that so? But still, is there any particular reason why she would do something like this? She might be thinking that her current situation can quickly change for the better if you do something to her. As a matter of fact, I'm quite sure that's what she's thinking." Akira made a conflicted face as he stared at Cheryl. "Is that so? I guess it's true if you say so. Well, I don't really mind if you want to get involved with her as long as you don't forget your contract with me. But if you really do, just make sure to be careful. It's about exploring the particular ruin that you want me to go to, right? Don't worry. If you abandon me, I'm sure I'll immediately die in no time, eaten by one of those monsters. I won't do anything that might endanger my life. So you don't need to worry about that." Akira stated that clearly, the only reason why he was still alive was all thanks to Alpha's support. He understood that one fact very well. "That's good to hear. But still, although there's a beautiful girl of the same age as you sleeping only in her undies in front of you, you don't seem to be bothered at all. Are you really not interested? Well, what can I say? Since I have this girl, who always follows me around while being naked, I guess I grew up some resistance against it." Akira lightly laughed when he said that, and Alpha smiled invincibly. Right at the next moment, he had a bad feeling, and his feeling was accurate. Alpha's dress suddenly vanished, leaving her beautiful body in full view. She was showing off her virtual body that was produced through an extremely advanced calculation without even a shred of embarrassment. She even adjusted her appearance to suit Akira's taste, which she gathered from all of her observations of him, but her base body shape was also so beautiful that it would charm most of the members of the opposite gender. Then, to put the cherry on the top, Alpha was looking at Akira with a flirtatious gaze and a charming smile. He blushed a little and quickly turned his face away. Alpha giggled as she saw his vexed expression. "Oh, I thought you said you'd grown some resistance against this, right?" "I'm also planning to buy a vehicle, so I want a big garage too. And also maybe a big room to store my equipment, ammo, and my reserves. Then maybe a warehouse and a bedroom too. Then the next problem will be the rent. I'm sure Kobayashi has told that real estate agency about you, so it would be troublesome if they recommend you an expensive estate thinking that you still have that 100 million orum." "Well, that's true. I already spent 90 million orum yesterday. My money sense is completely broken, isn't it? I wonder where that small boy, who got all flustered by 200,000 orum, is now. It's not like you wasted that money on unnecessary things, just think about it as proof of your growth." When he heard Alpha's words, his expression turned bewildered as he mumbled, "Growth, huh? To be honest, I'm not sure if I've really grown stronger. Since, until now, I only got myself better equipment and I'm still fully relying on you. I don't feel like I'm getting stronger myself though." Akira himself did not think that he had grown stronger. After all, he still had problems in all his fights and he was only able to barely survive till now because of Alpha's support. Alpha smiled at Akira to reassure him. "Don't worry. You've become stronger. But I think it's okay to think like that too. It's better to underestimate your ability rather than to overestimate it. After all, it's not like you would be able to breeze through your fights against the monsters just because you got a little bit stronger. If hunters could easily kill them, they would not be called monsters after all. Not to mention, facing danger is your occupational hazard too, so let's not get too reckless and stay careful. If you're worried about it, you can put more effort into your training and you can also rely more on me." Akira smiled, he was rather relieved after Alpha said that to him. "Is that so? Well, I suppose you're right. I'll be counting on you." Akira collected himself as he stepped forward. Eventually, he arrived at the real estate agency that Kobayashi introduced. After he showed his hunter ID at the reception counter and mentioned Kobayashi's name, one of the staff quickly came to serve him. That staff was surprised when he saw Akira. It was because not only was Akira a small boy, he also did not seem like a hunter who could receive a recommendation from the Kagomiyama city management. But that staff quickly showed Akira a friendly smile before Akira could notice his surprise. Akira told that staff what kind of house he was looking for. After that, they finished their small consultation and went to check the prospective houses. The real estate agency Kobayashi introduced to him was located in the outskirts of the lower district. Although there were a lot of open plots in the district, only a very small number of them were safe. There was a big difference in the values between the plots on the upper and middle districts that were located behind the wall, and the lower district that was located outside the wall. This difference in values came from the difference in their safety and security. The closer the property was to the wasteland, the cheaper it would be. And the closer it was to the wall, the more expensive it would be. Although there were exceptions, these exceptions were sold at a higher price since they were located in regions that were maintained by private security companies. So in short, the extra price was for the safety provided. The agency staff gave Akira a tour through a certain house. As Akira looked around the inside of that house, he felt that it was big enough for him to live alone. It had a big bath, a lot of rooms, and a huge garage. It was also fully furnished, so there was no need to buy new furniture. It fulfilled most of Akira's expectations. The staff then explained to Akira. It's a building designed for a hunter. Normally, we would only recommend this house for a hunter above rank 30. It's pretty well made that it can withstand explosives and gunshots. The city security gave permission to install heavy weaponry on this house for self-defense too, but if it causes problems with other people who live around the area, then we're not liable for that and you would have to solve that problem yourself. Although it is mentioned under the contract that this area is guarded by a private security company, don't put your hopes too high. In case you're attacked by robbers, expect to handle it yourself. As for cleaning up rubbles and dead bodies, you can contact us and we'll take care of them for you. While for the rent, considering the position of the person who introduced you to us, we'll charge you 500,000 orum per month. It already includes the water bill, energy bill, security bill and insurance. You can always ask us anytime in case you need more security guards. Do you have any questions? Normally, this house would not be introduced to a small hunter like Akira. It was all thanks to Kobayashi's influence as city staff. Thus, Akira thought that this kind of opportunity might never come again if he let it go here. Akira inquired the staff. When can I rent this house? You can use it immediately after you pay the rent. If you pay it here and now, you can immediately use it right afterwards. I understand, I'll take this house then. Akira then gave the staff his hunter ID. The staff received the hunter ID, scanned it with his terminal, and operated his terminal to finalize the contract. He then deeply bowed to Akira. I've confirmed that we've received the payment. Thank you very much for using our service. This is the key for that house. Please do inform us if you lose it. The future rent payment will be automatically withdrawn from your bank account. If you're late in paying the rent even by a second, the rental contract will be immediately nullified and all the properties inside the house will be confiscated by the company who owns the building. So please be careful. You can do anything you want with all the furniture that is already inside. You can throw them away or sell them if you don't need them. Wait, those furniture, were they? Yes. They were owned by the previous renter. Akira glanced back at the furniture inside the house. Those furniture were left behind by the previous person who lived there. He realized that if he too died, then his furniture would also be passed on for the subsequent renters in the same way. Well then, please let me excuse myself. If you need anything, feel free to give us a call. Once again, thank you very much for using our service. The staff bowed deeply at Akira once more before leaving. Akira then locked the door, went to his new room, and put down his luggage and equipment. He then sat on a chair near him. He looked deeply moved as he took a big breath and let out a long sigh. A home. My home. You're only renting it though. Even if I'm just renting it, it's still my home. After living all these years in the slum city alley, I finally get a place that I can call my home. Akira looked around the room. He became a hunter hoping to improve his life condition and a lot had happened since he went to the wasteland for the first time. He just sat there reminiscing those days. The past Akira, the Akira before he met Alpha, would have never imagined that he would be able to live in such a place. But right now, right here, it was his reality. Akira stood up and turned to Alpha. He made a serious face as he bowed his head. It's all thanks to you, Alpha. Thank you. And also, I'll keep counting on you. Alpha was smiling just like usual. You're welcome, and I'll be counting on you too. For Akira, today was an important day. It was the day he stopped living in inns. But for Alpha, it was not that big of a deal. It was nothing more than a day where Akira reached one of the checkpoints. These differences between them were shown in their respective expressions. After that, Akira went to and fro to the lower district to buy food, indoor clothes, and other daily necessities. He also adjusted his new information terminal so that Alpha could access it. He then checked all the rooms inside his new house one more time. He spent the whole day to prepare himself for his new lifestyle. By nightfall, Akira had finished all the preparations that he needed for his new life inside his new house. Akira dipped himself inside the warm bath to recover from all the hard work that he did during the day. Just like he wished, the bath inside his house was pretty big. It was large enough for him to fully extend his arms and legs as he enjoyed the warm water. Alpha was also there together with him, although she was only an image. When he was enjoying his bath, Akira did not even pay any attention to Alpha, who was naked right beside him. After all, it was a normal sight for him every time he took a bath. It was also because she was calmly enjoying the bath just like usual. If she was teasing him there, he would not be able to ignore her. Akira, it's about our plan for the future. Starting from tomorrow until the day your new equipment arrives, you'll spend your time studying and training, okay? I understand. But what kind of training are we going to do? Akira was puzzled. After all, it was not like he could do shooting training or CQC training inside his house. He might be able to do CQC training inside the empty garage, but his movements would be restricted in such a small place. But Alpha's answer had nothing to do with both of those training. You'll train on how to compress your time perception both intentionally and out of pure reflex. Akira sounded puzzled as he said, "That I'm sorry, I don't really understand what you just said." So, what exactly am I going to do? Well, you'll understand that tomorrow. Alright. Akira did not have any idea on what kind of training he would be doing, but since Alpha said that he would understand once the training started, he stopped worrying any further. It showed just how far he trusted Alpha. Alpha was satisfied with his answer. On the next day, Akira started his training inside the garage. Alpha initiated the training with an explanation on what to do. The training that you'll be doing starting from today will be to freely compress time perception by yourself. Simply put, you'll accelerate your cognitive mind to compress your time perception. When you do that, things around you will look like they're moving in slow motion. You'll train on how to do it intentionally. While on the other hand, we'll also condition your body to automatically do that when you're in a certain situation. Once you achieve it, we'll train to increase the level of compression. For starters, let's aim to extend 1 second into 10 seconds, then into 100 seconds, and so on. We'll also train so you can maintain it for an extended time with a minimum level of burden to your brain. If you can do this, I'm sure you'll grow strong really quickly. Alpha gave a very straightforward and plain explanation. But Akira did not get the same impression after hearing her explanation. For him, it sounded like an impossible and crazy idea. It was as if Alpha was telling him to fly. Even if you give me that explanation. Can I really do something like that? To be honest, I'm not even sure I can do it, you know? But her reply quickly cleared up Akira's doubt. She smiled and said, "You can. Or more like, you've done it unconsciously before. You just need to work it out so you can do the same intentionally." Akira was surprised by what he heard, that I've done something like that. That's right. If you need a more precise example, you still remember your fight against Nelia, right? That's a good example. I'm pretty sure Nelia was using an accelerator when she fought you. It increased the speed of her movements and slowed down her time perception, thus allowing her to fight at a very high speed. In order to adjust her cyborg body to fight in such a high speed, I bet she put in extra modifications inside her brain too. Akira remembered his fight with Nelia. At that time, although he was moving his body desperately, he was barely able to follow the movement of his augmented suit that was controlled by Alpha. So, does it have anything to do with my training? Yes. At that time, you were somehow able to follow and react to Nelia's movements. You were also barely able to follow the movements of your augmented suit when I was controlling it. Although you weren't aware of it since you were so desperate at that time, there's no way you could do something like that unless you were compressing your time perception, you know? The danger of death made you so focused that you were unconsciously compressing your time perception in order to survive that situation. Akira was dumbfounded as he heard Alpha's explanation. He was only vaguely aware of it during that fight, and now Alpha, who he trusted, also confirmed it. Thus Akira thought that it must be true. Leaving the truth aside, Akira believed her explanation. Now that he believed it, it became the truth for him. It turned his belief from being impossible to possible. Let's start by trying to fool your brain into thinking that your life is in danger. With this, you should be able to grasp how to compress time unconsciously. Once you're done with it, you'll next learn how to do the same in any situation. That I understand the gist of it, but what exactly should I do? You'll understand once we start the training. So let's get into it right away. After saying that, Alpha changed her appearance from her usual dress into some kind of exotic costume for dancers which had a lot of decorations on it. The only exposed part of her body was her head. She was wearing a long skirt that extended to the floor and her arms were covered by long sleeves. Alpha was holding blades in both of her hands. Those blades were thin and looked extremely sharp. She then thrust the blade in her right hand toward Akira. Although Akira understood well that the blade in front of his eyes was not a real thing and only an image, it looked sharp enough that Akira could not help but take a step back. I'll be dancing in front of you and you'll need to keep your eyes on me. I'll launch some attacks in the middle of it and you just need to evade them, you get that? Oh, okay. Since it's training to compress your time perception, you're not allowed to keep your distance to avoid my attacks. You're also not allowed to take a step back when I approach you as long as I don't try to attack you. Alright. Very well, let's begin. After both of them opened up some distance between them, Alpha saluted Akira, closed her eyes and started dancing while making a dignified expression with her beautiful face. The multi-layered dress flailed in the air as she danced. She looked completely mesmerizing. The many decorations on her dress swayed along, complementing her every move. The blades, which were as smooth as a mirror, gave a clear reflection of the garage as they slashed the air. Watching her dance, Akira felt like he was taking part in some kind of ritual. It was obvious that Akira was slowly hypnotized by that dance. It made him immediately forget that he was in the garage and both Alpha's dress and dance were completely out of place. When Akira got back to his senses, Alpha had already finished her slash. Alpha, who was dancing next to him, had slashed at his neck with the blade in her right hand. He could not react to that at all. If that blade was real, he would have been dead by now. Alpha smiled mischievously at Akira, who was still dumbfounded. You should properly keep your eyes open for any attacks, okay? I understand. Akira pulled himself together. It would be all for naught if he did not feel any sense of danger even when there was someone flinging a sword right at him. He could not just stand there mesmerized, he should properly keep his focus and watch Alpha's movements closely. He gathered all his focus and directed all his attention towards Alpha. Alpha reset the distance between them. Akira kept his eyes on her so that he would not miss even the slightest move from Alpha, but then he suddenly realized something and looked puzzled. A layer of cloth tore off from Alpha's dress. That piece of cloth fluttered and vanished before it could touch the floor. Akira understood that it was nothing more than an image, thus it was not like that piece of cloth would just peel off from Alpha's dress on its own. So in short, Alpha did that intentionally. Alpha, why did you let that piece of cloth off? I'm just reducing the difficulty. This multi-layered dress is hiding my movements which in turn hides my attack. If you can get a better view of my limbs, you should be able to see my attacks more easily, right? Well, that's true, but isn't it like we're doing this training so that I can quickly recognize my enemy's movement, compress my time perception, and evade incoming attacks? It's fine. It doesn't seem like you can even react to my attacks at this rate, after all. Or more like, you don't feel any danger at all, do you? As long as you don't recognize the danger, you won't be able to notice that you're being attacked, and it won't be able to trigger you to compress your time perception. Well, that's true. I'll take off one layer of my dress every time my attack hits you, okay? Ha. If you want to see me naked, you can just go ahead and take it easy, you know? After Alpha said that while smiling bewitchingly, she started dancing again in front of flustered Akira. Akira stiffened his face to not let out his inner feeling as he was keeping his eyes on Alpha, who was dancing beautifully in front of him. Chapter 67, Making Sure That Everything Is Alright. Akira placed all his focus on Alpha's movements. He did not let even the slightest shift go unnoticed. But even so, he could not evade a single attack. It was because Alpha's multi-layered dress hid her blades, making it extremely difficult to judge the timing of her attack. Moreover, Akira could not follow her movements with his eyes at all. Akira was trying his best to focus on Alpha's movements, but it was not even close compared to the level of focus he had when he was facing a deathly situation. Alpha noticed every single time he lowered his guard and used that opening to accurately slip in an attack. Then, just like she said, every time Akira received an attack, one piece of cloth was removed from her dress. Thus, one by one, pieces of cloth kept falling off from Alpha's heavily decorated dress. As fewer and fewer clothes and decorations were left on her dress, her skin started getting exposed bit by bit. Starting with her 4 limbs, to her back, then eventually up to the cleavage of her chest and bum. But as Alpha kept dancing, the exposed part of her skin was only barely able to peek out from time to time as the leftover pieces of clothes on her dress hid them from view. The more part of her body got exposed, the more seducing her dance became. Alpha was smiling bewitchingly and sending a flirtatious gaze at Akira. She had lost most pieces of clothes that were hiding her body, thus it should have been easier to see her movements now. But her dance was still as deadly as it was charming. Akira was sliced and diced so many times by Alpha's swords. Although he was familiar with her attacks, he still could not evade the incoming blades. Akira was getting tired after keeping his focus for an extended length of time. Because of that, his focus was getting worse with each passing second. Eventually, Akira was too tired to even react to Alpha's attacks. Alpha noticed that and decided to end the training. Let's end it here today. Akira did not try to hide his tiredness as he let out a big sigh. He then looked at Alpha one more time and sighed again. Alpha was almost naked. The only pieces of clothes left were those that hid particular parts of her body and some decorative pieces that were barely able to hide the rest of her body. All the layers of clothes that Alpha started with had turned into such a sexy dress. Alpha's beautiful figure that was almost on full view showed just how pathetic Akira was during the training. Alpha tried to cheer Akira up since he was obviously disheartened. It's not something that you can learn in one night. Today's training was not fruitless. Let's keep on training patiently, I guess you're right. It was not like Akira had completely recovered, he was just putting a brave front. If he was given enough time, Akira would get back on his feet by himself. Let's take a short break before continuing with studying in your room. Or do you want to just take a rest for the remainder of the day? No, let's study. I'm on a break from hunter work, so I at least want to keep improving myself during my break. Alright then, I wonder what should I teach you today? Akira returned to his room and started taking lessons after he had enough rest. Let's work on your math today. As a hunter, you should at least be able to properly calculate your reward. Before that, how long are you planning to stay like that? Alpha was still wearing what was left of her dress from the previous training. It was not least bit suitable for teaching. She just smiled teasingly as she said. Since you hadn't told me to change it, I thought that you liked it. That's why I'm keeping it like this. Alright. Next time, I'll tell you to change your clothes right away after the training. You don't have to hold yourself back, you know. Just return back to your usual dress, will you? As far as I can see, it says nothing other than she's inviting me for a talk while having a meal and she'll be paying for the meal. That is true. What exactly does she want to talk about with me? Even if you ask me, I have no guesses at all. Both Akira and Alpha had no idea what Shiori's intention was for inviting Akira for a meal. So then, what do you plan to do? Are you going to take the request and meet her? Judging from where she's planning to meet you, I don't think there'll be any danger though. The meeting place mentioned in Shiori's request was the restaurant inside the biggest hunter office in Kagamaima City. Anyone who caused trouble in that place would be picking a fight against the hunter office at the same time. Since Shiori asked Akira to meet her there, he can rest assured that she would not try to pick a fight against him. It's okay if you want to just decline the request. You can also ignore it if you want. It's up to you, Akira. Alpha finished giving all of her suggestions to Akira. Although it might be a good chance for a breather if Akira went to meet Shiori, there was no particular reason for Alpha to recommend it either. It was really up to Akira. As long as his actions would not interfere with her objective, Alpha would try to respect Akira's will. Akira reread the request many times, he did not know whether to accept it or not. After taking some time to think, Akira eventually decided to accept it. It was because he was curious why Shiori wanted to meet him. If he could confirm that safely through this request, then there should be no problem accepting it. Akira thought so as he decided to accept the request. On top of that, the meeting place was in a high-class restaurant, so if Shiori would pay for the meal, then it would mean Akira would be able to eat expensive foods without having to pay for it at all. That was also why he decided to accept that request. But since getting free food was fixed as one of the factors in his decision, he tried his best to ignore it when he was considering what to do. Akira sent a confirmation to Shiori that he accepted the request, he then finished his preparation and went to the appointed restaurant. The Kagamayama City Branch Hunter office was located inside a huge building that was integrated with the city wall which separated the middle district and the lower district. Inside that building, there were many stores directed at hunters. Most of the stores were frequented by high-level hunters who had houses in the middle district. Among them, there were even stores that only accepted high-ranked hunters. Basically, it was not a place that a low-level hunter like Akira could visit. The restaurant that Shiori specified had no hunter rank restriction. But there was no mistaking that it catered to high-ranked hunters. Akira hesitated for a bit when he saw that it was a high-class restaurant. Alpha, who saw that, said to him, "Giving up? Nah, I'll go. It's not like I'm going into an old-world ruin anyway. There's no need to be afraid." Although Akira said so, he directed it more towards himself as he stepped forward to that restaurant. The interior of the restaurant looked luxurious, unlike most restaurants in the lower district. If he tried to enter this restaurant right after coming back from the wasteland with his dusty clothes or leftover blood from the monsters, he bet that he would be sent away immediately. While it would be alright if he did the same in one of the taverns or restaurants in the lower district. Akira thought so as he got nervous. Although in reality, he could just clean off the dust on his body and change into new clothes inside the restaurant itself. It was not rare for a high-class restaurant to have showers installed inside their restrooms and provide a clean suit for rental for its customers. Even the restaurant staff would be willing to laundry the dirty clothes if asked. The restaurant staff quickly noticed Akira, who just entered the store, and greeted him. "Thank you for coming to our restaurant, do you have a reservation today?" As the staff brightly greeted him, Akira answered back in a fluster. Someone by the name of Shiori should be already inside. So. May I ask your name? It's Akira. Very well. Akira-sama, please leave your weapons with us. Akira hesitated, but he eventually decided to hand over his rifles to that restaurant staff. That staff politely received Akira's rifles and put them on a table near him. "Thank you very much for your cooperation. Please let me guide you to your table." Akira followed behind that staff as he walked through the restaurant. The high-class feeling inside that restaurant felt so much different from all the other restaurants that he had visited in the past. Even the soft sensation he felt on his feet every time he took a step on the carpeted floor showed that it was on a whole different world compared to where Akira was living. Akira looked around while walking through the restaurant. He could see all kinds of people inside that restaurant, all of them were enjoying their expensive meals. While some of the people there such as the cyborgs looked out of place eating in such a luxurious restaurant, all kinds of expensive-looking foods were served in front of those people. Akira could not help but ask Alpha a naive question. "Alpha, how do those people eat their food?" Looking from their appearance, they must have at least enough organs to process the food that they eat. Or maybe they mistook the capabilities of their cyborg body, thinking that their cyborg body will be able to digest food. Or maybe they're just sending the taste data to someone else remotely. Or maybe they are only here to enjoy the beautiful food although they can't eat them. There are many possibilities, you know. I see. But I don't think any of them are here just to enjoy the beauty though. Having something that looks delicious in front of you even though you can't eat them sounds more like torture to me. There are all kinds of people out there, you see. There are things that you can't understand unless you're the one doing it. Akira was actually still curious about that subject, but it was not like he could just stand there observing them. So he just gave up on his curiosity and followed the staff in front of him. Akira was guided to the table where Shiori was already waiting for him. The staff pulled the chair for him as he flusteredly sat on that chair. The staff then placed the menu in front of Akira and Shiori. "We'll call you again when we've decided what to order." "Certainly." The staff bowed and left. Both, the staff and Shiori, looked already accustomed to such an exchange. Akira was the only person there who could not follow it. People were not only here to eat food, some hunters picked this restaurant to negotiate with each other to avoid turning their negotiation into a fight. With the Kagamayama city management and the hunter office watching this place, no matter how heated their talks went, they would be forced to act calmly, thus avoiding the worst-case scenario where they tried to kill each other. Shiori was looking prim in her stylish suit. Unlike Akira, who was wearing clothes that he could use to go to the wasteland anytime, Shiori's suit made her look like some kind of businesswoman. Or to be more precise, she looked like those people who lived in the middle district. After seeing Shiori's attire, Akira lowered his guard. But on contrary to that, Shiori raised her guard when she saw Akira's attire. After all, he was wearing armor similar to the one that he used when he fought her. Although Akira looked out of place inside the restaurant, Shiori could somehow guess Akira's intention from his outer appearance. But in reality, Akira had no plans to antagonize Shiori at all. The reason why he was in those clothes was simply because he had no other clothes to wear. Shiori looked at Akira with a serious expression. She had resolved herself to be in this place. For some reason, her serious expression looked beautiful. "Akira-sama, thank you very much for accepting my request. As I promised, I'll pay for the meal. Please order anything you want." When he heard that, Akira's gaze shifted down to the menu in front of him, but he then turned his gaze back to Shiori. "Let's finish whatever you want to talk about first. After all, we wouldn't know if I can completely finish your request and deserve this reward." "I understand. Let's move to the main subject then." Shiori bowed deeply to Akira. "First of all, I apologize for causing you so much trouble the other day. And thank you very much for saving Milady. I'm sure you feel rather conflicted about me and Milady, but everything that happened back there was my fault. If you want to, I'll pay you back with anything I have, money, body, even my life. But in an exchange, please don't put any blame on Milady." Shiori pleaded sincerely to Akira. Even Akira understood that Shiori really meant what she said. Because of Reina's foolishness, the battle that Akira had already won was turned 180 degrees. Moreover, Yajima even took Reina hostage and made Shiori fight against him. Fortunately enough, they were able to get out of that situation alive, but it would not be strange if Akira harbored some grudge against Reina and Shiori because of their actions. Since the servant's fault was the master's fault, thus Akira might even be blaming Reina for what happened. In order to make sure that Akira was not holding a grudge against Reina, Shiori was willing to do anything for him. Akira was rather taken aback by Shiori's serious attitude. "Before I give you my reply, there's one thing that I want to ask you. Why did you take the roundabout way of sending a request through the hunter office if you just want to talk with me? If you accept the request, I'll at least know that you have a good intention." Shiori employed Akira once when they were in the underground city. At that time, he criticized Reina and said something that angered Shiori, but Akira only did that thinking that it was a part of his duty. He did not try to do any lip service as he decided to say his honest opinion even though it might cause a fight. Shiori thought that there was a need to know Akira's real feelings. Even if Akira already completely regarded Reina and her as his enemies, it would still be better if she knew that. It was also to check whether Akira was only trying to look normal on the outside while thinking of killing Reina on the inside. Shiori had offered her money, body, and even her life to Akira. She hoped that it would be enough to abate Akira's grudge. Although it was by pure coincidence, Akira was the one who saved Reina after all. Shiori could not deny that fact. But if that was not the case, she would have to resolve herself to protect Reina even if it meant that she would have to fight Akira again. Because of all this, Shiori needed to know Akira's real feelings about that matter. Of course, Akira could not read that deep into Shiori's intention. But at least, he had already prepared himself for whatever that might happen since he had no plans to lie when he decided to come to that place. I see. Leaving aside whether my answer can satisfy you or not, I'll give you my honest answer. So raise your head and listen well. Shiori raised her head and waited for Akira's answer with a serious expression. Akira hesitated when he saw Shiori's serious face, which made it difficult to express himself. Forget about that incident, you don't need to do anything about it. That's all, ha. Shiori's serious expression crumbled down, and that one-word response perfectly reflected her real feeling. Akira sounded a little bit embarrassed as he continued. Well, what can I say? I guess I have to give a proper explanation, huh? Alright then, I'll explain everything. So just put aside any questions that you have at the moment and listen well. Since you sent that request right to me through the Hunter office, you know my Hunter code, right? Use your information terminal to see my battle record in my Hunter profile page. You can do that, right? I can lend mine if you can't though. Please don't worry. I understand, please wait for a bit while I check it. Shiori looked a little puzzled as she did what Akira told her to do. She pulled out her information terminal, opened the Hunter office's site, and checked Akira's battle record. But Shiori was shocked when she opened Akira's profile page and checked for his battle record in the underground city. What is this? Shiori looked surprised as she turned her gaze at Akira. When she checked his information page, his battle record was much different from what she knew had happened in the underground city. Akira's battle record said that he was monitoring various defense points in the underground city for 3 days. Nothing big happened during his assignment, but on the 3rd day, he got injured in a battle against monsters and was sent to the hospital. That was what was written in Akira's battle record, or at least, that was what the battle record publicly displayed. Akira then explained to Shiori, who was obviously confused. Due to my confidentiality contract with the requester, the Kagomayama City Management, I can't tell you the details. But that's my battle record, it has nothing, right? Since nothing had happened between us, I don't have anything to do with you. After all, it's not like something unbelievable had happened. If you can't accept my explanation, you can go ahead and talk with the city management. But of course, make sure not to get me involved. I have no wish to pick a fight against the city management, you know. Due to his deal with Kobayashi, Akira's battle record from the underground city was completely rewritten. Akira himself had no wish to talk about it. He was planning to behave as if whatever written in his battle record was the truth. Because of that, Akira decided to completely forget about everything that had happened between him and Shiori. Or at least, he had no plans to bring that up again. Although it would be a lie to say that he did not feel anything about it, it was not enough of a reason to make him take any particular action. Akira had already completely moved on from that incident. Shiori looked at Akira, the hunter whose battle record was displayed on her information terminal. After taking some time observing him, Shiori carefully tried to understand the situation. She tried to recheck if there was anything that she missed, any lies between them, any misunderstandings, or any implicit message she did not interpret that might fatally worsen the situation. Shiori looked very serious as she asked Akira. Nothing happened, is that really alright? Yep, it's not like anything happened after all. I understand. As a gesture of my thanks for coming all the way here for me just to confirm this matter, you can go ahead and order anything you want. Shiori smiled as she urged Akira to take the menu in front of him. In that case, I won't hold back. After saying that, Akira took the menu in front of him. Shiori patted her chest in relief. Now that she had resolved that problem with him, she had nothing more to worry about. Akira hummed when he read the menu. There were all kinds of dishes written on that menu. Although he could read the letters, he had no idea what kind of dishes they were. Alpha. This Arendaus Gree new Polly style with Elaine's thingy, what kind of dish is this? No idea, but it seems that it's some kind of meat dish. Well, it's written under the meat section, so I'm sure it's a meat dish, but I don't know what kind of dish it is. Akira's hum got longer as he continued reading the menu. Shiori could guess what he was thinking looking from how he was behaving. She then smiled and said, Akira-sama, I'm planning to order today's special course. It usually contains a good combination of dishes, so if you don't know what to pick, how about ordering today's special course? You can order more dishes if you still want to eat more after that, I'll take that then. Of course, he could just randomly pick any dish from the menu, but since he might end up ordering weird things by mistake because of his bad luck, he decided to avoid doing such a thing and took Shiori's offer. Shiori called for the waiter and placed the order for her table. It did not take long for their order to arrive. As Akira looked at all the dishes that were lined up in front of him, he noticed that he knew nothing about any of those dishes. For him, all of them looked equally expensive and delicious. Akira made a long as he nervously reached for one of those dishes and put it in his mouth. He was overwhelmed as flavors exploded inside his mouth. Akira almost fainted as flavors spread all over his tongue, but he was barely able to survive that fierce assault. It was because he knew from his experience that losing composure could lead to a fatal situation. Akira took his time chewing, enjoying, and relishing the dish which he did not even have the slightest idea of how it was cooked or what was inside it. It was a wonderful dining experience that changed his sense of taste. It was a pleasure that he could never find in the slum city. Since it looked like Akira was absolutely mind-blown and was about to get spirited away, Alpha worriedly asked him. Akira, are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. Instead of using telepathy, Akira accidentally answered Alpha's question aloud. So in short, he was not alright at all. Shiori was confused when Akira suddenly said that. It doesn't suit your taste? No, it's alright. It's so good that it gave me a shock. Akira was acting weird as he flusteredly answered Shiori's question. Shiori too thought that he was behaving strangely as she smiled at him. I'm glad that it suits your taste very well. There's no time limit, so you can take your time enjoying the food. Oh, okay. Akira was somehow able to answer back before he started eating again. Since he had already experienced it before, Akira was not surprised anymore as he continued eating his meal. Alpha did not say anything and just watched Akira eating. It was because she was worried if she said anything, he might make another mistake. Shiori was enjoying her meal while keeping her eyes on Akira. Seeing how he was eating his meal with a big smile on his face, he did not look like someone who could force her to use her trump card accelerator drug and still fight evenly against her. He looked just like a common young boy that she could find in the city. But even so, Shiori did not drop her guard against Akira. To be more precise, she became even more careful when dealing with Akira after knowing what she just heard today. Akira's battle record was completely rewritten. Compared to his real battle record, his new shabby battle record was a big downgrade. But even so, it did not seem like Akira was bothered by that at all. Thus, it could be assumed that the city management made some kind of deal with him, a deal that brought him enough benefit that he did not mind his new battle record at all. This boy is good enough to make the city management give him a beneficial deal. It means that the city management recognizes his ability as a hunter. With someone like him around, there should be at least some rumors about him, but Drankum's information network has no information about him at all. Although Drankum is recruiting new young promising hunters in order to increase its sphere of influence, it doesn't seem like it's trying to recruit him. I guess I need to investigate more whether it's just because the gang still hasn't discovered about him or if it's because the gang is deliberately keeping a secret about him. But that might be a dangerous thing to do. I have to avoid anything that might cause Milady any harm. Shiori's mind was preoccupied with the person in front of her as she was eating her meal. All this time, Alpha was paying her full attention at Shiori. Akira did not notice Alpha, who was staring at Shiori, as all of his attention was focused on enjoying the meal in front of him. Chapter 68, Real Strength. Akira's stomach was lulled by the great food, and when he finally regained some of his composure to fight back that pleasure, the only dishes left in front of him were the desserts. He could order for more, but since he did not want to leave any leftover food, he decided not to. Akira took a spoonful of the beautiful mouth-watering dessert in front of him. Shiori also did the same while asking Akira a question. So Akira-sama, do you always work alone? He indulged in the taste of the dessert, but Akira somehow managed to answer Shiori's question. Yes, I'm always alone. Although I did say, always, it hasn't been that long since I became a hunter. Shiori was trying to learn more about Akira during the meal, but this was the first question which Akira was able to answer seriously. When she asked her questions during the meal, he was only able to give vague answers as if he had his mind somewhere else, and of course, it was because his mind was indeed filled by the flavor of the meal that he was eating. Because of that, Shiori could not gather much information about Akira till now. Don't you have any plans to get more companions or join a gang? Neither hunting monsters nor exploring ruins, I believe, is an easy job to do alone. Well, that's true. But at the moment, it's much more comfortable for me to work alone for a lot of reasons. I don't need to fight for rewards when I'm alone, not to mention that I'm not really a team player kind of person. So rather than causing a fight by being in a group, I would better do my job alone. Although Shiori was giving a friendly smile from the outside, she was actually diligently gathering information about Akira. She kept asking him questions as both of them were enjoying the desserts in front of them. Although for Akira, all the questions that she asked were just about ordinary stuff, Shiori was, in fact, carefully picking her questions. Akira was also asking Shiori any questions that came up in his mind. Most of his questions were about the gang that she and Reina were part of, Drankum. Oh, so they're gathering young hunters, huh? Yes. The current Drankum is aiming to recruit more young hunters. At the moment, it seems that they're even willing to accept complete beginners who had just registered their name in the hunter office. I know it sounds weird for someone like me to say this, but is there any meaning in giving guns to complete beginners? They'll just die in no time, right? There was a big difference between Akira's and Shiori's understanding of the word beginner. It was not like Drankum would accept any rank 1 hunter like the past Akira. One needed to be at least a rank 10 hunter with their name registered in the hunter office, to be accepted by them. Although there was a slight misunderstanding between them, it was not big enough to disrupt their conversation. Shiori then replied. In the worst cases, there are gangs out there that deliberately trick beginner hunters to join their gangs just to use them as meat shields or decoys. Indeed, there are many young hunters who quickly die in no time depending on the quality of the gang that they join. In order to avoid something like that, Drankum offers a lot of support programs like setting up a training period for young hunters or lending them better equipment to boost their fighting capabilities. Equipment, huh? Well, equipments are indeed important. Akira mumbled as he remembered that he had once headed to the wasteland with just a handgun. To the current him, it looked like nothing but foolish and suicidal. Well, what can I say? I always thought that all of those gangs were only using young hunters as sacrificial pawns. But I guess some of them are not that bad, huh? Drankum provides the young hunters with such support since it'll benefit the gang in the long run. But lately, some of the veteran hunters are complaining, saying that the gang is giving too many preferential treatments for the young hunters. After all, they get some of their rewards deducted to help to pay for those support programs for the young hunters. Although the veteran hunters never received such a preferential treatment up until now, they have to lend some of their equipment and get their rewards deducted. But even so, the young hunters are enjoying those benefits without showing any gratitude. So it's to be expected that the veteran hunters would get annoyed. While on the other hand, it's true that the gang has gotten a lot of skilled young hunters because of that too. Not to mention that those veteran hunters, who work as the officers, are the very people who decided on those support programs in the first place. So I can't really blame neither the young hunters nor the veteran hunters as a whole. Akira was reminded about Shikarabe and Katsuya. Those two people looked like water and oil, but it did not seem like it was only a matter of individual affinity between them. It reminds me of those two, Shikarabe and Katsuya, was it again? Those two don't get along with each other because of that. Shikarabe-sama and Katsuya-sama, huh? I've only heard that Shikarabe-sama was once assigned to look over Katsuya-sama's group and that they just can't get along with each other. Although to be honest, I don't think it's because Katsuya-sama's group fault. Shiori's expression looked a little bit conflicted. After that, they started talking about Katsuya. It sounded like Shiori was complaining and Akira was forced to listen to her. According to Shiori's story, it seemed that Katsuya was a rather skilled hunter among all the young hunters in Drankum. During the Underground City request, Katsuya was proactively trying to accomplish his duty as he worked together with the other skilled hunters. As a result, the young hunters in his group had gotten quite famous among the other hunters for their skills. It also seemed that the young hunters in Drankum had even formed a faction with Katsuya as its head. Because of his skills as a young hunter, the gang placed all its hope on Katsuya to show the success of their young hunters support program. But if that was all there was to it, it should not be enough to cause Shiori to make that expression. The real problem was the side effect of that. Katsuya was greatly admired by the other young hunters, especially by the members of the opposite gender. He was pretty handsome and not arrogant even though he was skilled. To put it simply, he had a good prospect to be a good hunter with stable earnings in the future. Thus it was only to be expected that the young female hunters would be admiring him. Some of them ended up falling for him although they only approached him for money at first. Some of them fell for him after Katsuya saved them. Some of them grew closer and closer to each other after they recognized each other's skills. Basically, a lot of girls were taking his side. Some of them were even fighting each other in the background to be able to be in the same team as Katsuya. That was also the case for Reina. At first, Reina only looked at Katsuya with disdain thinking that he was just an unruly boy. But after she recognized his skill, Reina started to fall for Katsuya although she was yet to realize this herself. Shiori noticed that was also one of the reasons why Reina forcefully got herself in the same team as Katsuya. Shiori sounded rather annoyed as her voice became slightly heightened. I have nothing to complain if Katsuya-sama is being honest with milady. But, even though it doesn't seem like he's planning to go out with anyone, Katsuya-sama never makes that clear and always only gives vague answers as if he's trying to woo milady. Not to mention that he keeps getting more and more girls around him every single day. Just because he isn't doing that intentionally, it doesn't mean that it's okay to keep doing it. I see. Akira could only reply awkwardly as he slurped the after-meal coffee. It was already his third cup of coffee. They had long finished their desserts even after Shiori ordered 2 more plates of desserts after their first one. It's true that Katsuya-sama is a skilled hunter and I'm sure he'll be a great hunter in the future. You can even say that he has this heroic aura. But there's a limit on everything. Even if he can do that by his own ability, if he wants to create a harem, he can just go to the Western District and become a noble or a king or something. After all, I heard that having a harem is a normal thing for kings and nobles according to the culture in the Western District. Don't you think so too, Akira-sama? To be honest, Akira did not care at all. Moreover, it was only to be expected for them to grow closer to each other if they were to go through dangerous situations together numerous times. Although Akira thought so, it would only worsen Shiori's mood if he answered back honestly. Akira carefully chose his words to find a compromise so that he would not go against his own principles since he had taken this meeting as a request. He then awkwardly replied. Well. I'm still of the age where food is much more interesting than girls though. So it's like, I'm not really knowledgeable about something like that. To be honest, I don't think I can give you any good opinion even if you ask me. So. It's not like I'm taking his side here. But since he's working as a hunter, it's normal for him and his companions to face life and death situation on daily basis, so things like that are not really that unexpected, right? But Katsuya-sama even tried to hit on me too, you know? Not to mention that Milady was right beside me when he did that. That's just... My apologies. Shiori was interrupted by a call notification. She apologized to Akira and checked her information terminal. I'm really sorry, it's a call from my workplace. It seems that I'll have to excuse myself here. How about you, Akira-sama? If you want to order more meals, this will be your last chance. No thanks, I'm pretty much full right now, so I'll leave too. Thank you very much for treating me with such delicious meals. Akira had eaten quite a lot of dishes, and the final empty space in his stomach was already filled with coffee and desserts. Since he did not want to turn the entrance of the meals into the exit, Akira reluctantly decided to stop there. As Shiori was making the payment, Akira received his guns back. When he heard the total bill for the meals they had, he decided to just forget it by convincing himself that he must have misheard it. With his current earning ability, it was very unlikely that he would ever come to this restaurant ever again for the time being. After they left the restaurant, Akira said his thanks to Shiori one more time before going back home. After Akira left, Shiori picked her information terminal and called her colleague. It's me, please tell Milady that I'm on my way back now. Alright. So, are you okay? He didn't rip your limbs, right? Milady is really worried, you know. The person, who Shiori was talking to, said something so awful like it was none of her business. Shiori then replied back with a serious expression. I'm alright. Kane, you didn't say anything unnecessary to Milady, did you? We just had some small talks about the current situation. To be more precise, what were you girls talking about? A lot of things, like Milady's work as a hunter or any interesting hunters that Milady knows. Then we talked about the underground city too. Milady also told me the story where you almost got killed too, you know? You went to meet that hunter today, right? Shiori sounded annoyed as she sternly said to Kane, Didn't I tell you to avoid talking about the underground city when you talk with Milady? We somehow ended up talking about that due to the flow of the conversation, you see. And unlike you, I'm basically a soldier, so I'm not good with that kind of stuff. If you have anything to complain about, then you should return back here as soon as possible. I'm already on my way. Shiori then ended the call after she said that. Inside a mansion in the middle district behind the city wall, a young girl wearing a maid uniform lightly smiled while looking at her information terminal as her call ended just a moment ago. It was Shiori's colleague, Kane. Though she looked like a young girl, her age was unknown. However, there was a shred of innocence in that smile of hers. Yet from the outside, it looked like nothing but a mischievous smile. Kane imagined the kind of face Shiori would be making as she mumbled. She sounded pretty annoyed. Although Kane was wearing an outfit which looked like a normal maid uniform from the outside, it was actually made of enhanced fibers, making it bulletproof and stab-proof. It was more or less as strong as the armor that hunters commonly used. Kane was wearing such an armor since she would need to take blows in order to protect Reina in case of an emergency. The black tights that extended from under her skirt was a part of her augmented suit that she was wearing under the maid uniform. Kane was there as Reina's bodyguard. Although her job as a bodyguard was more or less the same as Shiori, unlike Shiori, her duty didn't extend to taking care of Reina. Kane was actually a soldier who had no maid skill, so she would never get assigned to such a job normally. The maid outfit was only to disguise herself so that she would not cause a ruckus in the middle district as well as simply out of her employer's preference. After she closed her information terminal, she returned back to Reina's room. Since Shiori was sent to the hospital after her fight against Akira, Reina was told to take a break from her hunter job until Shiori recovered. Reina was studying inside her room when Kane spoke to her. "Milady, Ain-san is already on her way back." "Ain-san?" "Ah, Shiori, huh? Is she alright?" "It seems that she's not injured at all. She also said that she'll return here as soon as possible, so I'm sure she's alright." "Thank goodness. It's all your fault for saying all of those worrying things to me, you know. Don't scare me like that again." Reina looked relieved, but her expression turned stern as she scolded Kane. Kane swiftly replied back. "People die when they die. And it's doubly true for people who do a dangerous job like the hunters. You need quite a determination when you step out of the city wall on your own volition, you know?" Reina sounded rather annoyed as she said, "Well, that's true, but still." After passing her post to Kane, Shiori quickly went out without even telling Reina where she was going. It was also Reina who told Kane to check on Shiori's safety. All this while, Kane was whispering worrying things to Reina like, Shiori might not be able to come back alive. Only after confirming Shiori's safety, did Reina realize that everything Kane said was nothing but jokes. If not, just her honest opinion. In truth, before she even went to meet Akira, Shiori had finished leaving her will and instructions to tie up any leftover business in case she died. Kane was somehow able to read what was in Shiori's mind when she saw her off. She then thought while carefully making sure that it would not show on her face. "Ain-san told me to assume that she's dead and act accordingly if I can't contact her for 24 hours. She even arranged for soldiers to be dispatched if she was killed. Although our current situation is dangerous enough that Ain-san might get killed, Milady's sense of danger is still too naive." Kane realized just how naive Reina was, but she did not find that unpleasant at all. It could be said that it was because Reina was living a comfortable life since Shiori was always there to support her. And if she made another blunder, the situation might roll to the direction that Kane preferred. Kane was a battle maniac, she herself understood that very well. Thus she had no complaints about her employer as long as she got enough reward and was able to experience good fights. It was Shiori's duty to teach Reina to avoid any needless danger. So Kane had no plans to fix Reina's sense of danger. It did not take long for Shiori to arrive. After she changed to her maid uniform, she then went to explain the reason why she went out to Reina. Although the incident with Akira was resolved, Reina might make a similar mistake if she was not made aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus, Shiori carefully explained everything to Reina. After she finished listening to Shiori's explanation, Reina then asked Shiori, "So, basically, Akira is not angry or anything, right? Since nothing happened, then there's nothing to be angry about. At least that's Akira-sama's current stance. Thus, just to be safe, I want to tell Milady that Milady should not try thanking him or apologizing to him because of that incident since nothing had happened between us. Not only doing such a thing might bring the whole problem back to square one, but it might also be taken as a form of harassment since Akira-sama has signed a confidentiality contract with the city management. So, please be extra careful about this subject. For Reina, it was a big disappointment since not only could she not say sorry after she caused so much trouble because of her blunder, she also could not convey her thanks after she got herself and Shiori saved by Akira. But if it would cause Akira more problems, then it was a whole different story. Reina sounded apologetic as she said. "Did I see, I understand now." Shiori somehow understood what went through Reina's mind. She then smiled and said, "I've conveyed our thanks and apology to Akira-sama. It seemed that he also really enjoyed the meal. So I believe it's alright for Milady to stop worrying about that." Kane smiled and interjected. "Milady, if you're still angry for getting abandoned there, I can just go and give him a good beating in secret, you know?" Reina and Shiori immediately turned at Kane and sent their intense glare to her. Kane winced back as she pretended that it was a joke. "Oof, I guess I went too far. You know, I just thought that saying something like that might cheer everyone up, no ill feeling intended at all, alright? It's not like Milady is a saint either, so I just thought that there's no way Milady is not at all angry about that part, okay? Ah, I'm sorry if I'm mistaken here." Reina and Shiori were still sending death glares to Kane. "Just stop. Stop there, Kane." It was not like Reina and Shiori had no ill feelings toward Akira at all. Although it was true that he had no duty or reason to save Reina, Akira did abandon her to die in that incident. But it was all because of Reina's fault in the first place, and he did save both of them in the end. Thus both Reina and Shiori were not as shameless as to vent their displeasure toward Akira. Kane then lightly apologized. "I was just joking. I'm sorry that I went too far." Kane actually was interested in knowing Akira's real strength since he was able to fight evenly against Shiori even after Shiori used her trump card. Kane was even thinking of pretending not to know anything or misunderstand the information given to her to mess a bit with Akira. But after seeing how Shiori and Reina reacted, she decided to give up that plan. Leaving Milady aside, to see that even Ain-san, who thinks about nothing but Milady, would react like this. This Akira guy must be a really dangerous guy. Yep, this is interesting. Unlike Shiori, Kane was not very loyal to her employer nor to the person that she was assigned to as a bodyguard. Although she could feel their gratitude, good reward and a pleasant working environment were much more enticing. Kane might cover for Reina and go as far as sacrificing herself, but it was because it was her job and not because of her loyalty toward Reina. Kane also knew well just how loyal Shiori was toward Reina. That was why she couldn't believe that Shiori did not feel any grudge against Akira, who abandoned the object of her loyalty to die. If it was indeed true, then it carried a huge meaning. She could come up with two possible reasons. 1, because Shiori's gratitude toward Akira, who ended up saving Reina, outweighed her grudge. 2, because Shiori was afraid of expressing her grudge towards Akira. Kane lightly smiled, hoping that it was the latter. Akira was enjoying the bath inside his house while reminiscing the taste of the meals that he ate in the restaurant that day. He looked like he was in a good mood. And just like always, Alpha was also together with him in that bath. Although there was a goddess-level beautiful naked girl beside him, for the young Akira, who was of the age where delicious food was more interesting than a girl, his mind was filled with the memory of those delicious foods, so much that he ignored Alpha even more than usual. That was really amazing. I want to go there again. I guess I have one more reason to earn more money now, huh? It's good that you discover more things that you can enjoy in life. But you can't go there with your current earning, you know. You're right. Now that I think about it, I didn't really consider the price back then, huh? I can't really go to that restaurant again until I can at least pay those meals like it was nothing. Being a hunter was an expensive job. There were equipment expenses, ammo cost, and treatment cost when injured. For the current Akira, it would be very difficult to eat in that restaurant using his own money. It was not like he could not afford to pay the bill, but that would mean that he would have to cut other expenses which would increase his chances of getting killed. At least, until the day when he earned a stable income to pay for his own expense, he would have to stay with frozen food. Now that I remember it, there were many cyborgs inside that restaurant. I wonder if they ate their meals in the end. And if they did, what would happen to the food that they ate? For those cyborgs who have an organic furnace installed inside their body, the food that they eat will be broken down and then converted into energy or become one with their biological organs. But for those cyborgs who don't have such a thing, I'm sure they'll take the food out from their body later. And then after that? Throw them away, I guess. So it's basically purely for their eyes' pleasure, huh? I bet those cyborgs have a whole lot of money with them so that they can even enjoy such a luxury. Akira looked exasperated. For him who had grown up in the slum city where getting food was a matter of life and death, he found such behavior disgusting. But it had a very important significance for the cyborgs, so important that there were demands for developing foods for cyborgs. After all, it was a matter that affected their psychical health. Well, just because they exchanged their biological organs for mechanical ones, it does not remove their desire to drink and eat. In exchange for getting a body that is stronger than their organic body, they have to take care of problems that they could have easily solved when they had organic bodies. Of course, there are high-quality cyborg bodies that would allow them to solve those problems easily, but I'm sure they cost much more. Also, there are only a very small portion of people who can afford those high-quality cyborg bodies, like the staff from big companies, people from super-rich families, or those hunters who work on the front line. That does sound super expensive. It doesn't seem like I would be able to get one just from selling mountains of relics. Now that I remember it, those relic hunters were cyborgs too, right? They even took their chance stealing those relics even if it meant having to fight the city management. I wonder if they wanted that much money in order to buy such kind of cyborg body. Akira remembered about Nelia and Yajima. Up until now, no matter how much money was at stake, Akira never thought that any amount of money was worth fighting against the city management. But that might not be true for the people who got turned into a cyborg because of some kind of accident or after getting attacked by monsters and had to live their life in a body that could not even process food. For them, getting a high-quality cyborg body that could process food as if it was a normal biological body, and then using it to enjoy expensive meals in a high-class restaurant would be like a dream come true. Since Akira had already tasted the pleasure of such a delicious meal, he somehow understood why people with cyborg bodies would even do something like that. During the night of the same day, Akira saw a dream. He was fighting against Nelia in his dream. Akira was desperately trying to evade Nelia's attacks as she was swinging the blades in both of her hands at him. Although it was a difficult place to move around freely with all the rubbles around them, both Akira and Nelia were not bothered by those rubbles at all. There was no opening where Akira could slip any counterattack. Because there was a big gap between their skills, he was only able to barely survive Nelia's onslaught. Akira was unarmed in his dream. Nelia was not someone that Akira could defeat without any weapons. His kicks and punches could not damage her cyborg body at all. Not to mention that Nelia might even cut his limbs if he tried to attack her. Akira turned to Alpha and asked in a panic. My rifles? Where's my CWH anti-material rifle? There's no way I can win this fight without it. You lost your CWH anti-material rifle, remember? You need to buy a new one from Shizuka later. Ah, that's right. Although there were a lot of strange things happening, Akira did not realize that he was in a dream. Now that I remember it, I did go to Shizuka's shop not too long ago, right? So why didn't I buy one back then? There's no way you can use that rifle without an augmented suit, you know? You did lose your augmented suit too, remember? Ah, you're right. Wait. Akira checked his equipment while making a puzzled face. He was not wearing his augmented suit, not even an armor, but the same durable clothes that he received from Kobayashi. His movements immediately dulled the moment he realized that. After all, without his augmented suit, Alpha could not give her support and his physical capability would return back to normal. When his movement dulled, Nelia did not let that chance slip as she quickly lunged at Akira. He could see Nelia's blades chasing for his neck in slow motion. Ah, I'm dead. As that thought ran through Akira's mind, Nelia's blade separated his head from his body. I really wish I can at least taste those foods again. That was his last thought as he looked down on his headless body that fell down to the floor in front of him, then his consciousness was swallowed by the darkness. Akira suddenly woke up from his dream. He looked around and realized that he was on his bed inside his room. It was dark since it was still very early in the morning. Trembling, he moved his hands to his neck. Once he confirmed that his neck was still attached to his body, he realized that it was only a dream. Just a dream, huh? Alpha looked worried and asked Akira. Are you okay? Yeah, I just had a weird dream. But I'm okay now. Even after replying, Akira did not shift his gaze from Alpha. In reality, Akira did survive his fight against Nelia. But in his dream, he was killed by Nelia when he lost Alpha's support. The current Akira and the Akira in his dream were not that different. If for some reason, he lost Alpha's support, he might simply drop dead just like inside his dream. The me from that dream is the current me, with my real strength. Because of his luck, he was able to meet Alpha and was receiving her support since then. That was the only thing that allowed Akira to survive until now. But not even he knew just how long his luck would remain. As Akira kept staring at Alpha without saying anything, she just smiled mischievously and said, "What's wrong? Are you falling for my beautiful face again?" Akira retained his serious face. Alpha, for how long are you planning to keep giving me your support? Alpha sounded puzzled as she answered back. Of course I'm planning to keep giving you my support until you are finished with my request. Why did you ask that question so suddenly? I just thought that rather than asking me, wouldn't it be better if you ask one of those veteran hunters out there? The reason why you got in that contract with me is because I can connect to the old world domain, right? So I'm sure I'm not the only hunter in this world who can connect to the old world domain. I bet you can find another better hunter if you look for one, right? Ah, but rather than looking for another person who can connect to the old world domain, I can just post a request in your name to accomplish your request, right? Hearing Akira's answer, Alpha stared into his eyes. Akira too stared back at hers, awaiting her reply. There was a moment of silence before she answered his question with a serious expression. I have no plans to neither interrogate you nor to make you confess what made you think that I might stop giving you my support. But I'll at least make this one thing clear to you. My support is just the front payment for doing my request. So I'll keep following you until you finish my request even if you don't want me to. I see, you're right. Yep. Since Akira received Alpha's support, he had the debt and duty to accomplish her request. Even if he thought that it would be better for her to replace him, even if that was the truth, Alpha would not let him get away from her. That was what she meant between the lines. Akira was relieved after hearing Alpha's answer. To be honest, he even felt a bit guilty for receiving such superb support from Alpha since he sometimes felt that he did not deserve it. But on the other hand, somewhere inside him, Akira knew that Alpha intentionally said that to him since she knew that it would give him a sense of reassurance. Akira smiled and said, I see, I'll go back to sleep then. Alpha smiled and replied back. Good night, I hope you'll get a nice dream this time. I think it'll be okay. Akira laid down on his bed again. Since his worry was already cleared, he quickly drifted back to sleep. For some reason, Akira was sure that even if he got the same dream again, it would not end the same way as his previous one. Chapter 69, An Unlucky Girl. Akira was doing time compression training again with Alpha the next day. Just like before, Alpha was dancing in front of Akira with blades in both of her hands. She danced gracefully and elegantly, it felt as if her movements were so natural even when she sliced Akira's neck. Akira did not move even when Alpha attacked him. Forget evading her attack, he did not even react at all. He just stood there watching her. Akira? It's alright, just continue. Akira's expression was dead serious. It was enough to make Alpha understand that he was not fooling around. Alpha was actually curious why he did that, but she did not ask him anything as she stepped back and straightened her stance. A piece of her dress detached itself and vanished before she started dancing again. Even after that, Akira did not react at all, he just stood there watching Alpha with a dead serious expression as she kept slicing at him. Every time one of her blades went through Akira's body, a piece of her dress would fall off and vanish. In the beginning, she was only losing decorations on her dress, but then slowly she started to lose pieces of clothes that hid her skin. As more and more parts of her body were exposed, she started to look like Nelia when Akira was fighting against her in Kuzusuhara Ruin. Remember that sensation? That feeling in that dream? That tension during that fight? I was able to do it back then. I was able to do it in my dream too. So I should be able to do it now. Alpha also did say that I should be able to do it. That level of focus when he stood in a life and death situation. That sensation when he walked on that thin line that separated life and death. Akira was trying his best to recreate those feelings as he stood in his place without moving. He focused on Alpha who was dancing in front of him, or to be more precise, he focused on the blades in her hands that had already sliced through his body numerous times. And then, in the middle of her dance, Alpha suddenly swung the blade in her right hand at Akira's neck. By pure coincidence, her movements were exactly the same as Nelia's movements that Akira saw in his dream. As Akira watched that extremely sharp-looking blade cut through the air aiming for his neck, he instinctively reacted and quickly shifted his body backwards to evade that blade. But his maneuver caused him to lose balance and fall splendidly on his back. As he fell, Akira's head violently bumped the floor. He rolled around with both of his hands on the back of his head as he writhed in pain. Alpha quickly floated to Akira and worriedly asked him, "Akira, are you alright? It hurts like hell, where is my medicine?" "It's on the shelf over there." Akira wobbled around as he stood up and extended his hand to reach for the medicine box on a shelf near him. It was the 1,000,000 orum per box medicine. He took out a capsule from that box, opened it, and spread the paste-like medicine content on the back of his head where he was hurt. The pain immediately vanished when he applied the medicine. But it was not because the injury was healed, it was simply because the painkiller numbed his pain and it was enough to make Akira feel thankful. As for the injury itself, it would heal given enough time. The medicine paste was slowly absorbed through his skin, thus there was no need to wipe the leftover. Since the pain on his head was gone, Akira stopped gritting his teeth. It's really nice to have this kind of medicine which you can just directly apply on an injury at a time like this. But you might not have the time to apply it to your wound directly in the middle of a fight, so for the time being, it might be better to get a medicine that you can just swallow. Not to mention, it can help in healing your inner injuries and recovering your fatigue if you take it orally. That aside, you did it, didn't you, Akira? Alpha smiled when she said that. Akira smiled back and replied, "Yeah, I did it. But thanks to that, I couldn't move my body well and ended up falling splendidly on my back though. That's to be expected. Just because your time perception became 10 times faster, that doesn't make your body move 10 times faster as well. So there's a time lag between when you tell your limbs to move and when they actually move. Because of that, compared to when you usually move your body out of reflex, you'll have to be more aware of your movement from now on. Watch your slowed opponents move carefully and based on it, decide how you are going to move. But again, I guess you can only learn such a thing from training, huh?" "You're right. I can only learn to do that through training." Akira unconsciously moved his hands to the back of his head. Although he did not feel pain any longer, he still felt some kind of awkwardness. Well, you basically whacked your head hard on the floor back there. So how about we take a rest for today? Nah, let's continue. I want to try and do that again while I can still remember that sensation. Sure, but don't push yourself too hard, okay? Yeah. His training continued. Alpha started dancing in front of him again. Most of her dress had already vanished, thus depending on how she moved, her dance seemed to be very erotic from time to time. But in order to properly follow Alpha's movements, Akira did not avert his eyes at all. Akira then finished his training for the day. Usually, by the end of the time compression training, Alpha would be more or less naked. But this time she still had some more pieces of clothes on her body than usual. But that was not because Akira was able to evade Alpha's attacks, it was more because he was too tired to continue until she became naked. Akira was lying on the hard floor with his limbs spread out as he was breathing roughly. During the training, he was able to compress his time perception many times. But every time he did that, his brain was hit by enormous stress and tiredness because of the sheer focus he needed to do that. The longer he maintained the time compression, the longer he had to keep his focus. Moreover, moving his body in that state felt like he was mustering his whole body to keep moving without rest. It was no wonder that it quickly made his body tired. As his brain and body were extremely strained, Akira could not even stand up on his own. He was still lying on the floor when Alpha, who was still wearing her erotic dress, said to him, "Let's end our training for today. Do your best to at least stand up from there." "That I can't do it, just a little bit more, just let me lie here a bit more." "Just a little bit, okay? If you stay there like that, you'll end up falling asleep on the floor, you know." At least drag yourself to the bed first, else you'll definitely regret it in the morning if you wake up on the floor. Akira, who had lived in the slum alley for years, had slept on the hard cold ground numerous times. So he understood very well what Alpha meant by that. Now that he had experienced the comfort of sleeping on a fluffy bed, he no longer had the ability to recover his fatigue from sleeping on a hard surface. If he really ended up falling asleep on the floor, there was no mistaking it that he would definitely regret it tomorrow. Akira was still breathing roughly on the floor, but he eventually calmed down. He then wrung any strength that he still had left to pull himself up and drag his feet to the bedroom before crashing to the bed. Alpha was floating next to him. Since Akira had not told her to change her dress yet, she was still wearing what was left of her dress after the training. Her high-class-looking undies peeked through the gaps between her clothes. But Akira did not even have the strength to tell her to change her dress. Akira was somehow still able to fight the heaviness of his eyelids, but it was only a matter of time before he was lulled by the fluffy bed and his heavy body. "I'll sleep for a bit. Wake me up when it's time to study. Just take a good rest for today. It's not like you can learn anything if you're still tired during the study session. All right." After saying that, Akira let the tiredness take over his body. As he fell asleep in front of her, Alpha looked at him thoughtfully. To be honest, she predicted that it would take about at least 6 months until Akira could compress time. So basically, now her prediction was totally off. Alpha was not sure if it was a good thing or it was a bad thing since it indicated that Akira could surpass her prediction. Whichever the case, there was a need for Alpha to readjust her plan. As she thought of what she should do to readjust her plan, she was not smiling, not even once. There were all kinds of people living in the Kagamayama Lower District slum city, from youngsters to old people, male and female. All of them had to somehow earn money to pay for their expenses in the slum city. Some of them collected wreckages from the wasteland bordering the slum city and sold them. Some of them worked for people who, for some reason, lived in the slum city although they had relatively a lot of money. Some people chose to gather any sellable things that they could find and sold them to scrappers. And of course, some of them were living by stealing others' money. A girl named Alna, who was living in the slum city, was one of these people. Luckily enough, Alna was a genius when it came to picking pockets, and unfortunately, she had no other choice but to rely on her talent to survive in the slum city. The harsh living condition gave her enough justification for her action, and her talent let her continue picking pockets without getting caught until now. Her living condition forced her to pickpocket, and the more she stole, the better she became. At this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she was already a first-rate pickpocket. Her biggest mistake was that she shared the money that she stole with her friends. After all, it was not like all of her friends could keep secrets. The more famous she became as a first-rate pickpocket, the more her friends demanded their share. Her friends asked for more and more money, hoping that eventually, Alna would help them escape the days when they had to starve. But Alna ended up running away from such expectations, and now she was basically working alone. Of course, she still had some friends that she was close with, but she decided not to join any gang anymore. But living alone in the slum city was an extremely difficult thing for a little girl. There were only a few reliable methods available to earn money, and even after she earned some money, she had even fewer means to protect her money from other people. In order to get her enough food, a place to sleep, and a means to protect herself, she was left with no other choice but to rely on her rare talent. Just like any other day, Alna was prowling for prey. It was not like she would just randomly pick people's pockets as she was walking around the slum city. Instead, she intentionally aimed for people who seemed to be carrying a lot of money and were an easy target. Most of the people in the slum city did not carry much money, while some of them, who carried a lot of money, were mostly people who she should never try to mess with. As such, it was rare for people in the slum city to turn into a pickpocket. That was also the reason why people of the slum city were not that cautious against pickpockets. As such, pickpockets in the slum city tended to aim for people who came from outside the slum city. Like the customers who visited the shops that could only be found in the slum city, or people who returned from wasteland while brimming with confidence as they passed through the slum city, or people who ended up in the slum city for any unknown reasons, or people who came to the slum city hoping that they might be able to help the residents of the slum city, or people who are absconding and trying to hide in the slum city, or people who tried to look for anything that could be scrapped in the slum city. These people carried more money than the residents of the slum city most of the time. Alna was looking for hunters to pickpocket. But even so, there were many types of hunters. Some of them were veteran hunters who she should never mess with, while on the other hand, there were also those hunters who spent most of their money in taverns rather than renewing their bad-looking equipment. Whichever it was, these hunters frequently visited the wasteland. Unlike pickpockets, thugs rarely robbed hunters. Of course, these thugs could get some money from selling the equipment that they robbed, but the danger of getting killed was too high. In contrast to that, pickpockets often aimed for hunters. If they tried to aim for the equipment, of course, these hunters could easily detect them. After all, equipment was the hunter's lifeline. Without their equipment, those hunters would not be able to fight monsters. So thanks to that, hunters tended to be less careful when it came to other stuff, for example, their wallets. Alna had found her target. That hunter looked like an easy target in her eyes. Although that hunter was wearing armor normally used by hunters, it was so clean, which indicated that the hunter had never gone to the wasteland yet. The rifles dangling on that hunter's body also looked brand new. There was not even any gunpowder trace, showing that they were never used before. It was a young hunter, and that hunter's expression did not give the intimidating or dangerous aura like those veteran hunters. So Alna thought that he must be a beginner hunter who just gathered enough equipment to be able to register in the hunter office and start from rank 10. Let's aim for that hunter. If that hunter is here for browsing the stands right after registering in the hunter office, he should be carrying quite a lot of money. Let's get his wallet before that hunter can spend it on anything. Just like usual, Alna approached that hunter naturally. Then, using her genius-level talent and polished skill, she extended her arm and took the wallet from that hunter. That hunter did not notice it at all. Unfortunately, Alna's luck ended that day. That day, Akira was walking through the slum city as he was heading to Cheryl's base. There was no particular reason other than just showing his face in the gang and to take a breather. The equipment that he ordered in Shizuka's shop had not arrived yet. As such, Akira was still using his old equipment, which included his new hunter armor and AAH and A2D rifles that he had never used ever since he bought them. Thus it would not be a surprise if someone mistook him as a new hunter. And then, a disaster that often befell most of the green hunters, who wandered through the slum city, also befell Akira. "Akira, someone took your wallet." "Wadash!" Akira half-shouted. He quickly checked his pocket, and as Alpha said, he could not find the wallet that was inside the pocket. "Be more careful next time. I might be able to protect you from pickpockets when you're using an augmented suit that I can control, but as long as you're not using an augmented suit, you should handle this kind of thing yourself, okay?" Alpha just gave him a light warning as if it was not that big of a disaster to her. The wallet that Akira lost contained 100,000 orum. Although it was a big amount of money, compared to the money that he earned lately, it was not big enough to cause any inconvenience. So Alpha just brushed it off as the fee for a small lesson for teaching Akira to be more careful. But there was a big difference between Akira and Alpha as to how they took this incident. Akira took a few seconds to register, process, and understand what had just happened. After a few seconds of silence where Akira did not move from where he was standing, he finished assessing his situation and immediately said, "Who took my wallet?" In his calm emotionless voice, there was a fit of dark foreboding anger seething under it. Behind his calm expression, Akira was leaking out an aura showing the sharpness and readiness to fight. "Alpha, do you know who took my wallet?" In order to not cause any suspicions, Akira asked that through telepathy. It showed that he had regained his calm and composure, enough for him to remember to talk with Alpha through telepathy. Alpha was surprised by how angry Akira was. At the same time, she took this chance to gather more information about him and readjusted her image of Akira inside her mind. With this, she was able to understand his character at an even deeper level. Alpha quickly answered back. "It's that girl." At the same time as Alpha pointed her finger, Akira's vision enhanced, allowing him to see through obstacles. His attention quickly zeroed onto a young girl who was already in the back alley. He immediately started running the moment he found his target. Alna was looking through the insides of Akira's wallet. 100,000 orum. Lucky. This should be enough for a few days. Alna was beaming since she got more money than she thought she would get this time. But that smile immediately vanished. This should be enough for a few days, but after that. Alna cut her sentence there. She did not want to say its continuation nor to think about it. It was exactly because she understood the meaning behind it. It was an extremely difficult endeavor to become successful in the slum city. Of course, being successful here did not mean being rich, but getting a stable income enough for one's living through honest work would be enough. Even so, getting to that point was an extremely difficult struggle. In order to get an honest job, one would need to have enough knowledge and education. But in order to get enough education, one would need enough money and connection. Most of the residents of the slum city did not have the knowledge to get that money nor enough money to gain such knowledge. Alna knew somewhere inside her heart that her future was bleak. She would definitely ruin her own life one day. There was no way she could keep on living as a pickpocket. After all, if she kept doing that, she would be found one day, captured, and made to pay the price for everything that she had done. She had no idea what kind of price she would have to pay. It might be just getting beaten up and then dumped in the back alley, or she might get raped and then left battered on the roadside, or maybe she would be simply killed. In the worst-case scenario, she might be put in a living hell where death would have been better. But with that being said, Alna had no other skill that she could rely on to survive other than picking pockets. And since she was able to survive until now, that particular skill of hers was very well polished. Alna shook her head to help her forget her thoughts. Let's stop here. There's nothing I can do about it even if I start thinking about that here. Now that I have some money with me, let's just go and grab some food. An empty stomach will only make me more depressed. Alna started walking toward the shop that she often visited. She suddenly heard a loud sound coming from behind. She quickly turned back to check the source of that loud sound. On the other end of the narrow alley, she could see Akira running in her direction. That loud sound came from when Akira kicked the obstacles out of his way as he ran through the back alley. Akira's eyes met Alna's. Both of them froze for a few seconds before Alna regained her composure and started running as fast as she could toward the opposite direction from where Akira was. Alna quickly understood that Akira found out that she took his wallet and he was there chasing for her. How did he find out? It didn't seem like he noticed anything when I took his wallet. And even if he did, there's no way he would know that it was me. And that too. It doesn't seem like he was randomly looking for me and found me by pure coincidence. He ran here fully knowing my location. Alna did not know what kind of person Akira was. But that was not the only reason why she was running as fast as she could, it was because she saw Akira's expression. He's going to kill me. He's definitely going to kill me if I get caught. Alna, who could feel the intense killing intent from Akira, ran as fast as she could for her life. The moment Alna started running, Akira snapped back to his senses. He quickly fixed his stance and took an aim with his AAH rifle. But before he could pull the trigger, Alpha warned Akira, who had lost his calm. If you pull the trigger, you might hit innocent people. Are you sure you want to do that? Alna and Akira were not the only people in that small alley. Although it was not like it was filled with people, there were quite a lot of people there. Some of them were merchants who could not open their shop in public, some of them were customers and guards of those shops. There were also people, who had lost their place, sleeping in the corners of that alley. Although Akira's shooting skill was way better than before, at the moment, he had no augmented suit that would allow Alpha to assist his aim, and he was using a brand new gun that had never been used before. Thus he had no confidence that he could shoot accurately. When he was hesitating, the people around him noticed that Akira had his rifle out and ready to shoot. They started to panic as they moved away from Akira. But at the same time, they also blocked his line of sight at his target. Akira himself had no wish to get other innocent people involved. So he decided to pull back his rifle and started chasing Alna again. The distance between Akira and Alna was not getting closer. It was mainly because Alna could use her smaller stature to easily pass through the narrow alley. On the other hand, Alna could not completely break away from Akira's chase since Alpha was always informing Akira of her exact location. Even after taking so many forked turns hoping that Akira would lose her, he was still able to precisely know which way she went. Thus Alna started to panic. How? How does he know exactly where I am? Don't tell me dash. Alna thought that Akira's wallet might be equipped with a tracker. If that was the case, it was no wonder why he could accurately pinpoint her location. So she threw Akira's wallet toward his direction. When he saw his wallet fly above his head, Akira stopped, turned, and picked up his wallet. Akira more or less regained his calm after he got his wallet back. The expression on his face also loosened. Now, if the money in the wallet was still there, then Akira would get back everything that he had lost, and he would be able to clean his history of getting his wallet stolen. If it was the past Akira from when he was still living in the back alley, he would have never allowed such a blunder. He then would be able to learn from this incident and be more careful next time, thus closing the incident there. When Akira checked the inside of the wallet, it was empty, all the money in it was already taken out. Akira's face immediately turned stern. Alpha. Over there. I won't be able to pinpoint her location if she's too far from me. So if you want to chase her, you need to hurry up. Roger that. Akira answered back swiftly with a voice that would send a chill down to one's spine. He then started running again. So in short, that incident did not end there. Akira blazed through the alley once again, chasing after Alna. Alna, who was running through the back alley of the lower district, stopped as she was running out of breath. She then took a long breath and tried to calm herself. Her gaze was fixed at the alley that she just ran through, but she did not see Akira there. Even after she somehow calmed herself and adjusted her breathing, she still did not see Akira. Did I lose him? So that wallet was really equipped with a tracker, huh? Well, I guess it doesn't matter now. Alna felt relieved and smiled. But that smile immediately vanished. It was because she saw Akira running towards her through the alley. You gotta be kidding me? Alna was so surprised that she reacted late. When she started running again, the distance between her and Akira was already not that far. Alna was focused on running. Her face was distorted due to fear, she was even half crying. As she desperately ran away, she did not confirm what was in front of her before jumping out from the alley to the big road in the middle of the lower district. Because of that, she crashed right onto someone who was just passing through that road. Whoa! Careful there. Alna looked terrified as she turned toward the person that she just crashed onto. It was a young hunter. Looking at his equipment, he seemed to be a pretty skilled hunter. His expression was showing that he was angry, but the moment he saw Alna's frightened expression, his rage vanished. He then worriedly asked Alna, "Are you alright?" He smiled as if to calm Alna, who seemed horrified. The moment Alna saw his handsome smiling face, she forgot her situation and was captivated by his smile. Fear disappeared from her expression, her cheeks turned red as she let out a small gasp. But the moment Alna could feel Akira's presence coming from behind the alley, she quickly snapped back to her senses. Her eyes shifted back and forth between the terror coming from deep beyond the alley and the dazzling smile that gave her hope. Alna decided to take the bet as she hugged that boy and screamed, "Please help me. I'm being chased." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.